is commonly used on you. Yeah, go ahead, Honorable
Okay,
Mwandi.
thank you, Madam Speaker. My concern is questionnaire number 4.
Honorable Majority Leader, can we finalize on 7 so that we make
Oh,
progress?
7. Okay, I was raising so we can tackle together. Number 4. Yeah, we can tackle together. No, number 4. Yeah, but I'm talking about number 4 now. Yes, the status of pending bills for the department. You know, Madam Speaker, we cannot be just given fingers. What we expect is to have the projects and the amount of the pending bills as per project. Because when you put a lump sum, it is not going to work for us. So, you remember, Madam Speaker, we had passed supplementary budget to pay all the pending bills. You remember that, which was coming to about 1.2 billion. And still we understand like they have not paid the pending bills. So it is very important to know these pending bills are coming from which year. They have accumulated for 10 years or 5 years or 2 years. Yes, to the suppliers. It's very important, and then maybe that should come out clearly what is pending up to now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Ngunga. I think we can, or unless you don't have a mic, we just address when you see. I see you don't have one.
No, I don't have one.
Let's just talk from our seats where we can. Honorable Ngunga, I said you because you don't have a mic, you can stand up.
Okay.
But those who have mics, you just address when you're seated.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think mine is a concern that I thought should have been also addressed in this forum. And this is about the level 4 hospitals, because this is the same department. When we were going round, we realized that the county has so many level 3 hospitals that were done halfway, I think up to about 50-30%, and they were abandoned. And I think this has not been captured in this questionnaire. I have one in Kaseve. There is another one that we went to Motituni. That is Kamodanga. I think we are actually, it's all over. We have those kind of hospitals that were done. They were left unattended, and a lot of money has been spent on them. So we also need to get to know from them what is the status of the level 3 hospitals as were done and what program they have so that they are completed. Thank you.
Right, honorable members, you remember we debated an issue here on the CDF, then funded health facilities, which were left uncompleted. Do you remember? And we passed a resolution that they be finalized first. That is coming close to what is on the table now. So the table clerk needs to bring up that resolution, and I'm hoping that it was forwarded to them. So through that, you can come in and question, because it makes a lot of prudence that what is left incomplete should have been completed even before we think of anything else. And most of them you find it's very little that is remaining to be done. And if completed, they will serve the people nearest. Some are walking many, many kilometers. Of course, not to forget that they go find there's no medicine also where they're going. Honorable Grace.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So sorry, Honorable Grace, on this questionnaire, we are adding the issue of uncompleted health facilities. But we need that motion. All right, Honorable Grace.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To add on what Honorable Nguga has said, there are also those facilities which are finished and no services rendered to the community. For example, in my ward, there are 2, Kwamwenze and Yetune. They are there, but no activities.
So they are just completed buildings and no services are being given.
No services at all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Plus completed health facilities, but not operational. That's the right word. Not operational. Okay. Now, we want to start. Honorable Kalumu, Honorable Johanna, very briefly.
Madam Chair, I'm concerned with the evidence that we have.
Sorry, Honorable Kalumu, I'm sorry, because We wanted to finalize on the issues under 4.
I'm concerned over
And-
what funds have been used, and we have our report of the controller of budget, which is not before us, which should guide us on asking those questions because it is already out, and the Senator Kavindi is using it.
So we need that, is it the second, what, is it second quarter?
Yes,
The second quarter, get it, eh?
because
The
we
second quarter.
cannot just start questioning the CEO without concrete evidence of how much has been used on the department. Yes,
Right.
for
So
effective
that
investigation.
one is being brought. So then, Honorable Johanna, before Honorable Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is just a request that even as we go through the questionnaire as it is, I'm sure there are other issues which will arise from the responses we get. So it should also be open so that we can, apart from this, be able to chip in.
Actually,
Depending
members,
on-
this is just a guide, eh?
And
Because even the response may bring up another issue. As long as we are within the main issue on the table, services, health services, where there's a lot of hue and cry, it's okay.
yes, the other one was on, we should try to avoid getting summaries in form of answers because in our budget we allocated funds to the individual facilities. If it is Mutituni level 4, Kadhiani level 4, so as they give their responses, we should be very clear on the usage of those facilities, the funds as per facility. Thank you.
Remember, members, yes, Honorable Johanna, thanks for that. We pass program-based budgets. So the general response, like we used this 10 million for Ngelani Mutituni Ward on health facilities, that is not sufficient. It should go to the specific health facility and the specific purpose that the money is being spent. So we can, members, so that we have some order, I will just read out the questions, or if I assign any member to read out the question. Is that okay? Do we have members in the health committee here? Who are the members in the health committee? Oh, Honorable Pauline, and it's good we are seeing you. You've also been missing in action. But we understand what you've been doing. So welcome to the seating. We will have the members of the health committee more or less assigned to the duty of asking these questionnaires. But remember, if any matter arises which is connected to this, any member is free to put up their hand so that they can get the opportunity to do it. Are we in agreement now? We call the persons. And I understand one of them has given an apology. There's a letter by one Jacinta there's a letter she's written, it's in the docket, that she's been summoned to appear in person and in her capacity as the Chief Officer, County Treasury, before the High Court of Kenya at Machakos, to which the county government is a respondent at 9 a.m. on Monday today. The purpose of this letter is therefore to seek your permission to attend to the mandatory court first. Then I appear before the county immediately thereafter. That is understandable. So she can attend to court. Somehow table officers communicate to this officer. She's expected to be here immediately she finishes with the attendance in court. I can see, but this one we'll handle later in the afternoon when we come to it. So let's have those officers come, members. Let's have the officers come. Where are they to sit? You reserved that for them. But it looks like now Mheshimiwa Kamito is a stranger. When you put that bar, it should be the other way around. He's actually outside. Mheshimiwa Kamito. But the boundary is showing you are a stranger. And you are the minority leader. I think so. Yeah. So let's just reserve these benches for the strangers. In which case, Nora. It's okay. We can go on. So let them come. Honorable Mita, has the concern you had raised in your statement been addressed in the questionnaires? Because when the House resolved, it was that the statement by Honorable Kituko be addressed together with the statement you had sought earlier. Although the statement did not come to the House. But I gave directions that the two statements should be put together.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I think some issues are being left out, and if possible, maybe if we'll have A or B, maybe.
No A or B, you can raise it up. We agreed. The matters are connected with the delivery of services and expenditure of budget for health services. It can still be brought here.
Honorable Speaker, there was one issue on the chief officer having served for 2 years on without confirmation.
It is still about services in the Department of Health. It can still come up.
Yes, there was that one. And again, I was very specific on the grants, because we have been receiving grants. Level 5 has been receiving grants. And I was very specific for the last 5 years, because what I know for the fiscal year 2021-2022, they didn't receive. And when you look at the response, that is the only thing they have talked about. They have not talked on the previous years.
So you can bring it up under 2. Under question number 2. Isn't it?
Okay. Okay.
Allocated funds also include also grants. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Just make yourselves comfortable where you can, and where you can access the use of a mic. Okay. We can get going. The chief officers, understand, are the ones who are seated on the left row to the front left row to my left, and the support staff are on the second row. I welcome them, and so that we can start the meeting, we want to introduce ourselves to the county staff who are with us. And I want as little movement in this chamber as possible. As little movement as possible. Sergeant at Arms. So we will start introducing ourselves to the staff, then the staff will also introduce themselves to us. And we are on record in the Hansard because that is how the business of the house is supposed to be conducted. This is the General Oversight Committee of the Assembly. Ordinarily, it sits to address matters of critical importance to the county. So for the committee to convene, a matter has arisen that needs urgent attention by the county government, and of course starting from the county assembly. And so let us have introduction, just starting from Honorable Ngunga, and then we come to the other side.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Ngunga, MCMWA, a member of the Oversight Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable Johanna Munyao, MCA Mutitune Ward, a member of Health Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Justice Katuma, member of this committee.
My name is Honorable Ikusia Kaloki, MCA Kangundo West Ward, member of Health Committee, and also the Deputy Whip. Thank you.
I'm Geoffrey Kamuru, MC hapa Kaiwa Stroke Veti, Kadiani, member of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Angela Munyasia is my name. I am the sponsor of the health bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Moses Meta, representing Kangundo Central Ward people and Majority Whip of the House. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Paul Museku. I represent Mboni Northward, member of the Health Committee, and the Deputy Speaker of the County Assembly of Machakos.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Margaret Mikali, a member of the Oversight Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Helen Detty. I'm the chair of the Women Caucus.
Thank you.
I'm Cosmas Keti. I represent Lower Kavant Khan Ward and a member of the Oversight Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Thomas Mutinda, member of County Assembly, Wamunye Ward, and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Right, Honorable.
Honorable Frederick Mudoka, representing the great people of Mitaboni.
Thank you.
Honorable Patrick Etuko, MCA Ndivine Ward.
Thank you.
Honorable Daniel Mutukumbevi, MCA Mlolongo Sukima Ward, member of Committee Health, and also Chair Roads.
Thank you. Honorable Irene Nyawera, sorry. Please read and address yourself on the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Jane Nyawera. I'm elected by Mugano Party.
Honorable Nyawera, the chair has not heard you. Honorable Nyawera, you have a problem with the mic?
Can you use this one?
It may be not working.
Sorry for that, Madam Speaker. I'm Jane Nyawera, Mugano Party.
Thank you. Just switch off, okay? Honorable Pauline.
Madam Speaker, Pauline Munguti, Vice Chair Health Committee.
Thank you.
Honorable Jacinda Luka, MCA Machakos County, member of Health Committee. Thank you.
Mofat Maida, Matungulu West Ward.
Thank you, honorable members.
Constance Mbulanzioki, member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosina Kanini, nominated by Wiper Democratic Party, member of this committee.
Thank you.
Honorable Nicholas Mutuku, MCA Katangi Ward.
Thank you.
Irene Bivia, member of this committee.
Thank you.
Alex Kamitu, MCA Tala Ward, and leader of minority in this Machakos County Assembly.
All right, thank you, Honorable Kamitu. Honorable Majority Leader, we are introducing ourselves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Mark Mwendo, alias Kingangi, leader of majority in the Machakos County Assembly, and also MCA of Kenania Ward. Thank you.
Now, Elias is not part of this, eh? Right. Honorable Musimi, we are introducing ourselves. No, we just do it seated.
Okay, yes, Honorable Musimi, representing Kangunda North.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think that there's any member who has... Honorable Michael Mutiso.
Honorable Michael Mutiso, representing Matunguru North.
Right, thank you. So with that, we have the chair of this committee, Florence Mwangangi, who is also the Speaker of the Assembly. I had welcomed you and I asked you to feel at home because you are part of this county government. And this is a panel that observes the right of every person who appears before it. It operates in a very objective manner. Feel at home. Just give the best answers that you can as per the documents, because what we are dealing with here is just documents. It's not about the person. And so we have one member who has just walked in, Honorable Mweni, is just sitting down. She's a specially elected member of this assembly. So we can have introduction on your side. The CEOs, we start with them. From my immediate, pardon? Introduction, it's okay. They will not, it's okay. We will take the oath, but let's just know them, their names, right?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Dr. Joel Muova. I'm the Acting Chief Officer for Medical Services, overseeing the hospitals, level 5 hospital.
Please remove the mask, we see you.
All right. Overseeing the operations of the hospital, that is level 5 hospital, and all the other 10 level 4 hospitals. Thank you.
CEO.
Yes.
CEO operations.
The Chief Officer, Acting Chief Officer, Dr.
Oh,
Joel Muova.
Acting.
Chief Officer, yes.
Acting CEO.
Yes.
And you're in charge of operations?
Of level 4 and level 5
Protocol.
hospitals. Level 4 and level 5 hospitals. We have our hospitals in various levels.
I know the system.
Yes.
So is it you're in charge of operations of level 4 and level 5? Yes, you are chief officer. But what is your designation? What work do you do? It's not in finance, it's not in anything, so you're just overseeing the operations of level 4 and 5?
As an accounting officer, yes.
As an accounting officer?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's okay. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, and the chair of this privilege is a General Oversight Committee, the House leadership, and the members present. Good morning. My name is Lucas Move. I'm a Chief Officer, Public Health and Community Outreach. I do accounting for level 3s, level 2, and community health services. That is the community health services that include the CHVs. Thank you.
So for accounting officer for levels 3 and below?
And below.
That's all right?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. It's Mr., not Doctor.
On record, I'm Mr. Lucas Move.
Mr.
Yes.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr. Move.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is
Engineer Newton Musioka Mwinde. I'm the Chief Officer for Energy and Electrification, Accounting Officer, and also the Authorized Officer.
Engineer Newton. This
Yes.
is now energy.
This is Energy and Electrification.
Okay, thank you. Energy and electrification.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So we welcome you, the chief officers present. You came with your officers who are assisting you. Our interest is in you, but you are free to consult your officers who are just seated behind you when you need to. We appreciate that there are 6 of them, 6 of them. 6 of them, right? We don't need to put you on record, but we appreciate your presence. We also ask you to feel at home. And let's do the best for the good of the people in the county. The assembly also has its officers. We have the table clerk here. We have Mr. Let me introduce you. Okay, he's a deputy clerk. Okay, Dennis. We have table officers, the one in charge, Mr. Dominic. We have assistant to him, Madam Nora. We have 2 assistant clerks also seated up there. All these are assisting us on the documentation part of it, just like you came with your officers there. Right, and then those are sergeant at arms. They are part of the operations of the assembly. In the gallery, we have members of the public. Some of them may also be members of the assembly. The business of the assembly is normally conducted in the open under Article 196 of the Constitution, whether it's the full assembly or even a committee like this nature. Just feel at home. And our proceedings are usually on YouTube, again for the information to the public and also for future records. So feel at home, everybody. So what we need to do is we'll put you on oath, the CEOs present, because again, as you address this committee, you're supposed to be on oath. You first put on oath the 2 CEOs for the the Department of Health. For the Department of Energy, we'll deal with him later.
I, Dr. Joel Muova, do hereby swear that the information I shall give before this committee is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Dr. Muova.
I, Lucas Move, do hereby swear that information that I shall give before this committee is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, so just as an opening remark, I introduced this as the General Oversight Committee of the Assembly that deals with the matters of critical nature affecting the county. And it is pursuant to a statement that was brought to this assembly by one member of the assembly. It raised several issues that are being heard from almost every corner of this county about lack of medication, in particular in hospitals or health facilities in the county. I am just waiting to be given the statement as presented before the assembly by the table office. The statement is dated 28th of January 2022, sorry, that is a date, the letter that was written to you to appear here. And it summarized the statement as it was brought to the assembly. And there are several issues that are supposed to be covered by you when you are bringing the report. And it's out of that that we'll be able to discuss the matters before us. So what has brought you here, CEOs for the Department of Health, is a matter that's already known to you through the invitation letter. Is that so? Just answer on the mic. Answer on the mic. Is that so, Dr. Mova, that you're aware of the matters that have made you to be invited to this sitting?
Yes, Madam Speaker,
You're aware
I'm fully aware.
of why you're here?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm
Okay,
fully
thank
aware.
you. Is that so, Mr. Move, that you're aware of why you're here?
Yes, I'm aware, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So now, pursuant to that, we have some questions or maybe guidelines on how we want to discuss this matter. And I want to start it off. We'll do it also interchangeably with other members of the Assembly, as and when necessary. We want to know the status of the provision of services in the county health facilities. And I appreciate Dr. Mova is in charge of level 4s and level 5, because we have one level 5, maybe several level 4s. So generally, what is the status of provision of health services in the county health facilities, particularly level 4s and 5? This is to Dr. Mova. Is it something that we are happy about?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I may comment, services are continuing at level 4 hospitals. There are 10 of them, and Machakos level 5. Services are continuing. If I may comment on the services, I will comment them. I will comment about it in 3 or 4 categories. The first one is the issue of human resource. Our officers are all working. They are paid on time, and therefore they're offering services as supposed to, and we have done optimal distribution or deployment of them. Some are due for promotion, some have been promoted. In the last financial year, we promoted 1,200 healthcare workers, even as others are in training. Some sponsored, some self-sponsored by this government, some self-sponsored. So in the human resource aspect, we are continuing well. The second aspect I would like to mention is the issue of infrastructure. Our hospitals are continuing. We have been doing preventive maintenance and, of course, developing the infrastructure where we feel that we have prioritized and it's a priority for us. For instance, at Matu Level 4 Hospital, we have just completed an isolation ward that is being constructed there. There is a pediatric ward being constructed there, which is about 65% complete. We are hoping to complete it. At Kangundo, we are doing construction of an ICU. At present, all the ICUs, we have 2 ICUs at Machakos Level 5 Hospital. One caters to the COVID-19 patient, the other one to other general patients who are non-COVID-19. So we are doing a third one at Kangundo Level 4 Hospital so that we can decentralize the aspect of intensive care of our patients. I can also mention now the third category is the equipment. At the moment, when it comes to equipment, services are going on. We have equipment. It may not be optimal, but we have come far from where we started from as the health department. At the moment, we had a challenge with the CT scan. Here, the CT scanner at Machakos Level 5 Hospital, which has been broken down for close to a year now, because the part that we needed to replace it has to come from us overseas, and with COVID and all those challenges, we haven't received the part, as well as financial cash flows. But we have good news. We are delighted that now in the department we have received the new CT scanner. It was delivered Sunday before last, that is should have been 22nd of January. So at the moment we are working on installing this new CT can provide services for our people, which is very critical. The other category, the fourth category I will comment on about service delivery is commodities. And I'm sure that is a great concern to the members of this House and as well as our people of Machakos County as well. For the commodities, when I speak about commodities, I'm talking about drugs, what we give people in terms of injections and the tablets they swallow. We're talking about surgical supplies, what is commonly sometimes called as non-pharmaceutical supplies. Here we're talking about gauzes and syringes and things that are used to take care of the patients, and strapping and all that. We have had, the other commodities I can mention is X-ray films that we usually use for imaging, and also CT scan, MRI, that is a commodity. The other category of commodities is the laboratory reagents, which we use for testing at the various hospitals, because that is key before we can do any diagnosis or undertake any care in both in the wards and in theatre. In terms of commodities, there have been challenges, particularly with the aspect of cash flow. I do know, hopefully, that the members are aware that there has been a cash crunch in the country, and we do not live in an island as Machakos County and as the government of Machakos County. Therefore, the main challenge has been the issue of cash flows. Our main suppliers have been KEMSA, Kenya Medical Supplies Agency. They are an authority in terms of supplying of healthcare products to public facilities. As at now, we have been paying them regularly, as and when we can, depending on the cash flow. We have been very prompt in processing the payments. As at now, we have an outstanding debt with KEMSA for 102 million. Initially, it was 132 million, but 30 million was paid about 3 weeks ago. Right at the beginning of this year, we paid 30 million. So as it stands, it is 102 million. That is what is outstanding to KEMSA. A quick comment to the members of the House is that KEMSA usually categorizes debt in terms of age. So there is debt that is 30 days old, there is debt that is 60 days old, there is debt that is 90 days old. Any debt, once debt becomes older than 90 days, then KEMSA considers that they cannot supply any further until you clear any debt that is above 90 days. As at present, Machakos County debt to KEMSA that is above 90 days is 84 million out of the 102 million. Therefore, this is what they're urging us to pay so that they can allow us to draw commodities from them. However, I will also add to that quickly that when it comes to COVID-19 commodities, that is the PPEs, personal protective equipment, the masks, surgical gowns, things that we need to protect our healthcare workers from COVID-19, KEMSA on principle has agreed to provide us with the COVID-19 consumables and even including gloves, despite our having a debt that is over 90 days old. So when it comes to COVID-19 commodities, those ones we can get at any time in any quantities without any restrictions, as a matter of principle, and I think as a matter of policy by the Ministry of Health. So, Madam Speaker, those are my comments in terms of service delivery, put in 4 categories. That is 1, human resource, 2, equipment, 3, infrastructure, and 4, commodities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I suggest, honorable members, we first finalize on the issue of level 4s and level 5. All right? So what are the reactions from the members on what the CEO, Dr. Mova, has said? Honorable Ngunga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Chair Lady of this Oversight Committee.
Ngunga, you can also use this so that you are comfortable.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I need to maybe get to clarification from the Chief Officer who has just addressed the House. He's very articulate, very, very articulate, I think, and I think he has a few tips on his fingertips. I just want to find out from your department. We understand 3 or 4 years ago, I think Machakos County and a few other counties have been on universal, is it healthcare?
Yes.
And I think the government has been injecting a lot of finances into your department. to enhance on service delivery in terms of pharmaceuticals and even those non-pharmaceuticals. And I am aware that I think last 6 months, I think the government has withdrawn. How has that impacted on service delivery and delivery of drugs to the county? Thank you.
Honorable members, I suggest that we do one at a time because a question has been put across so that we don't bombard the CEO with lots of the questions. You right? It's better. Are we in agreement? Yes. So please proceed and respond to that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mheshimiwa, for that question. I will give a quick background about UHC, the universal health coverage, which was done across the country in 4 pilot counties. We were one of the counties, Machakos County, Isiolo, Nyeri, and Kisumu. Under the universal health coverage pilot program, Machakos County government, directly to the Ministry of Department of Health, we were funded to the tune of 787 million. That was for the period between...
Now, the question was straight, Dr. Mova, allow me.
Yes.
We want to know, one, is it true that the UHC program is no longer in operation in the counties? 2, if it is not, what has been the impact, if any, on the delivery of health services in the county?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was actually my next sentence. The USC pilot program ran between November of 2019 to November of 2020. After November 2020, the funding for universal health coverage ceased. So to answer that question, it has stopped. Secondly, what has been the impact? The impact has been felt because, first of all, of that funding, 160 million was going towards operations and maintenance of our level 4 hospitals and level 5 hospitals. So clearly, once the operations and maintenance cash is reduced, it causes some challenges. And when you talk about operational and maintenance, we are talking about fuel, we are talking about payment of utility bills such as water and electricity, we are talking about the commodities themselves. So yes, we have had an impact. Of that 787 million, there was 398 million that was paid directly to KEMSA for the supply of commodities. So clearly, once those commodities are not available to us, the county government of Machakos has reverted to its own resources, such as before, and that is what we are continuing with. So with the resource envelope available to us, which is obviously limited, and loss of 398 million is a significant amount, there have been constraints, and therefore these constraints have been felt. Now, the constraints are being felt more now than before because, of course, there was a lag phase whereby we would work as hard as we can to ensure that we use our resources optimally. But as time goes, a lot of our patients or our clients, residents of Machakos County would come. They will say they are on UHC, and since that program has ended, we have had challenges of having to keep up with the demand. So yes, the program ended in November 2020 after 12 months, and yes, it has had an impact on the operations and maintenance and service provision to the people of Machakos.
Right now, when you're answering that question, can you restrict yourself to the budget that was passed by this House as at 30th of June 2021? The current financial year, we have a budget for health. And there was a budget for the delivery of services, health services. And the budget was passed 2021. Yeah, it was passed before the withdrawal, no, after, long after the withdrawal of the UHC health support, isn't it?
Correct, Madam
So
Speaker.
just address yourself on the funding from the current financial year budget for the county.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was answering in terms of
The question, the way it came.
The way it came, but
Right.
I can give further clarification.
Okay, so members, Honorable Mudhoka. Yes.
Oka, MCA Mitaboni Ward.
Make sure that the hands are captured, so speak as closely as possible.
So I have
To
few
the
questions.
mic.
I have few questions to the CEO. Is he aware that even a simple X-ray in level 5, you have to be sent in imaging center to do a simple X-ray? And the prices there, an X-ray which in Nairobi can cost 3,000, there is around 10,000. Is he aware? Is he aware people there in the hospital, patients, before you enter the hospital, you are told to go and come with gloves. Even a lady in labor, she's sent to go and collect gloves. 3, is the CEO aware that there are cartels? There are cartels in the level 5, which sometimes sabotage the services inside there. Thank you.
We agreed we go one by one, members. But I think we don't need to mince words. Even if we sugarcoat what we are saying here, the hue and cry outside there is huge. Because the cry is that there are no drugs in the hospital. As you have told us, they are called commodities. They are saying even a glove to attend to a patient is required to be purchased outside of the hospital. And whatever we are doing here, let us just deal with that. When you tell the public a lot of history or UHC or what, they will not listen. They want to know why are there no drugs. And for the assembly, it knows it passed a budget. I think the health budget was about 4.3 billion in the current financial year. And we have been looking at releases of funds because it is public knowledge. The COB reports are there. So what is happening? Why is there no medicine in the hospitals? Why are there no X-ray services in the hospitals? The members here are being roasted every day by the public. And they are being forced now to start answering questions which they cannot answer because their work was done the minute they passed the budget. So what happened to the budget? As of now, we are on the 3rd quarter. On the 3rd quarter of the financial year, current financial year. We're already done with the 6 months down the line. So that is just where we are. Whatever it is we are sitting here, there's just one issue. Why is there no medicine in hospitals? And now we are dealing with you on level 5, which is a referral hospital for the county. You are also to address level 4s. The same question is likely to come up for level 3 and below. So let's just deal on that issue. We have just one issue, members. Unless you have a different issue for the time being. He's asked a question. We want to give him the ability to answer step by step. Honorable Kaloki, you said let us deal with one issue. And remember what I've just clarified is the issue in this room, the elephant in this room.
It's similar to Mheshimiwa Gunga's question on UHC. So I wish he could probably
let's deal
respond.
with that issue which has brought us here. We said we don't even, UHC we know.
And it's very critical, Madam Speaker. I wish you could listen to me.
Honorable Kaloki, please resume your seat. Let us hear from him. If whatever it is he says is not satisfactory, we'll take it up on UHC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On issues of commodities, I will start with very directly with the question that you've asked first. The House passed a budget, and the budget was made available to the Department of Health. How come with a budget we are not providing commodities optimally? My first comment will be that of the whole total budget we are given for commodities, that is drugs and non-pharmaceuticals, has been fully committed and payments have been done on that budget. Therefore, as we speak, we cannot speak of resources which are yet to be utilized by the government of Machakos, by the Department of Health in providing these services. So there are no resources lying idle while our people are suffering. So we are fully processed. In fact, as we say that we have paid KEMSA, we do not have a budget line to actually make any further payments. And therefore, what we're experiencing now in our hospitals, even if I may answer, is not because this budget was not utilized. It's because the budget was fully utilized. Our suppliers have supplied. We have paid the ones that we can. And some like KEMSA, whose debt I've just mentioned is over and above the 90 days and they cannot supply us anymore, have ceased supplying us unless we pay them further. But we are still constrained by the budget. I may add to that quickly. Even despite this, there was a point towards the end of last year, we actually went into negotiations with KEMSA. We paid whatever we were paying, and we told them not to consider it in our debt and to supply us. We paid 50 million and we received 50 million. And therefore, they supplied us. So we have done everything that we can within the resources we have. Even recently as last week, while we are waiting for the supplementary budget, whereby we have factored a further budget for our commodities, as you're waiting for that to be passed and approved so that we can continue to procure and also supply commodities, we have done a reallocation within our own budget. And with that reallocation, we realized some 30 million because when it comes to reallocation, we are constrained by the percentage we can remove from any particular vote line. Therefore, it can only have a minimum impact. But that minimum impact is important still because it is an impact. And we were able to come up with a 30 million budget, which we're now paying. We have processed for payment so that we can receive commodities. So in the next, by the end of this week, we should be receiving commodities for about 30 million, which are going to be distributed to all the level 4 hospitals and are going to trickle down to the other facilities. So answering that question, it is a matter of cash flow constraints, and also it's a matter of our budget line being exhausted. Supplies came, and now we are working on paying.
Okay, we hear you, Dr. Mwova. We hear you. So, Honorable Museku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chief officers present. I've heard what Dr. Mova has said in terms of matters budget. And my first question normally is, who prepares the budget? The budget is not prepared by the County Assembly. The budget is prepared by your department. So if a budget is prepared and we are saying that, because when I look at it, I've looked at it, you had 129 million for level 5 was only, which was budgeted. And from what I can see, based on the papers I can see here, you have committed the whole amount.
Correct.
Payment and commitment. This is January. This is February now. We still have a whole 5 months to go. So the person who was drawing the budget, were they drawing a budget based on actual expenditures, what they have seen, plus projections, or were they drawing a budget just by thinking maybe the drugs this year will be so much? Because it's unheard of for a budget line to get exhausted in January when somebody actually somewhere was supposed to be budgeted for it in terms of actuals. That's number one. Number two, the provisions have been given here by the finance team under medicine. I can only see an expenditure of 79 million from the attachments I've seen. Most of the other money supposed to be for medicine, I think has been charged to non-pharmaceuticals. Some of it are going to some non-pharmaceuticals and stuff like that. So if we budget 129 million for drugs, then 129 million has to go to drugs and payment of drugs. So what I'm seeing here is that the support I have from finance, and I think the finance people are here. If I'm not wrong, they're here. What I can see here and what you have given as actual as expenditure for Machakos level 5, which is an attachment which I have here, is only 79, totaling to 79 million. What has been paid for as medicines is 79, 968, 738. That is what has been paid for in terms of payment for essential medicines and medical supplies, and that is for the period from all the way from October. The payments were done in October, and they were totaling is about 29 million. I'm seeing we have already exhausted the entire 29 million, so my guess is that the differential has been committed but not supplied.
Correct.
So the amount which I'm seeing you're putting here under supplementary budget of 21 million, because an amount here which I can see, which has been factored in as 21 million to be supplemented. If we already have funds which have been committed and the drugs have not been supplied, why do we need to supplement? We need to be careful when we are doing our budgets, so that we are doing a budget based on actual figures. I remember very well during the budget process, even the operational expenses for level 3s and level 4s had been omitted. And I had to go back to them and tell them, look, you need to put operational expenses for level 3s and level 4s, and because they love operational expenses, obviously. But somebody will put zeros. So that brings to question, are you consulted as a department during the budget process so that you can be able to give your actual expected expenditure, or is this budget being done elsewhere and brought to you? Because the question arises when we are in January and you don't have money, whether it really originated from your department or it came from somewhere else. That is an important question which maybe I would like us to handle before we move further, because if these figures come from you, then you'll have to tell us what was this which was so different that 129 million should have gone all the way to June. Now it is only ending up to January. Thank you.
So we have Dr. Move on that. Move, not Move.
Okay.
Those two names are very close.
Thank you.
Coincidence, you're in the same department.
Yes.
Dr. Move.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, my good friend, Honorable Museku, for that question. I will answer the second question first. Yes, as a Department of Health, we are consulted and we are part and parcel of the budgeting process to cater for the resources that come to the Department of Health in the coming financial year. I will also answer yes, that these figures are not fictitious, neither do we come up with them arbitrarily, but they are based on experience of the previous financial years or funding cycles, and they're also based on forecasting for the next financial year, because we know the aspects like cycles of diseases like the pandemic we have had of COVID-19. We also have an increasing population, which increases at a particular percentage. So yes, we do have forecasting. However, I would like to mention that as the Department of Health, we do give estimates at the beginning of the before a financial year begins or a funding cycle. But these are usually more of estimates and proposals. We'll give proposals on what we need for drugs. We'll give proposals on what we need for cleaning services. We'll give proposals on what we need for utilities. However, every so often, our proposals is not what is realized eventually when it comes to the budget that is made available to us, because there are things like constraints of the resource envelope. We can only work on projection when it comes to things like on-source revenue, which affects the resource envelope. We can also work within the limitations of ceilings, which are made available to, we are made aware as a department. So, and also, the next question might be, who comes up with the ceilings? Is it not us? But I will also answer that the overall thing, the overall effect is that once the resource envelope is limited, or it is smaller than what is ideal for us, the ceilings will also become lower than what is ideal for us. And therefore, every so often we find ourselves having to work with resources or with a budget that is less than ideal. So coming directly to your question, you might find that the ideal budget for drugs, for instance, we did a survey of, for us as Machakos County, with a population of anywhere between 2 million residents and 1.3 million, that for us to operate optimally, we would need a budget of 1.6 billion for commodities only. This is where we have a perfect scenario. And I'm sure the House is aware that the whole budget for the Department of Health, inclusive of salary, is about 4.3 billion, of which nearly 3.2 billion goes to salaries. We're left with 900 million, which is supposed to cater not only for commodities, but also for operations and maintenance, and also development, that is construction and purchase of equipment. So the operations and maintenance budget we're working with is 400 million. So this is about a quarter of the ideal expenditure for drugs. Therefore, we work in a less than ideal situation. It is less than perfect. The budget we get is less than perfect. No one is to blame. It is because of the resource envelope aware. We are not an island as a government and as a county in the Republic of Kenya. That is why we can have less than what we actually require, but we do the best within that. We prioritize what we need to buy. We prioritize what we need to build, so that with the resources that we have, we can have 80% effect, even from the 20% resources that are available to the Department of Health. I do hope I've been clear. Thank you.
Because just a little, Honorable Museku, what the public is saying. If you go to the population that is on the boundaries, you'll hear them, like those in Kithioko, they say they are going to Kitui Hospital because they'll find medicine there. Okay? If you go to the side of Ndidhine, they are saying they're going to Muranga. People here in Kalama are saying they're going to Makueni. In fact, in Kalama, they were so incensed, they're saying that they're even transferring registration of voter to Makueni. So why is it that it is just us, even if there's cash flow from the National Treasury? How are those others managing? At the river, they're going to Kitengela. Mulolongo, they're going to Kitengela. That's a true status on the ground. So the members here find it so difficult to explain to the members of public. Honorable Museku, still following on your issue.
Let me just comment on the issue of budget. Because I'm in the committee, the budget committee. I think as a budget and as a county, we prioritize health. As a budget of this assembly, we prioritize health for our people. And there is not one single time the health budget has been brought here, we have not increased it. We don't reduce, we increase. Therefore, if somebody somewhere, because from the way you are talking like you have been well fed with that jargon of resource envelope. Somebody is trying to, because you are not a finance guy, where are you getting resource envelopes from? You are a daktari. So somebody somewhere is feeding you with resource envelopes. And those what they are calling resource envelopes, we are the ones who know where the resource envelopes are here in the budget committee, and we allocate you all the money we can. So have you brought a budget before the House which says for us to be able to provide all the medicine to our people, for us to ensure that our people are all comfortable, we need this much, and this House has said no? So that person who is sharing that resource envelope and saying and prioritizing construction of roads, prioritizing foreign trips, prioritizing printing and stationery, and other non-essential services, in as far as you are concerned, at the expense of health, is one who is telling you about resource envelope. What the people of Machakos want to know is that the equitable share is brought here, and the 70% of it needs to go to recurrent expenditure, and 30% to development. We have our own source revenue, which we collect about 1.5 billion. 70% of that needs to go to recurrent expenditure, 30% to development. So it will look unrealistic for us to say Makueni, like Honorable Madam Speaker said, Makueni are having drugs, Kitui are having drugs, Muranga are having drugs. We are all receiving from the equitable share money. Believe you me, Machakos has more on-source revenue than Kitui and Makueni. We have more on-source revenue than Muranga. So it's not making sense to tell our people that we are not being able to cater for your drugs because we have limited resources in as far as, because if you don't have health, then you don't have anything else. Health is the foundation of everything else. And therefore, that is why, as an assembly, we prioritize health. I even remember calling you people and telling you that the money for level 5 support, the 386 million, I do not seem to be able to see it in the 4.3 billion. Can we add it there? Didn't I not do that? So because we must ensure that our people's health is secure before we can secure anything else. What is the purpose of having money for development when your people are dead? You will be developing the roads for who? Whom will we be chimbering the boreholes for? So our first priority should be health. And therefore, when you are doing your budget and presenting it before this house, you must ensure you present a budget which is what you know will be able to cater for our people to be as comfortable as possible. I'm not saying that we are going to cater for each and everything. But the hue and cry we are hearing, and we are just in December, is what is making us now wonder, how are we going to survive until July? Because you're already now here in December, and everybody is up in arms. They don't have drugs, they don't have this. When I look at the figures here, medicine has been paid. Non-pharmaceuticals have been paid. I've seen a very good chunk of money going to withholding tax to suppliers, which is here, 79 million shillings going to non-pharmaceuticals, gloves, and all these other things, payment. If we can spend 79 million on pharmaceuticals, how comes the hospital does not have a glove? Kienda pale hospitali unaambiwa ukanunue gloves across the road. But the books show we have spent 79 million on non-pharmaceuticals. So somewhere in all this, something is not adding up. Either the figures we are seeing here are not adding up, or those supplies, when they come to your institutions, are finding their way out of those institutions to where the people are being directed to. Somebody told me in Matu, unaambiwa ununue gloves. You are told to buy gloves. And then you are told, go and buy from the gate. Yule askari wa gate, anakuanga nazo. The institution does not have gloves, but the security guy at the gate has gloves. So it is those cartels, Daktari, which we need to face head on. Because unless we face those facts, this house will keep on factoring money in here. 4.3 billion of a budget of 12 billion is a third of the budget. We are giving a third of the entire budget to health. That tells you how this house puts into consideration the health of our people. So when we pump so much money there, and then we still hear hue and cry outside there, well, sincerely we have to question. And therefore, I believe those cartels you're hearing other members saying need to be looked into. So that we can say, are we being able to account for each and every cent which is being given by this honorable house in the budget? Because if we were doing that, for sure, our people will not be crying. Thank you.
You want to respond to that? Dr. Mwova? Can you go on record, Honorable Kamitu?
Madam Speaker, my understanding, the statement that Dr. Mova is trying to make is like the National Treasury has not been giving Machakos anything. Because I was in the government, Madam Speaker, and procedurally, the National Treasury, in every month, there are funds that are given to the counties as you are talking about Makueni, Machakos. Now, moreover, to me, it's like he's trying to tell us that Machakos County has not been receiving money, even on monthly basis, in regard to health and in definition of health, the emergency. These are emergency services like the police. They are those priorities that are given in the government. The police services, the emergency service, that is the health. So I'm wondering, Mova, please come clearly. Just tell us, in your schedule and in your requisitions, you have not been making those requisitions in regard to, so that we may stop the outcry, which is now being experienced because it is an outcry which is practically on the ground. And again, Dr. Mova, allow me. You could be giving us answers with a schedule that this is in every month, or from July last year. This is the money that I've been receiving, and it has not been sufficient. And during our cabinet sittings, as an emergency, this is the communication that I've been responding.
Order, members. Those who are murmuring, please don't do it in a manner that disrupts the member who is addressing this meeting.
Madam Speaker, it will be very proper for Dr. Mova to be telling us now as an outcry, because he's not living outside Machakos County. We started having this outcry, and he's very much aware. He could now be giving us his requisition, his outcry to the cabinet that now this is the position, and we have not been receiving sufficient money. So, as a county and as a department, as the accounting officer, this is exactly what I have done. Otherwise, my appeal or my simple question is, Mova, can you give us a schedule that you've been requisitioning money, and give us a schedule that you've been receiving money, and this is the shortage, and this is that money that I've been received, this is how I have used it in regard to trying to comb.
Minority, we
Yeah.
hear you.
Thank you,
Members,
Madam Speaker.
When you are putting a question, please don't make it very long, because even for the respondent, the person to respond gets lost. Just be to the point and brief.
Speaker, I think Mova, I think you have gotten my sentiments, because procedurally we must be receiving money from the county treasury. I mean, from
Honorable Kamito, we have heard you. We have heard you. Money has been coming. We have reports from the COB. And you know, Machakos cannot be discriminated as a county. The question still remains, how are the others having medicine in their hospitals? We have quite a number of, we give priority to those who have not raised any issue, but he's supposed to respond. Remember, he has been asked some questions, and mainly what on budgeting. Why would it be that health, being an essential service, appears not to have sufficient budget? But we have budget for others, and that is a proposal from the executive to the assembly. The assembly comes and passes what has been requested for.
Madam Speaker, kindly.
Do I answer that
On
first?
the same, you want to build on the same question? Okay.
Yes, I would like to request the chief.
Johanna.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to ask, as he gives his responses, please let's be factual. And if possible, you can even present evidence on what you are presenting to this committee. I want to believe that as Honorable Museku put it, we gave you a budget. I'm expecting you had the projections, not to last you a half a year, to last you the whole entire year. And from the other end, we have been receiving funds, as Honorable Kamito has put it. Can we be able to...
We have the Appropriation Act. Dr. Mova, you can be given the Appropriation Act that was passed for the current financial year.
As you give your response, can you provide the committee with your projections and how you have been able to serve them with the funds, whether they were monthly or quarterly projections. We want to deal with realities, not just statements, theories. We want to be factual. Thank you.
Madam Speaker. Still related to that?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
My concern is that I don't see Dr. Mova noting down on any paper the questions that are being flooded, or they are just sticking in the mind. Excellent.
Maybe.
So let's go on. Let's go on. Related to the issue of budgeting.
I have something different, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Stephen Mwanthi. Yes, you hold on. The Speaker is addressing the sitting. So the question, if it's going to be still to Dr. Mova, it should relate to the budgeting, the proposed budget they brought, and the approved budget, and how they did the projections up to this state where we are. We are just halfway the financial year. And then should also answer, why is it that the counties around us have medicine in their health facilities, going by what the population in Machakos is doing, those on the boundaries going there for treatment. So if it is related to those two members, please let him note so that he can answer all the questions together. Honorable Masesi. Very brief, to the point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Cosmas Masesi, Matungulu Steward MCA to this County Assembly. Madam Speaker, I just want to add on what Honorable Museku said, that we have always approved the proposals from the department towards health matters. And Madam Speaker, I'm wondering when the 79 million was used, because all the way from June, we have had cries within our facilities.
Okay, address the issue of 79 million being spent or indicated as having been spent on non-pharmaceuticals
Yes,
or
yes.
pharmaceuticals.
And again, Madam Speaker, I don't think whether our on-source revenue declining affects anything to do with this recurrent, because we have always been told that any deficits on the on-source revenue will always affect development. But Madam Speaker, nowadays we are going to a funeral whereby the deceased passed on within our facilities due to lack of medicine, due to lack of ICU beds. And Madam Speaker, I'm surprised to hear that we have spent 79 million, where we have had cries all through since June. And Madam Speaker, I'm surprised to hear the chief officer again talking about supplementary budgets when we have done nothing within the facilities. So, Madam Speaker, we need to get some straight answers of if the department has been getting money first from the finance department, and how much. And Madam Speaker, I think we also be forced to be approving and confirming if those non-pharmaceuticals or the drugs have been bought for them to be delivered to the health facilities within our county. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Majority Leader, please just state the question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, from what we have heard from Mova, I want him to be clear what is this is saying, problem of cash flow. And if it is real, how much is spending for the health, Department of Health, from the CMB? Madam Speaker, there is also another issue. We are just doing storytelling. These members could have come with the facts. If I ask how much is remaining, how much is being held by CMB on health department, I should be told it is this. Stories of just cooking, Madam Speaker, are going to be going around, and then we will not solve the problem. Thank
Dr. Mova, can you table the documents on the expenditure that you have? Tabling means just putting on this table for the observation by the members.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we can table.
Because the letter that came to you indicated that you bring the supporting documents.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we have brought the documents as per the invitation that we received, and we would like to table the
Yes,
documents.
Nora? Okay. What is the release? I want a summary. Can you look at it and just bring a summary?
May I go ahead and respond maybe to the first few questions?
Just a moment, we want to know whether they can field all the questions if they are related to the first question, how we started. Honorable Stephen Mwandi.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I have something maybe a little bit different.
If it's a bit different, Mheshimiwa Steve Mwandi,
But-
you will wait.
But on
We'll
the same aspect, Madam Speaker, you see, I think we should be including, because all the questions that we are asking Katibu for level 4 and 5, I believe, Madam Speaker, are the same questions that maybe we'll be asking the other chief officer for level 3s and 2.
What you're suggesting is we join all
yeah.
the levels.
Yeah, we can join
Makes
all.
sense. So, Honorable Mr. Mwove, you need to pay keen attention to this.
Yeah.
You can do it as a teamwork.
Yeah, then 2.
For you.
There are some officers that did not introduce themselves. Could we be having some from the Department of Finance? Because some of the things that we are being told by the chief officers here, it's like they want to initiate that finance department, which brings the budget to the assembly, maybe are the ones to blame, not them. In the fact that he's saying he has already given us the budget that he would propose for the department. He has told us it's like 1.6 billion. Did he give that to the assembly? And if not, if that is what if that the draft that he had given, what changed and at what point? I think that would be good. Then 3, he has just said that KEMSA only gives out drugs with the counties that do not have a debt of older than 90 days. But the same chief officer told us there is that million that he gave out, and is anticipating to get some drugs. 1, that million meant for level 4 and 5 all the year for the entire county? And 2, how is the both issues related? The 84 million that KEMSA is demanding from us, are they going to supply, or they not going to? They are not going to supply, as per his statement, because he told us KEMSA will not supply account with date older than 90 days. So, are we expecting or anticipating to get any drugs anytime soon? 3,
I think that should be
4.
like a concluding question. So let's first deal with what is on the table, because the way forward, we want to hear that question now.
Yeah. Then 4th one is, now that you've already exhausted your budget before January, because this issue, I think it is an issue that has been coming over with the members of public as early as October this year. Is it true that your budget was reduced to half? Because we did not have this same problem with that magnitude. Is it that your budget for health was slashed by half, or what is the problem exactly? Thank you.
So, Honorable Angela, still on the question of the budget, the availability of medicine or commodities in hospitals.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is very brief. Trying to reason like a common Wananchi or a common Machakos resident. I don't remember a time in the course of this financial year since the budget allocation was provided when the hospitals were 100% running with medicine, with gloves, with all the facilities working, so that now they are exhausted. At what point were hospitals running perfectly since the allocation of this financial year's budget? So if you tell a layman that the allocation is 4 billion and 3 billion is being used to pay staff, they will wonder, what are the staff being paid for? Why am I coming to hospital to see a doctor who cannot treat me? Why is the hospital being cleaned for me to go to a clean hospital and without facilities and with no treatment? So we don't need the doctors. We don't need the hospitals. We don't need anything. We need services. And if services cannot be provided, we don't need to spend 3 billion paying staff in the hospitals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
At what point did you exhaust the vote head for commodities in hospitals? What date? Because the feeling is that it's been running all through. And a member here mentioned a date of October 2021, when the crunch became even more. So did you exhaust this vote head in just about 4 months after the passing of the budget? Or actually 3 months after the passing of the budget? Still on the issue, okay, Honorable Kaloki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Kaloki. Madam Speaker, I think the purpose of this session was to get responses or answers that can empower the whole system. The whole system is right from the governor, yourself, the MCAs. We need to have answers that we can communicate to the people who elected us. We have been getting questions, issues have been raised. We have been fought left, right, and center. So, Madam Speaker, what I want to hear from the Chief Officer is probably an itemized expenditure, telling us exactly how the money was spent, where it was, if you paid, say, for example, KEMSA, so much money on this date, and the supplies went to the following facilities. Because we have people whom we report to. We have people who send us here. We need to have answers. We need to know what exactly to tell them. It's a serious concern. And especially to us, Washimiwas, I mean the MCS. Every day, every morning, we are getting requests from people. I want to buy drugs. I've been given a prescription. There are no drugs in Kakoyone, in Kangundo, in Mukuneke. And I need to have some answers. We need to know exactly. I sit in the budget committee, as my colleague Moseko said. We gave you the money. Could you kindly tell us how the money was exactly spent, where and when, so that we can have answers to our people? The other question, Madam Speaker, if you allow me, it's a concern. I heard about UHC. It expired sometimes in 2020. Yet, Madam Speaker, this is a communication that has never been communicated to our people. Our people have been taken round and round in our facilities. Or we cannot see your name in the system, or we cannot do this, we cannot treat you, could you kindly do this and that? So could you also kindly explain why this has not been communicated to the members of the public to know that there is no more UHC? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, remember we are sticking, that one you can put it on the side, you park it somewhere on UHC. We want to finalize with the first aspect of the issue. So we have Mheshimiwa Kieti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Cosmas Kieti, representing Lower and Kan Ward. Madam Speaker, I have one question. Out of experience in our budgets that we do, I want to ask our Chief Officer, what ran out first? Is it the money that the department had been allocated, or the supplies? Because out of experience, we do budgets in our homes, believing that whatever we are buying will get or will take us throughout the month. So the budget that you brought to us was supposed to run the department up to the next financial year. And that is why I'm asking, what ran out first? Is it the cash the department that projected, been allocated, or are the supplies? Because once we are given the money, then you ought to have done the supplies. Then the other question, I believe that you have experts in the department. And out of experience, we need to, the department should have control measures that may trigger inventory in such a way that in case you are running out of a certain commodity, the inventory because now we have the computerized systems, inventories. The inventory is supposed to trigger a signal that you are running out of this type of commodity or this type of supply, and you need to do you need to reorder the same commodity before you run out of the supply. Why do we wait for supplies to be exhausted when we have experts in those departments? Because I don't expect us to be crying about we don't have this drug, we don't have this, we don't have needles, we do not have these kind of things. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I sit down, Madam Speaker, do we have a policy in Machakos County? Because the other sometime we went to one of our sister counties, and we found that they have a policy that no pharmacy or hospital should be situated next to the government facilities. Do we have a policy, such a policy in Machakos? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Right, we will have a response to the questions, because his responses may end up answering some of the questions, but I appreciate we have the chair, the vice chair of the Health Committee, Honorable Pauline. A confirmation.
Come to the house that in the health department, there is no one single time. Since I came to this assembly 5 years ago, we've had enough commodities in our hospitals, not even a single time. So I think the issue is not even the resources as such. Maybe you should tell us what the problem is, because I don't even think.
So it's been a perennial problem throughout. Let's hear what responses he has so far. We'll still come back to another round of the questions if the answers don't answer the
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
the questions which have not been put.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members of the House. I'll start with the question of insufficient budgeting. How is it that we seem to have spent more than can be seen? I would like to bring to the attention of this House that any budgeting for any financial cycle does not operate in isolation. There is the aspect of pending bills. So whenever a pending bill overruns in the next financial year, we have to pay it. The Department of Health right now has accrued a pending bill of about 262 million. I think that is the information that is available to the House. We have been communicating with the committee and the clerk of the committee. So some of these payments are towards pending bills. Like for instance, when we came into this financial year, we came with a pending bill of about 130 million from KEMSA. Therefore, we are managing the resources that we have to ensure that we pay pending bills at the same time as we project our expenses to run the department. I would like also to make mention that it is now a requirement that for every expenditure, we must demonstrate an effort towards paying the pending bill. Honorable Committee asked me, what have we done? The resources have run out. One of the things we have done as we are waiting for the supplementary budget is that we have done a reallocation, as I've just mentioned here. We have done reallocations, realized 30 million. We have paid the question that was asked by Honorable Cosmas, where is the 30 million going to? Is it going to KEMS or elsewhere? That money is going to Mission for Essential Drugs and Supplies. It is an equivalent of KEMSA, however, it is more for the faith-based. Why have we gone for them? Is because with the current crunch that we have, particularly because hospitals have been really hit, we wanted to go to a facility, to a supplier who is more reliable in terms of specialized commodities. KEMSA supplies us, they do have specialized commodities, but the advantage with Missions for Essential Drugs and Supplies is that even if they do not have what we require, they can always get it for us. So that is how it was chosen. And how did we arrive at this decision is because we had many, in fact, last week but one, we had many consultative meetings between the Department of Health, County Treasury, and the Office of the Governor to see what we can do. So something has been done. We've had crisis meetings, and that's why we realized the 30 million. Mheshimiwa mentioned that we should come with facts. We have come with facts. However, because from everything I'm mentioning figures. I'm not just mentioning that we paid so and so. I'm saying how much we paid, how much we owe them. So we do have facts. However, as Honorable Museku has intimated, it does not seem to have much
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
Point of information?
Yes.
Cosmos?
Madam Speaker, if I remember very well, we had a supplementary budget June 2021, whereby we captured the issue of pending bills. And again, Madam Speaker, once we are passing the budget, there must be some allocations which are meant to pay the pending bills. They should not come up after we passing the budget, having known that this amount will be going to this kind of specific area. So, Madam Speaker, I wonder when our chief says that they have to accommodate pending bills, which they did not arose when we were passing the budget. So, Madam Speaker, there must be something wrong somewhere.
Those in the budget committee, can you tell us whether when you're doing the budget, there is an item for pending bills? Those in the budget committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no specific item for the budget pending bills in the budget. Actually, the chunk allocated is the one used to pay the pending bills. However, the pending bills issues, Madam Speaker, has been a secret in this county government of Machakos. And when it comes to this time, it will become your problem, not ours. So when you are addressing things talking of pending bills, let us be clear. Because it was a secret, it is your problem. So, Madam Speaker, I'm saying this.
What do you mean it's a secret? They are secret.
We asked in this house, Madam Speaker, we be provided with the list and total amount of pending bills in this county. And we were not given.
You need to be specific then. Don't talk in riddles. Oh, just a moment, Honorable Majority Leader. Can you speak clearly what it is you are talking about, secrets?
It was not provided,
The
Madam
House
Speaker.
has requested for and the details have not been provided.
Yes, Madam Speaker, they were not provided. And we just moved on. So, Madam Speaker, I was saying, I want to ask something also that during that time, during the budget, up to December, we are meant to understand that the budget opens halfway. Now, my question is, if it opens halfway, does it mean the allocations the departments were given was used even at the time people were complaining and even at the time we had universal health coverage? So there should be something which should be more clarified, that the amount allocated was used from July to December, and as we talk, there is no money even remaining for that vote, notwithstanding that the balance was to be accessed from January to June. Thank you, Madam.
Remember, the witness or the officer was on his feet, so we stopped for point of information. Are we still informing him? Honorable Majority Leader, information.
I understand. This time, Madam Speaker, it seems that we forget very easily. We went to Mombasa. We said we are not going to give the supplementary budget. We were told that we put in 1.2 billion. That supplementary was to clear all the pending bills. Under that information, and we did, because you remember that time, Madam Chair, we were being told that the NHIF and other pending bills must be paid once and for all. We came here, we passed that supplementary bill. And
so there was a supplementary
yes, for 1.2 billion.
Act.
Madam Speaker, this animal pending bills is the one which is killing.
Honorable Majority, a point. What you're being told, information, is that you should not talk about pending bills in this budget that we are addressing, because there was a supplementary budget that was passed before the current budget to address pending bills. Are you aware of that as you bring in the issue of pending bills? So that was all information to enable you respond appropriately. And remember, you are on the Hansard. The information is okay from the budget committee. That's why I'm
yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The other additional information is that those spending bills were for previous periods. Okay? At the end of June, last financial year, at the end of the last financial year, we did that supplementary budget. Remember the supplementary budget, we did it in June. Actually, we did the same month when we passed the main budget to clear everything. And therefore, any bills which should have been pending for previous periods, those funds were put in the count revenue fund as opening balances 1st of July. And therefore, if there were any pending bills from your department, should have been paid from that opening balance, which was funds which were put in this count revenue fund pertaining to the previous period's payments, which are supposed to be done, pending bills and that. So the question is, the pending bills you're talking about, are they for current year or are they for the previous year? If they are for the previous year, then we are telling you to go and find out the money which came in the CRF at the beginning of July, which was meant to pay them, what happened to that money? Because it was meant to pay pending bills and any other bills which were done, not necessarily of your department only, but all the other departments, because we did a supplementary budget in June of last year. Thank you.
And now, finally, for information, just to enrich your ability to respond, the aspect of NHIF contributions, they haven't been appropriated in this Appropriation Act. So what has happened to the funds that are collected for the period in question? Because word is that they have been appropriated at source. You get it?
Yes, Madam.
Okay, please address all of that.
So allow me, Madam Speaker, to continue and...
Honorable Mita, you have something?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, you have raised an issue which I have been holding, Honorable Speaker, on the same. Because, Madam Speaker, level 5 has been receiving grants for the last 5 years or more. And these grants are not factored in the budgets. And when you look at the response which the finance department has given, it's that they don't know anything about the grants, and that answer can be only be given by the health department. Okay. Now that we have brought the issue of NHIF funds, we have had other grants which has been coming to the department. Maybe it's the time now the chief officer can explain how he has been getting the authority to spend on these grants and how they are being spent. The authority, because any issue to do with the spending of grants, authority ought to come from this house, Honorable Speaker. But yes, the grants have been coming, but they don't seek authority on how to spend the funds. And from the answer, Finance Department have washed their hands. They don't know anything about the grants.
Can you let us know what grants you have in mind, Honorable Mita? Grants from who?
We have had grants from the national government, and we have had grants from people of goodwill, Honorable Speaker.
I think, Madam Speaker, maybe if I can just assist him.
We just want to
we have, for example, the Danida, which gives user fee for gone for Danida. It's normally about 24 million or something like that. We also have 386 million level 5 support grant specifically for level 5 support, 386 million, which we put also in the budget. And so those then now we have the NHIF funds, which, for example, when a patient is admitted in hospital, they pay through NHIF. And NHIF, you invoice NHIF, and NHIF remits the funds, either to level 5 or to level 4, Kangundo. I don't know how they are remitted, but they could be being remitted directly to the institutions where they are being spent. How are these grants utilized? Because we never get an accountability, for example, from your department to say we received 386 million level 5 grant support, and this is what we did with the funds. We received so much money from Danida, and this is what we did with waivers and all this and all that. This house never gets that. NHIF money, when it comes back, we get the hospitals. For example, let's say it is Kangundo, and they have been refunded by NHIF funds. how then does Kangundo still go and say, this NHIF paid for, a patient paid for gloves, paid for bed, paid for this, paid for the things which we paid through there. Then how do they now come again now and say that they do not have those funds? Because if the funds are supposed to be coming and going back, they're supposed to be plowed back into the institution. Are we plowing back these resources back into the institutions? And what proof do we have that these institutions are being plowed back the funds which are coming from NHIF and other grants? Thank you.
Dr. Mova, what you're being told is that besides the budget, which you're saying has been inadequate, you've had other sources of funding. So the question of not getting enough finances to provide for commodities, particularly medicine, should not arise. That's what they're saying. Now you can just respond. No, we will not go on in this manner. Let's first hear the response. We'll come back again, members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Multiple sources of income does not equate to sufficient income. I think I need to make that clear. The fact that we get funding from various sources does not mean that that funding is sufficient.
Can you confirm the funding from other sources, how much it is?
That information is available. It can be furnished to the House.
You don't have an idea and you're in charge, especially the level 5, because it's supposed to be supplemented because of the services that it's supposed to give.
Okay, let me start on that. First of all, for the grants, we have the Machakos level 5 grant.
How much?
That is 383 million. That is what was last received in the financial year 2020-2021. Since then, the level 5 grant has ceased. So this financial year, we do not have a grant for that one. So I'd like to make that clear to the House. There is no grant to speak of as from this financial year.
Was factored in the equitable share. The equitable share was increased from what we were getting, 8 point, I think the finance people know. The equitable share was increased to cater for those, instead of them now coming as conditional grants, they came as part of the equitable share. And I remember very clearly calling you people and telling you that that money, which we were factoring in as level 5 support, has to be factored in to do the things it was doing. Because the fact that we just moved it from being a grant to equitable share does not mean that the whatever it was doing has gone away. So the money is still there. It's only that now you got a higher allocation in your budget through the equitable share than you are getting before. It was only coming as a conditional grant, but now it has been moved up to equitable share.
That's okay?
That's okay. What I would say is, Honorable Museku, we are saying the same thing. We have not denied that we have received funds. I was being factual. That there is no item called Machakos Level 5 Hospital Grant.
It is
in this
included
budget.
in the budget that you got.
But there is no item named as such. I think.
Okay.
Thank
Order
you.
members, order members.
That is what I was trying to say. There is no item named as such. I think we need to be factual about that. So what you are saying is mathematics. Yes, the funds they came in a different way, but as of now, there is no grant to speak of. I think that one we need to agree
There's
on.
no grant.
To speak of.
What are we saying? Honorable Ngunga?
I think, Madam, the problem here is that we have been taking beatings that are not ours. And that is what needs to be understood by Honorable Dr. Move here. You know, if you walk around the streets of Machakos, now nobody knows you. But if I walk along the streets of Machakos, everybody knows Honorable Ngunga. And so when the hospitals have no medicine, nobody knows you. And so these casual ways that we have been handling this department here, I think we better stop that. Other than the idea of saying that we are endangering the lives of our people, we are also endangering the lives of the people that are elected. These are the people's representatives. You saw what happened on Saturday here, in the public, whatever, in this podium here. Madam Speaker was being roasted for things that are not us. People are talking about collection of garbage. People are talking about, cleaning, actually the same thing that we are addressing here about the hospitals, and other people are taking beatings, the beatings that are not theirs. I think it's high time that we became responsible enough. And Madam Speaker, me want to leave. And I want to say, I think we also need to take action on these guys. Something must be done.
Right. We still are on the officer. You understand that you need to respond in the appropriate manner. So we understand the conditional grants have been included in the equitable share. What about NHIF funding? Is it also included in the equitable share? Honorable Ngunga, order. Is NHIF included in the equitable share?
No, NHIF is not included in the equitable share because NHIF comes in two ways, or rather in two forms. One is what we refer to as capitalization funding. And the second one is reimbursements. Let me explain. When you talk about capitalization, once...
What do you do with the NHIF funding? I think that's all that is needed, isn't it? The definition, the what, does it matter at this moment?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do with it? The members here are expected to supplement medication purchases. But again, even then still coming here for appropriation. But at the moment, what has been happening with it? Because we are looking for a way of knowing why is it that we don't have medicine.
The NHIF funds, once they are, we get the reimbursements, they are used to run the operations and maintenance of hospitals.
How much have you received since the passing of the current budget?
We have provided information. I can.
The information, please circulate that information, table office, the information that has been circulated. Table office? Honorable Stephen Mwanthi.
Madam Speaker, I believe there is a grant that that was received because I'm sure there is, I don't know, Linda Mama, something to do with that. That was given, the money was given to level 3 facilities. So if they can just open up and tell us the truth, I think.
For the NHIF, I'll get the information. I had it with me. I've submitted it. However, when the NHIF comes, it's used for running of the operation and maintenance of the hospitals. We are talking about issues like buying food for patients, that is food and rations. We're talking about things like cleaning. We're talking about buying commodities, emergency commodities that are needed, paying for water bills, utilities. That is what we use the money for. And at times where we need to engage.
Members, we need to be a bit orderly. Go on. Go.
So that is how we use the NHIF funds.
But I see there is also administrative cost in the budget that was passed, isn't it? I have the Appropriation Act with me. Like buying water and electricity, that is administrative cost, O&M.
Madam Speaker, as you have just mentioned, NHIF supplements the county treasury funding. So it supplements. We are not saying that if we pay with NHIF, we are not supposed to use the regular budget line. It does not mean that when you use the regular budget line, we're not supposed to use NHIF. As you have rightly mentioned, Madam Speaker, it supplements. NHIF supplements.
And you do it without bringing an appropriation bill before this assembly? You spend it at source?
No, it is not spent at source. Once NHIF funds are received by the various hospitals, they have to seek authority.
Members, can we put our heads together here and now I'll start? You want me to start cracking the whip? Let's hear what the officer is saying.
Once the funds are received, they seek for authority to incur expenditure. That means they have to outline how they intend to spend the money, and they are going to be approved. Now, how the money is spent for each and every facility, they have to sit down as the hospital management team and discuss their priorities. Once they discuss their priorities as a facility without being coerced by any outside forces, they then bring a proposed budget, which is then approved. However, there's a question that you've asked, Madam Speaker, about the appropriation. We have been working closely with the Treasury Department or the Department of Finance so that we can have modalities whereby these figures can appear in the fiscal paper as we are going forward. The challenge has been that NHIF is an insurance. It is difficult to actually budget for an income that is coming out of an insurance reimbursement. For instance, if you have a motor vehicle accident, you will be reimbursed. But however, can you actually budget for how much you're going to be paid for? So that insurance aspect of NHIF is what has been a challenge, but it is a challenge that is going to be resolved. There are steps underway to ensure that is streamlined.
Madam Speaker, I think if I might just chip in on that.
This, particularly to those in the budget committee. What they said.
I think for NHIF it is possible for you to budget. Because you're talking about monies here. And therefore, the same way you put 24 million under the NIDA up there, you know how much on average you receive from NHIF. Why don't you show it as NHIF receipts up there under source of revenue? You put grants level 5, 386 million. That's what you are putting before. The NIDA, 24 million. Why don't you put NHIF so much? It is possible for you to put it because you know on average how much you receive. The resource envelopes we put there are not actual, are they? They are estimates. And therefore it is possible for you to put those estimates in the budget. That notwithstanding, are you aware that from the records I have here, the last disbursement of funds done to level 3s and level 4s was in September?
Yes, I'm aware.
So, if the last disbursement was in September, October, November, December, January, we're in February, how are you expecting those facilities outside there to be operating if the last time they received funds was in September? How are they supposed to be operating? How are they supposed to be buying their operations, material, gloves, and all these other things? How are they supposed to be replenishing? Remember, this House passed a law which said that monies collected from facilities needs to be plowed back into those facilities. I think it was called the Machakos Health Bill 2015, which we came again and revised it in this assembly. So, there are two things here, Dr. which I think, Madam, we need to be clear on. We are not defending ourselves. We are not here to defend. We are here to give facts as they are. Because regardless of how much you try to defend, kama hakuna dawa, hakuna nini? Hakuna dawa. Kama hakuna gloves, hakuna gloves. If people are dying because of lack of these things, people are dying. Our people are going to be dying, regardless of how much PR we try to do here. So we need to face the hard facts and try and find solutions to what we are trying to do here. What are we trying to do? We are trying to find out how can our hospitals be equipped with medicine so that our people, when they go there, they can get treatment. That is the basic question we are trying to address. All these other PR things, we need to put them aside and concentrate on that. Yes.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
I saw Honorable Mita wanted to say something.
Just a point of information, Madam Speaker.
Just a moment, Honorable Ngunga. I've not allowed you. Honorable Mita, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as Mheshimiwa Ngunga had stated earlier, we are not progressing, Honorable Speaker. We are actually going round. And we are not getting the right information we're supposed to get from the Chief Officer, Madam Speaker. With no interest, Honorable Speaker, personal interests, this Chief Officer has served for the last 2 years in acting capacity, Honorable Speaker. The law is very clear. You cannot act more than 6 months, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mita, now you're going to a matter that's not on the table. Please understand, if you want us to discuss his current status as an employee, you bring the appropriate business to the House. Right now, he has come as the CEO, whether he's acting or not, and understand. We want to know why are there no medicines in the hospitals. And actually, that is why we are saying we'll just be going round and round.
Thank you, Honorable.
If we leave that aspect of why we have no medicine now, then it will even be going more round.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I thank you for that correction.
Yes.
Even if we go round, still it's tied together. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mita, what I would advise is this. Let's hear his answer, and then this committee will make a resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, let's hear
Now,
the answer, then we'll make a resolution.
I'm going to another question now.
On the question
Yes,
first of
yes,
the
yes,
day.
yes, yes, Honorable
On
Speaker.
NHIF.
Yes, yes,
The
Honorable
grants.
Speaker.
Okay.
It's very clear the chief officer is not giving us the information we expect. And the language which I'm getting from him, they gave priority on pending bills and infrastructure over essentials, Honorable Speaker. Priority should have come to the essentials, Honorable Speaker. They ought have to have budgeted and procured enough medicine and those essentials for a whole year, Honorable Speaker. Before now, they prioritize on infrastructure and pending bills, Honorable Speaker. The reason I was bringing the element of acting and because there is some sort of incompetence, Honorable Speaker. We are being victims of someone's failure somewhere, Honorable Speaker. If the right person was in that office, right now we would not be sitting here asking about medicine. Because it's very clear. I have 10 shillings. And out of 10 shillings, I need to pay 5 shillings on medicine. Priority goes to 5 shillings. I pay medicine. We don't need to be sitting here asking ourselves questions. No medicine in hospitals, no essentials in hospitals, Madam Speaker. And yet, we know money has been paid on pending bills.
Right.
Before I close, Madam Speaker, maybe I would request you, Honorable Speaker, maybe the chief officer to provide a list of the pending bills they have paid 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That is close to what we are dealing with. So can you proceed and finalize the answer? Remember, there are so many of them you had been given.
There was a point, Madam Speaker, I was raising so that you answers together, and that was brought up by Honorable Museku.
And I'm saying, and I'm giving directions, let this officer answer the questions. If there's another round, we'll take it up with the question that you're raising.
Museku didn't answer a question, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Ngunga, you are out of order. Please proceed and answer the questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And let's not go round and round. Please proceed and answer the questions. But it is very simple. Why is it that we don't have medicine in hospitals?
Madam Speaker.
I am not going to take any other. I've given directions, members. Let's hear what the member has. No point of order? You want to extend the sitting time? This is a committee. It's not a plenary.
The point of going round and around. Madam Speaker, that is where I'm coming in. Madam Speaker, when I was perusing the file which we have, Madam Speaker, I have come across a paper from the table. Actually, Madam Speaker, the paper which is with us from Honorable Patrick Ketuko, actually who came up with a statement as a guideline which can make us, Madam Speaker, move without going round and around. Because all what we have been talking about here is within the paper, but it is not orderly, Madam Speaker. So if we go back to it, Madam Speaker, we will be very systematic and will exhaust everything, and maybe the person answering will do it properly because I hope he has the paper. Even the issue of where are the drugs is there. Even the vending bills is there. And everything which has been mentioned here is there.
Right.
So, Madam Speaker,
Thank you,
can we follow
Kamulu.
that order? Thank
Honorable
you.
Kamulu,
Thank you, thank you.
We started by doing some housekeeping. You have some format that is with you on the table, isn't it? So we can continue and cover it within the questions that were put to you on the invitation letter. This is on the state of provision of services. Why is there no medicine? Simple. In the hospitals.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
you talked of pending bills and you've heard the sentiments of the members.
May I respond, Madam Speaker?
Sure, sure.
Thank you. I do not wish to take this house round and round. I want to go straight to the point. However, I can only be guided by the questions that are put to me. And those are the ones that I'm answering in the best way possible.
Speak to the mic, please.
I do not wish to take this house round and round. I have respect for it, Madam Speaker, and yourself. However, the questions that I respond to, I'm only guided by the questions that I am asked, and these I'm trying to answer to the best of my ability. So I will continue. There's a question that had been asked, is KEMSA willing to supply? Yes, they're willing to supply. We spoke to them. May I continue the same questions that had been asked?
There is a question that is on the table.
Yes.
Why is there no medicine in hospitals? And even if you touch on supply by KEMSA, it is still answering the question, why is there no medicine in hospitals?
Thank you. We are having a shortage of medicines in the hospital because of cash flow constraints. The monies that we had received and the supplies that we had received, we have paid for them. Suppliers, and I'm using KEMSA as an example, they expect us to pay them so that they can supply further. And that is why we have put it in the supplementary budget. There are other suppliers like Missions of Essential and Drug Supplies who also supply us. What have we done about this? We have worked on a reallocation whereby we have realized 30 million, which has been processed. We expect it to be paid this week, if not by Friday, if not earlier, of which they were going to supply us with drugs worth 30 million. So the main constraint why we do not have drugs in hospitals, if I will answer it directly, is the challenge of cash flows.
At that point, if you can hold, members, at that point, if you can hold, what is the reaction by the members? Honorable Stephen Mwandi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm worried when the Chief Officer talks about issue of cash flows, yet according to the documents that we have, he has already exhausted all the amounts that we had given the department.
So there's a contradiction.
Yes, that is a contradiction. We cannot mention about cash
May
flows
I
here.
respond to the question, Madam Speaker?
We are just because we need to go systematically.
Okay.
You are saying it's cash flow problems. The members are saying that is not so. And that's why they are responding to you, Honorable Kingani, Honorable Mark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In that case, on that note, when he's saying he's waiting for supplemental in budget, what I've seen here is only 20 million. Is it going to carry you all through the remaining financial year?
So for the supplementary budget you're talking about, you are supplementing only by 20 million. And you are saying that already you have spent money, all of it, which you had budgeted for, over 129 million. And you want to say that 20 million will carry us throughout the year. And remember, the crunch is said to have started in October 2021. Honorable Grace.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May the officer clarify to us, it is cash flow problem from where? Thank you.
Right? Honorable, please don't call the name. Honorable Kisini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I repeat that question. Why are there no medicines in our hospitals? It has clearly been answered. There must be cash flows coming to your end because so many people approved that there's money budgeted for enough to have those supplies. And I want you to hear me, Dr. It has been proved beyond reasonable doubt that there are channels on how you receive money. And then my question to you, Dr. in all sincerity, and not to take us around, and you will tell us, because this is an honest house, have there been some diversions of this money made to pay the hospitals, to do the supplies and whatever, to other sources? And it is the one which is bringing these problems. Be honest. Might money budgeted to do this, because it has been proved that there is money budgeted to do those kinds of works, diverted to other sources, and hence the problems we are facing?
Right. So the cash flow problem members are saying is not sufficient explanation why we don't have drugs in hospitals. Honorable Kingori, and don't make a long statement, just respond to that aspect, that there is no medicine because of cash flow problems.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable Judge Kingori. I want just to know what he means when he says about cash flow, yet he haven't explained how he got the total amount. Yet we have monthly budgets every time. How it comes that he paid all what he had been allocated within a span of less than 2 months, because on September there was no money which was supplied to any institutions in the county. So I want to know which criteria he used when he said that cash flow is the problem, yet we have how much do we get each and every month, so that we can know now how he gotten his 79 million and the other money he have already spent, so that we know how he got that money, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
So, Dr. Mova, releases are being done every month to the county. What were the releases from the National Treasury in December 2021?
Let me, as I'm answering the question, let me further clarify that when I mention cash flow problems, this is as a result of budgetary constraints. That is why we are having cash flow problems. However, to answer your question about what disbursements were done, I do not have a global view of.
Have a global view.
Yes.
Can you put the CEO Finance on oath, because he needs to inform this House? The CEO, that is energy, sorry. Then we'll bank it for CEO Finance. The information we have is that in December, 700 million was released to the county. Are you able to tell us of that, how much was to come to the health department?
For that, I'll have to be guided by the Treasury team.
Right? Honorable Kamitu?
Thank you. Let me stand, Madam Speaker. Maybe I was not understood when I stood here the first time, because the direct question would be, and that is exactly what I asked, Madam Speaker, since we did our budget in July, Dr. Mova, maybe through the assistance of the experts now, because we have got experts from the finance department. The question, a very simple question, Madam Speaker. Since July, when we did the budget, we have not been, my question was, does it mean that Machakos County has not been receiving any money from the National Treasury?
Okay, the question is right and it is clear. Since July, does it mean that the county of Machakos has not been receiving equitable share from the national government? That is the question. Honorable Kamitu?
And more so, Madam Speaker, as I said, in the government procedure, procedurally, there are requisitions. There are requisitions made every month in regard to development money, in regard to salary every month. So, Mova, in a very light touch, give us the schedule of how you have been receiving money from July up to date, how you have been spending it, and in that regard, to your department, how much have you been given? How much have you been getting as a department?
Okay, that is,
and how is that money?
Minority Leader, the point is made.
Thank you.
Sit down. We proceed. We proceed. Members, is it anything that is going to take us out of this circle that we are making?
Yeah, Madam, I think this.
Is it that we are getting answers or we are not getting answers?
We are not. We are not, Madam, because...
Madam Speaker.
Because...
Madam Speaker.
A moment. We have been told of pending bills. Dr. Mova, pending bills should not arise here because the members said there was a supplementary budget that was passed specifically to address pending bills. Is that the House position? So now, when we talk of equitable share receipts, it appears to be out. When you talk of pending bills, it appears to be out. So what is the reason? for not having medicine.
And madam, we can't say the issue of cash flow, Dr. You need to be careful on it, because I have a document here from finance which shows actual expenditure 121 million. So unless you're saying, do you have requisitions which you have given to finance for drugs which have not been honored? Have you made any requisitions to finance department for drugs? I want this requisition, which they have not honored to supply the drugs because of cash flow problems. Because as far as this document which I have here is concerned, you have actual expenditure of 121 million. And you have actually gone ahead and committed a further 27 million. You have actually committed more than your approved budget.
129?
121 million is actual. 121 million on drugs only. 121 million 494 249 is the actual expenditure. So that means payments have been done. No issue of cash flow there. Those are payments which have already been done this year. And you have committed a further 27.9 million. Okay? It is this commitment of 27.9 million which you say you need a supplementary of 21 million to honor that commitment of 27.9 million. So, when you talk about cash flow issues, you have to be able to tell the house, I have requisitioned for this, I have requisitioned for this. This hospital is not having drugs because here is its requisition. The drugs have not been paid. Here, this hospital, do we have that? So that we can say we have cash flow problems, because finance is here, then finance now tell us where the problem is with cash flow.
In fact, just to assist you, CEO Dr. Mwaba, the thinking was that we want to know what is the cost so that we can deal with the person who is behind the suffering that the people are going through. Okay? Do not hold a brief for anybody. Say it as it is. And this house can declare you a hostile witness. Hostile witness is where you refuse to answer questions just by going round and round. So give us the facts as they are.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've mentioned,
Go ahead.
Thank you. As I've mentioned, when I mentioned that we have cash flow problems, this is born out of budgetary constraints. Because as per the law, I cannot spend money that has not been budgeted for. Basically, I cannot commit the county government of Machakos to an expenditure which is not backed by an appropriated budget. So as we are having cash flow problems, I have mentioned that it is because we do not have the necessary budget. A question has been asked. By December, we are having challenges with the budget. We made a request that our budget be enhanced because we could not get into issue of not having supplies. Excuse me. We could not get into issues of not having supplies, yet we still have a budget. That's why our budget was enhanced. And a member asked why, how come usually in the first half of the financial year, only half of it is opened. We requested for it to be opened so that we can have it fully. And we committed everything. So the main reason why we're having a lack of drugs is because of cash flow problems. Cash flow problems born out of limited budget lines.
I think when I was sitting there,
yes,
I asked you a very simple question. Who prepares the budget?
I will answer the question. It is us.
You gave us a budget. You are telling me that level 5 hospital has spent so far 149 million shillings in drugs.
That is correct.
149 million shillings in drugs.
Remember, I mentioned that the ideal expenditure for drugs in this county.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
You can give this, remember you are under oath.
Yes.
You will give this house an itemized, supported by delivery from KEMSA. You will give us an itemized list of drugs which have been procured totaling to 149 million from KEMSA, which have come to Machakos Level 5 Hospital.
To the county of Machakos, not just
No,
Level 5 Hospital.
I'm talking about Machakos
Level 5, yes,
Hospital
yes,
only.
yes, yes.
I have with me here the document which is showing Machakos Level 5 Hospital has received 149 million.
That is correct.
That is correct.
That is correct.
So now I order that the chief officer will provide this house with a detailed analysis supported by KEMSA deliveries, which can be confirmed by this house from, because we are going to call KEMSA to come and attest before under oath here on the same documents that they have delivered those drugs to Machakos Level 5 Hospital, and that the Machakos Level 5 Hospital is still having problems despite having received 149 million worth of drugs.
Correct.
That needs to go down.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the chief officer should also be able to tell us if you are agreeing that 149 worthy of drugs has been supplied to Machakos General Hospital, then has the same been consumed there? Or has it been consumed? You know, Machakos Hospital can be a conduit where maybe invoices are delivered from a given area. This becomes a conduit, and then the drugs go elsewhere. Because as I think, as the Vice Chair said, the issue of drugs has been there. Insufficiency has been here throughout the year, and throughout the years that she has been Vice Chair. So then, you tell us now you have been supplied with 149 worthy of drugs, and that then the question should be, as you give us those invoices, then we also want to know whether the same drugs have been spent at that center.
Honorable Thomas Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is just to ask the issue of cash flow. There's the issue you are saying cash flow is bringing the problem, but we know, and since we came here, that cash flow problem has been the resultant of pending bills. You have told us here that you use some money in paying the pending bills. Now, what is making you not now commit yourself, bring drugs, and have the same pending bills as you have been having? Because it means you eat through, we spend through borrowing. So what is making you now not to borrow when the outcry is so much out there? We want to see action, Mr. Speaker. We request to see action because the money for this year was spent there, and now you have no medicine. Can we stay that way forever?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I still go to the point. My name is Mheshimiwa Daniel Mutuko Mbevi, Mlolongo Chukema Ward. My question is, we don't have drugs in the hospitals. We collect monies every day. That is under the local own source revenue. Why is it we have monies coming in, and with that we have shortage of medicine? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbevi. Members, do you want to take a short health break? And we come back? Is that okay? It's a constitutional right. How many minutes? 30 minutes? Yes? Yes, it's just around so that
Honorable
we can come
Speaker.
back.
Honorable Speaker.
Yeah?
I'll still insist, Honorable Speaker, as much as we take that health break, we have actually not done anything since we started this.
Remember,
we have done nothing,
Honorable
Speaker.
Mita, we have resolutions to make, and you must make give the people here, officers, audience. It's for you to decide as a resolution that you got nowhere, and then you make the next resolution. We together. Remember, we have Mr. Mwove. We haven't had him. We have the CEO for energy.
My concern, actually that's where I was heading, Madam Speaker, because my belief is we have wasted, though not wasted, because we are somewhere. We have interrogated the chief officer. Madam Speaker, going forward, I would request maybe we go to the next chief officer.
So
because
we don't take a break, right?
Because this chief officer is not giving us the information we want, Honorable Speaker.
Members, hold on. We are going to make a decision on the current chief officer, okay? From what he has given, information he has given us. I've seen that when I stepped out briefly, honorable members, he was asked to bring evidence of the receipt and expenditure, isn't it? Expenditure, actually, not receipt, but expenditure of 149.
A receipt of the drugs which have been received, and then
The
honorable
drugs received.
the drugs received totaling to 149 million, and then how they have been used in level 5 only.
This is commodities.
Yes.
Worth 149 million.
Yes.
Drugs are part of commodities, isn't it?
Yes.
So when he explained what commodities are, it includes drugs. So commodities worth 149,396,334. Evidence of the supply.
KEMSA.
Of the supply.
Yes.
To the level 5. Okay? You are talking of KEMSA. What are you saying about KEMSA? So supply and consumption.
Yes.
Supply and consumption of commodities worth 149,396,334. We need order. I'm reading here, members. He needs to get what he's going to bring. Isn't that what you agreed? You directed him. So he needs to get it clear. Commodities includes drugs worth 149,396,334 Kenyan money, and how they were supplied and how they were consumed. That's what you want, members? When is it supply? When is it to supply that?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, please, on top of that, include pending bills. This chief officer are signed
But we are
for
going
the.
step by step. So that is commodities worth 149,396,334 commodities. That's number one. When is it to supply that information?
There are requirements which you want to attach there. There should be deliveries.
So the evidence should include.
Delivery notes.
Do you start by delivery or you start by the the requisition, LPOs,
And the delivery. Notes.
the deliveries, the invoices, because this is expended money. Deliveries for what? They know all the accompanying documents. We are just making it easier for you. Honorable Kingori.
The internal ones, what I mean by that is, when you get the supplies, for example, you get 100 bottles of mineral water. You want to see how they were distributed to the different departments.
We have said so, and the distribution, records. There must be a records for distribution. Okay? Records on the distribution. That's number one. Number two, on pending bills. Mheshimiwa Mita, what were you saying?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. We can confine ourselves maybe to 2021, 2022 fiscal year. I would request
the current financial year.
Yes. I would want to request the chief officer and his team to provide the list of the pending bills himself he has signed. And Honorable Speaker, I want to put a caution. Maybe you know law than me. This chief officer is in acting capacity. He is signing very useful documents, Honorable Speaker. I don't know to what extent, when I'm in an acting capacity, what I'm supposed to sign, what I'm not supposed to sign. And if there is something I'm not supposed to sign and I've signed, what are the repercussions, Honorable Speaker? So maybe you can tabulate
Let's do this,
for me.
Honorable Mita. He is in office. We will ask for the pending bills that have been paid, right? In the current financial year, in the Department of Health. Is that what you wanted? the paid pending bills in this current financial year. Remember, the explanation was that one reason why the money is not sufficient is because it was used to pay pending bills.
Yes.
So we want information on the pending bills paid in the current financial year to date.
Yes, and with full information, Honorable
And
Speaker.
the pending bills payments must include the suppliers
Yes.
and all the accompanying documents for purchases on public procurement. We know what it is that is supposed to accompany, right? You
Ye-
want to repeat the LPOs, you want to repeat the deliveries, correct?
And also, Madam Speaker,
They know the documents that accompany the payment, so they should be attached. Now, is
yes,
there
and
any
also,
other
Madam Speaker,
requirement?
as also, Madam Speaker, on pending bills, Madam Speaker, it should not be for this financial year alone, Madam Speaker, because I remember, I think it's 2019-2020 budget. That whole year, we never did any project, any development.
But
It
the
was
question,
pending bills.
Honorable,
So it should be,
Honorable Daniel Mbevi, we are dealing with the Department of Health. If you want all the pending bills for those years, it would be right to talk with the Finance Department, isn't it?
for the department.
For the Department of Health.
Yes, Madam
So
Speaker.
you're amending, it's not for this financial year.
Yes.
Honorable Mita?
You know, Honorable Speaker, the reason I'm actually dwelling on this fiscal year is because he's training too much, even to provide information on the previous years. If possible, this House can dictate, maybe for the last 3 years, let him provide the pending bills he has paid, commitments, and everything, so that we go through, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Members, is that okay? Is that in agreement?
Madam Speaker, may I know, please, from the Chief Officer?
Honorable Jeremiah?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I would also like to know from the Chief Officer whether this 149 million is also inclusive of the FIF money that they have been receiving, the user forgone money.
Whether it is including the user forgone fund.
Yeah.
Let's first finalize then on what he's supposed to bring. Do we now say it's all the pending bills for what period? The last 3 financial years?
Madam, put it 3 years, please. Last 3 financial years, Honorable Speaker. What he has signed for, let it come to this House, Honorable Speaker.
The current financial year and the previous 2 financial years.
To put it on record, Madam Speaker, there is 2021-2022 fiscal year,
Okay.
2020-2021 fiscal year, 2019-2020 fiscal year, Honorable Speaker. Put it right.
Point of correction, Madam Speaker. Just a correction.
What's the correction?
You want to correct because, Madam Speaker, you know.
The period for pending bills.
Mr. Honorable Museku will correct and say that when a financial year lapses, and there is a pending bill that has not been handled, it is carried forward. So, and I think that is the position. The pending bill is carried forward. So when we are saying that 20, I don't know, those backwards, all the pending bills as of now are still the pending bills that are there for the whole department.
Allow me to correct you, Honorable Ngunga. I'm not talking about the pending bills. Yes.
Resume a seat briefly. And no 2 of you should be up at the same time.
Yes. Thank you. So I think when we talk about the pending bills in the department, will be pending bills for all the pending bills that are supposed to be handled.
Honorable Speaker, I asked about payments made on pending bills, not the pending. Payments made, Honorable Ngunga, please.
Payments made in the Department of Health for the financial year 2020-2020. Dr. Mwova, I'm addressing myself to you. 2019-2020 financial year, 2020-2021 financial year, and 2021 to the current period. Okay? And any other documentation you want presented, members? Right. So for what, within what period?
Honorable Speaker, These are information which is even available right now,
Yes.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
This is not something which you need to give someone time to go and look for. The information is there in the office.
Can you answer my question?
1 week is
Within
enough,
1 day,
Honorable
2 days,
Speaker.
3
1
days?
week is enough, Honorable Speaker. Okay, with the majority, going with the majority voice,
And you are the one who is conducting the vote, eh?
yes, with the
Okay.
majority vote, today is on Monday. Wednesday we should have that Wednesday.
Hold on, members.
Wednesday-
I'll give the direction, Honorable Mita.
Wednesday is when?
Honorable Mita, please sit down.
Wednesday is
Honorable
when?
Mita. That information, order members, order. Remember, we have a plenary on Wednesday, but we shall have it in the afternoon, 2:30. What is the date on Wednesday? Second of February 2022 at 2:30. So you bring that report here. We will be now sitting again as this same committee. Remember?
When we say it comes with what he has paid, there should be accountable documents, because he can come with the fingers. Madam Speaker, I was suggesting that we get the payment vouchers, we get the LSO or LOP.
Honorable Majority Leader, you are out of order because we passed that long time. We told him what documents he's supposed to come with, not by word of mouth. On Wednesday, 2:30 p.m. Yes, Wednesday, 2:30 p.m. Okay? That's good.
Madam Speaker, as we wait for those documents to be presented, I think we should not also lose track that we had agreed that we passed a supplementary budget which took care of all the previous pending bills.
Right.
So that such may not be used to distract our question as to why we have no drugs in our hospitals.
As of date.
It should be very summarized that we received a budget this financial year, and we were pursuing a path where the issue of pending bills should not have been used as an excuse to the current financial year.
Right.
So we should not forget that that has to be answered. What has caused the issue of cash flow problems? Because now we have agreed pending bills are not contributing to anything in the current financial year, and we have said we are supplementing only 20 million. The remaining.
If we get the report that we've asked him to bring,
Yes.
we'll also have our supplementary act with us. So let's address it when he brings it.
No, my worry,
That aspect.
Madam Speaker, my worry is if 149 has been used and we have seen the impact, will the 20 million cater for the rest of the remaining?
Let's just get back on track. We have finalized with the CEO, Dr. Mova. Order members, order. We finalized with the CEO, Dr. Mova. Can we hear whether it is the same story for level 3 and below from Mr. Move, CEO?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I need to begin by putting it clear.
Speak to the mic, please lift it up. Yeah?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I need also to put into perspective how our level 2s, level 3s, and community health services are going on. So
We're not hearing you well. Please pull the mic towards you.
I'm audible now? Yeah.
It's not, okay.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I need to put into perspective how we've been managing our level 3s, level 2, and community.
Mr. Move, do we have medicines in level 3 and below?
Madam Speaker, I need to put a perspective so that I can get know to the whether medicines are available or not,
But
so
the
that.
thing is, it is known on the ground. Just to assist you, it's known on the ground that there is no medicine. If there is no medicine at level 5, Those people there in the rural areas are even worse hit. So what is the problem that we don't have medicine in level 3 and below?
Madam Speaker, the budget for level 5 downwards in terms of the drugs and the non-farm supplies is one and the same budget.
One and the same.
So the impact is the same, but more of in the level 4, level 5s. In our health facilities, the dispensaries and the health centers, they may be having lesser impact than the higher levels. But of course, we have a challenge.
What is the cause of the challenge for your record, for our record, for level 3 and below?
The challenge is tied to the same fact of a budget. We've exhausted our budget, and that has been put across by my colleague, and we are constrained at the moment. Number 2 reason, we have COVID. COVID-19 has made us strain in terms of our budget, and level 5 alone is taking up a huge chunk because much of the referrals are happening there. There's a lot of overwhelm in level 5, and in fact, level 5 is consuming drugs that I'm told of about 500,000 every day. And a similar figure is carried out in the other level 4s, maybe in the range of 250,000.
Jeremiah, why are you looking at me like I'm the one speaking? With a lot of doubt expressed on your face. Just, if you want to say something, put up your hand.
I think there's a problem when the CEO is saying that COVID-19 has affected the budgetary allocations in the department, because I understand COVID-19 is a matter being handled by the national government, and if anything, the drugs and all other required materials have been provided by the national government. So Mr. Move should tell us what is the main issue or the problem within level 3, 2, and 1.
We do have a special fund for COVID-19, isn't it? Mr. Move?
Madam
So,
Speaker.
and also, Madam, before the Chief Officer continues, it's important to understand that you have vote heads in each of those facilities which you are in charge of, where drugs are supposed to be. For example, if it's drugs for level 3 hospitals, they have been budgeted for. And the fact that level, for example, Machakos level 5 has said they have spent 149 million. So you need to show us that level 3 hospital, how much has it spent year to date on drugs? Do you have those numbers? How much have they spent on drugs? What was budgeted for them? What are the requisites? The most important thing here which you need to be looking at, because when you talk about generalizations, what I'm trying to avoid here is you people are generalizing. There is COVID, there is this, but you are in charge of level 3s and below. So concentrate your answer on level 3s and below and say we don't have drugs because you have not been supplied. Then that is something. You have not been supplied because there has been no payment. Have you done requisition as a chief officer for drugs for your areas which have not been honored? Now, those are the tangible things you can be able to bring before the House. But when you say COVID is a very general terminology. And everybody knows there's COVID. But we are looking for specifics, because now, as honorable members, we are being asked, why don't we have medicine in Mutitone? So what do I tell that person? COVID?
Right, Honorable Majority Leader.
Speaker, that's why sometimes it's interesting when you come here talking about COVID-19 has affected you. When we know Makueni, they are drunks, Kitui, they are drunks, you mean, Madam Speaker, CEO, there's no COVID in Makueni and Kitui, because you don't live in space. We have, these are neighbors. We normally communicate daily. We can see how they are faring. What happened? Is it Machakos COVID-19 only? Others they don't have. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's what I wanted to get.
On COVID-19, as a reason why we have no medicine in hospitals?
I'm talking about that allocation Honorable Museko has talked about. Those allocations, Madam Speaker, they don't reach those hospitals. They can confirm or tell this house whether those monies reach those.
When was the last time that the level 3s and below received allocations? A moment, I asked a question, members. Can we have an answer from the CEO? When was the last time that the level 3s received allocations of funds from the county treasury? The last time?
Madam Speaker, I did allude to the fact that the budget is the same. So it is September
September of
2021.
2021, September.
2021.
2021 is when allocations of resources went to level 3, which means that there has been no medication for that time.
We
And Madam Speaker.
Members.
Madam Speaker.
We need order.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Order, members. Order.
Yes, Madam Speaker. And
So what has been, members, let's hear from the person, Honorable Mr. Mwove. Mr. Mwove, what has been happening on the ground in level 3?
Madam Speaker, good enough, we've been having some buffer stocks because we don't just consume what is available at the moment.
You had
at
some
once.
medication.
We do have some buffer stock to date, but although not enough. So as much as we got the last disbursement in the month of September, we still have buffer stocks, although not adequate.
Right?
And maybe I can clarify.
Mhm.
A member for Modedeni has put it that there is a special fund for COVID that we are having. That is not true, because the last tranche of a COVID grant that we got was way back when all counties received grants, and Machakos was not in isolation, got a grant of 182 million. And of course, that was consumed towards the COVID activities, and that got exhausted. So what we are depending on is allocations that are available for the budget, from our budget, but no special fund is available for that matter, for COVID.
Madam Speaker, what are we in specific doing to those patients over COVID? Because there is nothing they get from the hospitals.
Okay, we don't want to lose track of this question, why is there no medicine in level 3 like we dealt with level 5 and 4? So we have to keep on bringing ourselves back there. We want to know from Mr. Mwove, if you had buffer medication or stores in your stores, so the public has been receiving the medicine they need from level 3, is that what you're saying?
I would say they have been receiving what is available, although not enough. So we agree that there is a challenge. And of course, it is tied across the same reason that was given on the KEMSA supplies, because the supply is the same, the department is the same. So even level 2s, level 3s get their allocation directly from KEMSA to the facilities.
Honorable Angela?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is only one. As a medical expert, you are receiving cases every day of people coming ailing, dying because there is no medication. What alarms have you raised to mitigate the same? Because if we had not called you, I was just discussing with Honorable Ngonga, if we had not called you today, you'd just sit back, pay the 3 billion to the staff, and members continue dying for lack of medication. What alarms have you raised that have not been handled?
Right. So as the officer in charge of level 3, the same question would go to the one in charge of level 5 and 4s. If you realized you're not getting those allocations, what did you do? But even then, we still should not lose of sight of the question we are putting to you. Why do we not have medicine in level 3?
The same answer lies, and I've just put it correctly. It is just about the supplies from the KEMSA, and of course we've exhausted our budget. And measures have been put on how we can now move forward even without the shortage. We talked about reallocation that we did successfully of 30 million last week. We had a special team sitting with the finance team, and then we realized the 30 million, of course, will be able to get drugs from the other suppliers. Remember, KEMSA had a monopoly, and of course, we are no longer there. We have other suppliers on board. We are talking about the meds, and perhaps what we don't get from meds, we shall get it from other quarters. So that is a step number 1 that we did about a reallocation. Number 2, we did talk about the supplementary budget that is in the offing. So those are measures that we put across to see our people get medicines. We've not been sitting pretty. We are all members of the community, and we live with these people, and they are our relatives also. So we feel the impact, and of course, the situation is getting addressed by the available measures. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mita.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My point is, Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with the chief officers not to pass any blame to KEMSA. Because had we paid KEMSA, KEMSA would have delivered. Even if they go to another supplier, they'll never get free medicine. You have to pay for you to get the medicine. So issue of KEMSA should not arise.
Okay.
2, Honorable Speaker, it's very clear. It's very clear. Someone is incompetent somewhere. In terms of planning, Honorable Speaker. Even in your house, Honorable Speaker, with the funds you have, you can allocate funds to take you for the whole month. And you very well know, at this time, I'll not have income, so this is what I'll spend. The department ought to have, because it's not the first budget they are making. They ought to have known for a whole year, we need drugs of amount X. And we will now be receiving them maybe in 3 bunches, 2 bunches, 3 trenches. We will not have been sitting here and asking ourselves questions. Honorable Speaker, I really want to plead with my colleagues, Honorable Speaker. I really want to plead with them. Let them not carry anyone's cross, Honorable Speaker. This House is out to protect them, Honorable Speaker. No one can sign any document to sack them because of revealing where the problem is, Honorable Speaker. From the look of things, there is a problem somewhere. And maybe the big boss is pressing a button for information not to come out, Honorable Speaker. Ourselves, as the representatives of Machakos residents, again, we'll also not sit down because someone is pressing a button somewhere to let our people die, Honorable Speaker. It's either they reveal the information, and I want to put it in black and white, Honorable Speaker. It's either they reveal the information, or they just leave and have other people who are willing to work with us as the representatives of the people get the right information and help our people. Budget is being passed, Honorable Speaker. Someone is being paid to ensure he can allocate funds. How I wish they were telling us, you didn't give us funds. We would now be blaming ourselves. But we gave funds as per the request they brought to this house. Now how do we go back again to our people and tell them there is no funds because of their problem? Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with them, my colleagues, please. You have future. You have tomorrow to protect. Give us the information we want. We are not here to look like we are judging anyone. We just want to make things right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Right, thank you. We have been asking, you have been asked by the members on the availability of commodities in hospitals, and specifically drugs. What about the dues, if any, to the employees in the health services? There are those who do cleaning and security, and then there are those who are the community health workers. That's about health, HR, human resource. Now that there's also a huge bill that goes to wages, do we have any debts with these personnel who work in the health facilities, including the community health workers, or call them volunteers?
Madam Speaker, let me answer the question of the community health volunteers that fall into our level 1 in healthcare provision. I will start by saying they do a very good job in terms of preventive health measures within the community, because they are the ones who are in touch.
Mr. Move, there is a budget for each financial year, 84 million, that's supposed to cater for the allowances or stipends to that category of workers. Have they all been paid? Because we just go straight to the point, isn't it? We go straight to the point. We know they do a very commendable job. Have they been paid to date, the stipends due to them? And the Assembly has been passing each year, financial year, 84 million to pay them.
Madam Speaker, financial year 21-22 that we are in, we have an express allocation of 84 million. And out of the allocation, we have successfully processed 5 stipends. And of course, they are now, we look at the 21-22, they have received 2 stipends. And it came as a 1 batch, of course, with 3 now pending. And of course, the 3 pending stipends are already processed and have attracted a budget, and they are at a IB level, and they are awaiting payments upon availability of the funds. So,
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Order? Point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker, to the Chief Officer. Because, Madam Speaker, the purpose of the 84 million was to make sure that the stipends are paid on monthly basis.
They are supposed to be paid on monthly basis?
Like salary.
Okay. So have they been paid on monthly basis to date, including for the previous financial year?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Stephen Mwanthi.
Yes, to be precise, Madam Speaker, the 84 million was supposed to pay stipends for the last 17 months for the same CHVs, and it was enough for the same. So they are not demanding only 3 months, but the answer that we expect from him is how and when are they going to get now that outstanding balance of 17, close to 17 million. I believe it was for 17 million for the same people.
Has the payment to the community health volunteers been effected as per the budget that was passed, or budgets passed by the Assembly?
Madam Speaker, I will say we have not yet up to date in terms of remuneration.
They are not up to date on the payments. Why?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Why, Mr. Move?
I will cite the cash flow challenge issues that have been put, because every time I do process the payments in time, monies are not available as at all the
Honorable Speaker,
the processed amounts. So I have a current processed stipend of the current financial year of 3 tranches that is supposed to bring us up to date. but the processed payments are lying at IB awaiting the
So
finances.
according to you, you do requisitions for the payments, but the payments have not been effected. Is that what the answer is?
Because of the cash flow challenges.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, you can imagine now, the whole county is watching us, Madam Speaker, deliberating on issues where our brothers and sisters down there, our villages, are being paid only 2,500 per month. And they have gone for more than 2 years without the payment, and we are budgeting for more than 4 billion, Madam Speaker, yearly. Madam Speaker, now they are telling us, the chief officer is telling us, they are waiting for 3 months. And I'm sure the chief officer has been paid for the salary of December. Why is it, Madam Speaker, we are paying some of the workers and they are down, the community health workers are not getting, Madam Speaker, the peanuts? Because 2,500, Madam Speaker, is not a pay for someone who is cutting across all the areas within our wards. And Madam Speaker, they are doing a lot and they are exposing themselves together with their families.
Okay, so they haven't been paid to date. That is the answer the
Madam-
chief officer gave.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and as well I need to put it also clear that we had an issue of the vote line. Of course, during budgeting, we had an issue of the vote line, so it took some time to realign the vote line because initially the vote line was on salaries and wages, and of course that could not go through. So with the indulgence of the committee, of the finance committee, we went through the process of realigning the vote line, and of course that took some time, and as at now we are aligned, and we are likely now to settle the dues that are pending.
Point of information, point of...
When,
Honorable Speaker.
when is the dues, when are the dues going to be paid? Because we are giving timelines, we want to hear. Because you are aligning the vote head.
I expect immediately the exchequer avails the money, we shall be able to pay the dues because they are already at a IB level. So that is just a matter of time, and I think within a week or 2 weeks, we shall be able to clear the amounts that are at IB. Thank you.
Point of
Still
correction,
on that
Madam
issue,
Speaker.
members?
Point of correction, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I think he meant budget committee, but not finance committee. You see, we are, as finance, we've never seen something like that.
Budget committee, okay? Let's go on. There's not much that turns on that. Honorable Majority Leader.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I remember when we budgeted this money, 84 million, was for 17 months. And he's not telling us he has paid for how many months. From 17 months, how many months has he paid? Because it was over 17 months, Honorable Chair.
Members, this is in the current financial year budget. It was the second budget where the Assembly passed a sum of 84 million.
Yes.
There was a previous one where the proposal was to settle 17 months. So in that last financial year, the whole debt of 17 months should have been cleared because the full budget was spent. Now we have another financial year where we also provided for another 84 million shillings. So that is the question, why has it not been paid? And you're talking of a financial year that has elapsed and for which the budget was provided. Now we are in another financial year where a similar budget has also been provided. So the cash flow issue which has been raised by your colleague does not arise, especially even for the financial year that is ended long time and where all the money was spent, released, as approved by this assembly. So where has the money gone? I don't know whether.
Honorable Speaker, I really wanted to maybe to request the chief officer to give one answer instead of giving two answers. Honorable Speaker, initially, he talked about cash flow issues. Then laterwards, onwards, he came up with an afterthought that the vote line was wrong. Can we know where the problem is? Is it vote line which has been delaying this money? Or is it that there is problem with cash flows? Let him give one answer, not two answers, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
If I may also add, if there is a financial year that is already passed and we allocated that money for the CHVs to be paid and it's not paid, did we have the same problem even last year?
Right. So members, we need to be winding up with the CEOs because remember 2:30, we had also summoned for CECs and I'm told there are some who are around.
I just wanted to, based on the document I have here, you paid on 28th of December for the month of July and August this year. 2 months. Totaling to 14 million. So what we are saying is that from the month of August, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, now we are in February, you have only paid these people for 2 months. For this financial year. On funds which have been provided for in the budget. You have a budget, you have a vote line. Because remember, the fact that you have made 2 payments already this year means you have a correct vote line, which you are using to pay. So the issue of vote line does not arise. Now, the key thing here is this, Chief Officer, which I think is important for you to understand. When we say we provide in a budget line 84 million for last year, and you are provided the same for this year, and remember they are no longer volunteers. These are community health service providers. We removed the word volunteers because your department was using it as an excuse that these people are volunteering. But the kind of work these people are doing, especially during the COVID time now, is enormous. Is it that you are not requisitioning for money to pay these people their salaries? Or can you be able to show us requisitions you have made to the finance department which have not been honored from that vote line to pay community health service providers so that we can get to the bottom of this issue? Because remember, there is no gray area. You have either requisitioned for them to be paid and somebody has not paid, or you have not requisitioned. So that we can be able to know whom we are asking. The money which was for last year, which the honorable members are asking, which we had put for 17 months, and which was not paid, we would like to find out what was the balance in that vote head at close of business June 2021. What was the actual balance on the vote head where we had put the money? Because if the balance in that vote head reflects that that money was utilized, then you'll need, as the chief officer who is in charge of that vote head, to find out where was that money taken to? Was it put in the CRIF, and when it came back as cash, diverted elsewhere? These are the issues which, what we are trying to do here is to give you guidelines, because you are accountable. When you put your signature there, at the end of the day, the buck lies with you. When we say we have got cleaning services here, which have not been paid, and the cleaners are out there on strike, and you are the one who has signed for payment to either to the suppliers of the cleaning services or to whoever, the buck rests on you. At the end of the day, you are the accounting officer.
Right. Do we want, Mr. Move, can you respond briefly so that the committee can tell you what resolution it is making? What documents? Because I can see the committee wanting to see documents from you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and the Chair of the session. It is true the vote line is no longer a challenge, so we are now able to process without seamlessly, without issues. So that anomaly has been corrected. And there was a question of whether I'm giving 2 answers for the challenges that we're having with the stipend. It is true. The vote line was a challenge that we have overcome, and the other issue is about the cash flow that I've just alluded, and of course that's a challenge which we cannot escape. It's true they are pending stipends. For this financial year, as I've said and I've alluded, the requisitions have been done fully to that effect, and I believe once the funds are available, the CHBs shall get their funds immediately. And I said in a period of most likely between 1 or 2 weeks. And of course that lies with the demands that Honorable Museku has questioned, and of course that is correct. So the question of requisitions, yes, it is true, they are done in time and they have been done correctly. And the question of the vote line balances, I think I may need adequate time to look at what was left that time and respond effectively. Thank you very much.
What about the workers who are casual workers? Are they up to date on payments at the health facilities, especially level 3 downwards?
And level 5.
Level 5 will go to the CEO, Dr. Mova.
As for casuals that are offering services within level 2, level 3, we have an allocation that of course was put across by Honorable Museku for Mumbone North, and of course it is the Denida Fund which flows directly to the facilities. It is usually in 2 tranches. The first tranche...
Mr. Move, if we can assist each other. Do we have casuals who have not been paid what they have worked for in services, giving services, that is for security and cleaning to the level 3s and 2s? Do we have dues that have not been made to any casual workers?
Madam Speaker, as of now, with the Danida funds, they're able to settle the dues. So as we speak, I'm not aware of any dues that they are asking, because the provisions are there and the facilities are able to manage the fund effectively so that they don't have those dues. So
there are no dues of any casual workers who are giving cleaning and security services to level 3 and below. That's the information from Mr. Move. Do we have any dues to casual workers who are giving cleaning and security services? This is to Dr. Mova in the level 5 or even the level 4s. Are there any staff, casual workers, who have not been paid?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For level 5 and some of the level 4s, we have contracted cleaning services and we have contracted security services. We are not current in terms of payments. There are still outstanding payments that are due to those companies.
Honorable Mita.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe it would be good if you would tell us for how long.
For example, for Machakos level 5, 10 months are pending, and that is due to budgetary constraints. Yes.
10 months.
Madam Speaker, I think do we have the finance people here? The team representing Jacinta, is it here? When you hear an issue about budgetary constraints, in as far as he's talked about budgetary constraints in cleaning services, are we saying when you are doing the budget, you did not include cleaning services as part of the payments, which are supposed, as part of the vote lines, we did not budget money for cleaning services for that level 5? Could you maybe answer that for us?
Honorable Museku,
through Madam Speaker.
We summoned the CEO, the CEOs. Is it Madam Jacinta? She's supposed, can you go find out whether she's finished with the court? The court doesn't sit the full day. She's supposed to have finished and come here. We need the report from her, okay? Yeah, go and find out and bring the report just now. So in the meantime, do you want members that we include a request for records on the pending salaries and wages to the staff? Yes. You remember we gave a list to Dr. Mova sometimes back on documents is to present here at 2:30 on Wednesday.
Madam Speaker, the question I had requested from that officer, that is where that is the officer who actually who works on the budget. So when I hear budget constraint, that's why I asked her, are we saying we don't have a vote line for cleaning services? She would have answered us so that we know whether there is a budget constraint or not.
Honorable Museku.
Yes, madam.
The problem is that this is a quasi-judicial process. You summoned a specific officer. Do you want to get information from a stranger? That is what I'm driving at.
I get
so
you.
We have the officer we
Okay,
summoned
madam.
here.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, let us, about the security and the cleaners who have been not be paid for the last months, as we have heard from the CEO, let's have the amount of money pending to be paid
So we are
for the
framing
security.
the other request.
Yes, pending, let us have how much he pays on a month, and those 10 months we will know how much they need to be paid.
You'd want to start from a point where you want to know the staff on board.
Yes, yes.
And this goes for level 5.
Level 5 and level 4?
Below.
Yes.
So there'll be a list of the staff that are giving contracted services,
Yes.
cleaning and security.
And how much they are paid.
How much is due?
And also we see the contract.
Also?
We see the contract in between the level 4 and the 5 CEO and those who are contracted.
Honorable members,
It is very important to have the contract.
Frame some resolution for documents to be availed. Can we be together on this? Right? Go on.
Yes,
Honorable
yes.
Majority.
The contracts are very important to know how much they are paying, and also the contract document. One doesn't say. Then from there now we know he gives us the providers with the information how much money is pending on security and also those cleaners for the last 10 months. If it's 10 months, because I understand it is more than even 10 months, Madam Speaker.
So, yes, I've
Point of information.
Thank you. So what we are asking is the contracts. Dr. Mova and Mr. Move, the contracts on those who are on contractual services. And then, of course, it will show how much is due to them, or how much they're supposed to be paid, and then how much they have been paid, right? The period, for what period? No, the period of the service. How far back does it go?
It will be stated in the letter of award.
The period of the contract.
And again, letter of award.
The
letters of award to the contract.
I want to understand, there can be contracts between the individuals and the county government, okay? Or is it one person who tendered to provide those services so that there was now a procurement process? Do you get what I'm saying?
From the documents that we have, maybe they can again tell us the reason as to why they've not received something for the last 10 months. Yet from the budget that we have, I can see we allocated 15 million for contracted guards and clearing and cleaning services, 15,143,000.
So that is a vote line that had an allocation of
yes, of 15 million. Has it been paid or?
And the payment has not been infected for the last 10 months, which means it goes beyond
Madam Speaker,
period.
just to add on that information, and as an actual expenditure of 11,905,000.
It has an actual expenditure of 11 million.
Of 11,905,795.
So there should be no debt.
Why are we having arrears of 10 months without payment? Because from the document I have here, there is 11 million which has been actual expenditure on that voted.
Right? Oh my, okay. So we get what we need. We have given the information to you by 2:30 Wednesday. So members, now we do have the CEO.
Honorable Speaker.
The CEO. We have CEO Madam Jacinta, who had first gone to court. Thank you for coming, Madam Jacinta. And we also have the CEO for energy. Is it? Do we still need to have the CEO for energy sitting with us? Right. So let's put the two of them on oath.
Honorable Speaker, just I need some clarification from you, Honorable Speaker. I don't know whether from now the decision you are making, I don't know whether we are through with the two chief officers, because there is an item we have not touched on health.
On health?
Yeah.
Let's have them put on oath, then we can clarify or finalize.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Thank you.
I, Newton. I, Newton Musyoka Mwinde, do hereby swear that the information that I shall give before this committee is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Newton.
I, Jacinta Masila, do hereby swear that the information that I shall give before this committee is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
All right. So, Honorable Mita, what is it you wanted the CEO's health?
Thank you,
before they leave.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. There is an item which we had agreed we'll tackle, and I think it's the only item which is remaining. On unfinished level 3s and level 2s, we have structures. Also, Honorable Grace talked of a facility which is complete and it's non-functionable. So, Honorable Speaker, maybe we can dwell on that and then you give us further direction on the same.
So there is information that has come to the Assembly, and indeed there was a motion. The matter was discussed in the Assembly, that there are in particular health facilities that had been funded by the CDF when health had not yet been devolved. So after devolution, those health facilities which were half completed and some even completed but not operational. Why is it that is so? Because public money was spent on those facilities, and the minute there was change of governance, we have devolved system of government, automatically the county governments should have taken up so that it completes those facilities, and those which are completed, it starts operating them for services to the people. Who is going to answer this between you two?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will do answer. I will speak talking about...
Move.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
At inception of the government 2013, there was an ambitious program of having a community hospital in every ward. And of course, in earnest, those facilities began getting constructed. And for various reasons, I would say, and I will be pleased and happy to announce that we have 22 facilities amongst the 40 that are now complete and are operational. However, these facilities, as we go on, and the construction, and they came about various reasons why some of them stalled. And one could be, like now in Machakos Central where we are, we were faced with a challenge of land. We did not get land. Mutituni ward, we did not get land. And Muvote Kimakimo, we did not get land. So we lost 3 facilities because of land. In the process also, some we also faced we were also faced with a challenge of some matters that came, litigations that came around while doing these facilities. So some of the facilities.
Mr. Mwove, the question is that this had already been started somewhere. Some of them are like just the shell is already done, but it's not completed. They are already done, constructed, but they are just left there, and some may be even vandalized on those parts which could be removed. And the others which were completed and they are just closed or locked up and have not received doctors, have not received the health officers. There's no medication. In other words, no services are given from them. They're just locked up, or maybe not even locked up, just left there. Those are the ones that the challenges, that the concern is being raised.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Speaker. I'll now relook at the incomplete facilities, and I say there are various reasons why they are not completed, because some of the contractors went into court because of various issues that emanated
Madam Speaker,
among the contract documents. So
when you are there, Madam Speaker, can I respond to some of
you
issues?
give specifics or what?
Yes, specific on my facility in Kinanie. For example, Madam Speaker, we have the Timboni dispensary, which was among those ones, which was started in 2014. Contractor came on site. We did a few works and then they abandoned the work. Then 2018, another contractor was also given the project. He went up to almost Rupi. Madam Speaker, the question I would like to ask the CEO, we might be spending a lot of money, we must be spending money paying the contractors, and we pay the whole amount, and then we expect the facility to be finished. Madam Speaker, I would like the CEO to furnish me with information how much was the first contractor paid, and even the second contractor paid. Because I understand some of these facilities, Madam Speaker, they have been paid fully and they have been abandoned. Therefore,
shouldn't it be majority leader
yes,
a case across the county?
Yes. I was just giving an example. If he can provide this committee with information of how much money.
Can we have a member frame what he's
Honorable
supposed
Speaker.
to do with
Honorable
regard?
Speaker.
Members, we need to move.
Yes.
Can we have the direction made to the CEO on what information you want him to bring here
Honorable
about
Speaker.
that issue? Are you going to give me that? Are you answering my question?
Honorable Speaker, I would
Are
have
you answering the
requested.
question?
Yeah, in one way or another, Honorable Speaker.
So what, okay.
I would have requested Honorable Majority to allow the Chief Officer to give his answer, because when we start going to specific wards, that's now part of our conclusion. He is a victim, I'm a victim. And maybe if we start going ward by ward, he might not be able first to, because I want that information which is giving to be captured in the answer, Madam Speaker.
Just
Maybe it will be of good use in future. Thank you,
So,
Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Mwove, why do we have uncompleted health facilities which have stood in that status for years? And why do we have some which are completed and not operationalized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are facilities that are not complete to date, and of course, and I did put the numbers, and some of them we have contractors still on site, because these are also phased projects. So the contractors on site, they're doing their work. These are phased projects, and that's one of the reasons why some of the facilities are not complete. Others not complete is because we are pending court matters between the contractor and the client. The client is the health department, where we have various reasons why we entered into the court issues. So some of them are in court. Number two, there are facilities that are complete and are faced with a challenge of not yet open. And the reason why they are not open is because we have a challenge of the healthcare workers. We've quite a number of healthcare workers who have left service because of the natural attritions. So we are looking for a budget that can be availed for us to have healthcare workers to man these unmanned facilities.
Okay, Honorable Betty.
Okay, Madam Speaker, despite I think Katibu has responded, but as well as when you were asking this question, or else we passed through the chair, who is the speaker, it is about these health facilities that were left behind by the CDF. And just to be specific, Madam Speaker, there are some health facilities that were left behind by the CDF. We followed the procedures and we forwarded everything to them. And even for the last three financial years, we've been allocating monies for the completion of those health facilities. But up to now, Madam Speaker, nothing has been happened. So I was just wanted to get a clarification from the Chief Officer, whether are we expecting them to be done or not, so that it can go to the answered. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Museku, can you frame the requirement that the officer is to present before the House with regard to that matter?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I would say is this. We would request the Chief Officer to provide us a detailed analysis of all initiated, started, and constructed facilities which have not been completed, and reason for their non-completion and expected date of completion, so that we know. For example, Madam Speaker, in my ward and in his ward, we were brought 2 containers. I have a containerized hospital in my ward. That was more than almost now this is going to be the 2nd year almost. And up to now, not one person has been treated in that hospital. All the equipment were brought, that came from the national government, and up to today, not one person has been treated in that hospital. So could you be able maybe to give us, because every year, Madam Speaker, we give budget, capital expenditure budget to the Department of Health. And mostly, 70% of it is never utilized. What is utilized is, what you'll find has been utilized is painting of level 5 hospital, but the actual money which we put for them and the development is never actualized. And therefore, that always gives me a question like, when you are returning funds for development, CAPEX, you have been given, allocated, let's say 100 million for CAPEX. And at the end of the year, you have only used 40 million. So the 60 million, which was supposed to be used for capital expenditure in these facilities, what happens to it? Because if there's a capital expenditure which must utilize is one for health. So maybe, Madam Speaker, that is what I would request they present to us.
Madam Speaker, just on the same.
The documentation that is related to this issue, definitely there are contracts, and one would want to know whether the contracts are still valid. The contracts would show also the contract sum, and there would be an issue of how much has been paid and what is pending. There will definitely also be a report on the percentage of completion of each of the projects, those which are not completed.
And Madam Speaker, we have facilities.
There would also be an issue of how many health officers you need for the operation of those which are completed but not operationalized. And what would be the budget that would go with that requirement? And you would also need to inform the House on the implementation of the resolution that was passed on the issue of uncompleted, initially CDF-funded health facilities. That resolution was forwarded to the executive for implementation.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, we have facilities which are fully complete, like in Matungulu sub-county. They are fully complete, no dues to the contractors, no cases at the court. They have been handed over to the county governments. Now, when the issue of health workers comes in, Madam Speaker, what will eventually happen to those facilities? Because they are complete, and the managers are asking, when will they use these facilities?
On the same, Madam Speaker, can they distribute the few people they have, the few staff they have in those other hospitals, and probably set a date within a week for the facilities to be opened for the community to use? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Are we finalized on that issue? On a requirement, a requisition, a requirement that you want them to bring some documents?
No, the issue of the new facilities, just like what Madam Grace.
New or
says.
those which are completed but not operational?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think would require also the department to shed some light on two issues. Some facilities were completed. Probably to date they have not been gazetted. Others, like my case, we got one health worker and he is hardly in that place. Because I think he's alone. We have too many patients. Sometimes they come to the facility, there's no one, he comes a bit late. When he's absent, like when he's sick, there's no one to sit in for him. The other issue is if they could also tell members of this house on the procedures to be followed, and especially when places where we have CDF projects and we may want to have them inherited by the county government. What are we supposed to do? I don't have one in my place, but I know there are some in some areas which were constructed by CDF. They are not yet completed and they have not yet been taken over by the county government. We still want to use those facilities now that the department, or rather, those functions were devolved. Thank you.
Okay. So now we are finalized with the CEOs, and the report is to come as at the date is 2nd of February 2022 at 2:30 p.m. So now, members, we have the CEO of Finance, Madam Jacinda Masila. What are the questions, members? Yes, we also have energy. We want to take Madam Masila first. Everything is revolving around money. The CEO for energy will still say that they have no money, that they have financial constraints. So Madam Masila would tell us. Madam Masila, we have been dealing with the issue of the status of provision of health services in the county. There has been hue and cry that there is no medicine in hospitals. And even as cheap things like gloves, which are said to be sold by just some of the staff at the entries to the health facilities. So the question is, why has there been no medicine, and why does it continue a situation where we have no medicine in the health facilities? We've heard from the CEO's health. So now you tell us from your perspective, what is the problem? Madam Jacinta. And the Assembly passed a budget. As at 1st of July, the budget for health is 4.3 billion. That's a third, of the county budget. And before then, the Assembly had passed a supplementary budget, which was supposed to cater for pending bills. And the pending bills included pending bills for the Department of Health. So what has happened to the money, and we are now on the third quarter of the financial year, what has happened to the money that was supposed to have been spent on purchasing medication and other requirements in the hospital? And tied to that, maybe just to let you know, there's also the issue of non-payment of the community health volunteers. I know they've been given a different name. And also the staff who are casuals on contracts. Because we have information, a number have not been paid. For a number of months, the information has come just from the CEOs in the Department of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe I start by clarifying our role, the role of the county treasury in the payment process. Each department has an accounting unit, complete with an accounting officer and staff. The reason being each department is supposed to operationalize its budget from the end, so that through the process, through IFMIS, it can be processed to the internet banking level where the county treasury takes over, so that it can requisition the money and pay. The reason, the implementation of the budget is a department affair.
Mm-hmm.
So I may not be in a position to answer specifically. But from where I sit...
Madam Jacinta, sorry. I understand the CEC Health is also around, so we can have him as well in this sitting. Just have the CEC Health come in. So, Madam Jacinta, you can continue.
But from the perspective of the county treasury, our role is to request for the finances once the departments have processed using their budget.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and we have done that for the Department of Health. And where we have not been able to facilitate is because of course, we are waiting to requisition for money. And as at now, we have received finances, allocations up to November. December came the other day, just this last Friday, and we are requisitioning for December. January has not been disbursed. So we are also behind in terms of what we have received from the National Treasury. But as far as the requisitions from departments are concerned, we prioritize and pay what has been received from the Department of Health and the salaries first.
Mm-hmm.
Point of information.
Members, reactions from the members? Yeah, Honorable Betty. Honorable Betty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is just a concern because earlier we had our chief officers. Madam Speaker, we are aware that they normally do their requisition, whereby they forward to the county treasury for facilitation. Madam Speaker, you are aware that there are some pending monies for some staffs over 10 months. And now Madam Jacinta is talking of monies for November and December. So does it mean those monies that they were not paid, they were requested for, and were they facilitated to the chief officers? Because we know our people, because they are our electorates, they are complaining that over 10 months they've not been paid. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So just note them, Madam Jacinta, because there are quite a number of questions.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And the members will expect some answers.
Yes, Madam
So
Speaker.
you have heard that there's information that some members of staff have not been paid for the last 10 months. But now the way you've made it appear is that what is due is only for November, actually for
January.
for November.
January.
Because there was a receipt of some releases in December.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I'll come to you, Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe to on the CC Finance, we understand that the CEOs have been complaining that they have been struggling to pay the pending bills. In this house, we passed a supplemental budget that was 2020 of 1.2 billion to clear all the all the pending bills. My question is, these pending bills, which the CEOs have reported, are you aware of the pending bills and how much in the sector of health, how much of the pending bills are they come to your attention from the Department of Health? Thank you.
Refer to the supplementary budget and put the question to the member. The supplementary budget, which was supposed to address the issue of pending bills.
Yes.
Whether the member is aware that there was a supplementary budget where the Assembly was requested to provide for monies to clear pending bills before the current budget. Honorable Museku.
Yeah, I think just some clarification which is key as a process from what the Chief Officer of Finance is saying, is that the onus is on the respective department. And if you remember during the questioning time, I asked whether there are any pending requisitions remember me asking that question, whether there are any pending requisitions for drugs or for anything which are in the system which have not been honored, so that now we say your department has processed these pending items and therefore finance needs to actuate. The same thing with the pending bills. Pending bills were being requisitioned by department. So for example, Department of Health had pending bills, Transport had pending bills, all these had pending bills. The pending bills which we processed in June last year during the supplementary budget, as the department processed them for payment, so that now when we are asking the Chief Officer of Finance, we'll be asking for specifics that Department of Health, we processed pending bills which were put in the supplementary budget for June. Have they been processed up to internet banking stage for them now, so we can be able to say, these ones have been processed, finance has not honored the payment. That's the clarification I want us to make.
So, thank you. Jacinda, Madam Masila, I'm hoping that you're capturing that line of questioning. We have members, the CCs for health and the CC for energy. I suggest that we put them on oath because in the process of the discussion, they may also be able to respond to some of the questioning and so that they can participate in the discussion. So CC Energy, CC Health, sorry. Dr. Ansent Kituku for oath. Please stand up, please stand up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Dr. Ansen Kituku, do hereby swear that the information that I shall give before this committee is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Kituku, and thank you for coming. We have Madam Evelyn Mutie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Evelyn Kavumutie, do hereby swear that the information that I shall give before this committee is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you, Evelyn, for coming. So what we'll do, honorable members, if you feel that you want to direct your question to any of the members of the county executive who are present, please feel free to do so. So now we were still fielding questions to Madam Jacinta. Honorable Masesi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question was maybe the chief officer finance can confirm to us that because the chief officer's health, since morning they said we've been dealing with the issues of payment to contracted services, drugs, and community health service providers. The delays of occasions up to 10 months, and they were all alluding that there is the issue of money, whereby the chief officer has confirmed that payments have been done up to November. In fact, what we received currently was the money for December, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also let the chief officer confirm that if we have the 3 months payment for the community health service providers processed up to high B, whereby the chief officer level 3s and 2s we said that. And Madam Speaker, again, lastly, I didn't hear the answer to if you have exhausted the 149 million within the 4 months period. What remedy is there for the remaining part of the financial year?
Can you put the question, because it had not been put to Madam Jacinta, the one of 149, the expenditure or exhaustion of 149,396,334. Just frame it in a manner that Madam Jacinta can understand. She wasn't here when you were discussing it.
Madam Speaker, the Chief Officer Department Health confirmed that we have spent the budget, which was meant for the full financial year 2021-2022, amounting to 149,396,334 shillings, whereby they have confirmed that we have exhausted that amount, even in cases where, Madam Speaker, we have not had drugs within our facilities. Just
That
to
was
mention.
for level 5, I want to believe.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
That was for level 5 only.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, the key question is what will be done for the remaining part of the financial year, since what has been requested in the supplemental budget is only 20 million.
And the medication or commodities that were purchased with the 149, 396, 334 million, where are they? Because the public has been complaining that even level 5, there are no gloves for quite a while.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Jeremiah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also seek clarification from the CEO of Finance that some time back we passed a budget here concerning the CHVs, which was amounting to 84 million. And yet, when we go to the wards, the CHVs, majority of them are even threatening to go on strike because they have not gotten their monies. Like lastly, when they got their money was about 5,000, which was on December. Yet, they have an accumulated pending bills on the same. Those who work for health volunteers in the community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue of the CHVs payments is the same. The county treasury will request what has been processed for payment. And we have done so for this financial year. The 2 months they processed, we requisitioned, we transferred to them to disburse to the CHVs. The 3 months they are saying they are processed, which they processed recently. Since they processed, we have not had a requisition. We are doing the requisition now. So we are on course in terms of what is processed and what is requisitioned. And as we speak now, what is outstanding for health in our requisitions is what has come after we have done a requisition. Yes, madam, in terms of...
Sorry, let me just repeat. What you're saying is that the user department, that is the Department of Health, you have attended to every request by them, other than what may be pending, which is likely to be recent.
Which is recent, and that is what we are working on now. We have been working together to have it processed up to internet banking, because we had to involve the National Treasury in terms of some budget system which had an issue, an itch, and they were facilitated.
Before you came, the CEOs for health indicated that the last time allocations were made to level 3 was in September 2021. Honorable Museku, just tell us
I think what we're handling now here, Madam Speaker, is the community health service providers. That's what we're handling. And that is what, from what I'm gathering from the chief officer, is there are 3 months which are now being processed. 2 were paid. There are 3 now which are being processed, because the each which was there in the system has been resolved by Treasury. And therefore, they are processing, I don't know if I'm getting it right, they have made a requisition for 3 more months, and those are the ones which are currently being processed.
Indeed, we are past that, Mheshimiwa Museku.
Yes.
We are coming to the issue of drugs, so that now we can put it to those who are responsible. Maybe they have not been requisitioning. Maybe they have not been making requests to you. So we want to hear everything wholesome, that it is their fault, not the fault of the county treasury. We understand what you said about the CHVs, that as far as you're concerned, it should be only 3 months that are pending. So the drugs, we had been told that the last time there were allocations to level 3 was in September 2021. So is it the same case that no request has come from the user department for drugs supply to the county treasury? Is it the same case?
The requisition that is pending at the county treasury as at now is what has been processed recently.
Yeah, what we are saying is that all the requests they have made to the county treasury have been honored. That's what you're saying. For supply, for purchase or acquisition of drugs.
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Members, are you hearing that? You get what the Madam Jacinta is saying? Hold on. Hold on, Honorable Jeremiah. We just want to get the information, and we are on Hansard here. So the position of the county treasury is that every request that has been made to the county treasury has been honored by the county treasury as far as provision of health services is concerned, except for the recent requests or requisitions. That's what we have? Right. So can we now hear from those who are concerned, whether it is the health department that has failed to make the requisitions that are necessary to address the acute shortage of drugs in health facilities.
Chair, I think we budgeted for 17 months for these healthcare workers. 17 months, and as I understand that only 2 months have been paid, and only 3 months pending.
But Honorable Majority
Yes.
Leader, what Jacinta Masila has said
Yes.
is that everything has been settled except the last 3 months. But that's where we are heading.
Okay. So I want to give that to pass that information to her that we budgeted for 17 months, not the 2 and the 3. we are waiting
Indeed, I indicated so, and let's. I know we've been here for a long while. I refreshed her mind. I informed her that we were informed in the last financial year budget. We were requested to make provision or to approve a budget of 84 million, being 17 months arrears to the CHVs. So the question of 17 months should not arise now because that is a budget that was provided and spent. Then come the current financial year, a similar request came in the proposal of budget from the executive. And the assembly again passed it. And don't forget that the first 184 million was pegged on arrears of 17 months. But the current financial year, when there were no arrears now, which has only 12 months, still a budget of 84 million was passed. And according to the county treasury, only 3 months are due now to the CHVs.
Maybe I need to clarify in terms of my response. The 2 months were processed. We requested the monies from the control budget and they were paid. The 3 months that they have processed, and I'm saying processed, is what we are holding to request in our next requisition because we have the funds. The balance is yet to be requested, is yet to be processed from the department. So I'm not saying that it is only 2 and 3 and now it is finished. No.
So the question, no, it is still the same thing. Okay. The county treasury has been acting on every processed request by the user department. The request that the process, what they have processed for payment, you have acted on, even if it is pending. Okay, let's hear from the CC Health, because he's here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. I need to make some clarification. The 84 million is the annual budget for paying the CHV stipend. So let's correct that so that we don't say it was for 17 months. It is for 12 months, catering for the 2,830 CHVs.
The 17 had come from one of your CEO, but it's okay. Correct the information.
I know what, probably this, I was not here, but I know what he meant, because by the time in the last financial year, there were some arrears, and that's why now that issue of the arrears for 17 months comes in. But the last financial year, as a department, we prepared, and if you remember, Madam Speaker, there was back and forth, as a department trying to explain who are these people. How are they, how were they chosen, and how are they being paid? And finally, we resolved that, and the Assembly was kind enough to pass that vote line of 84 million. This financial year, there is also a...
Hold there.
Yes.
Or CC Kituku, if we hold there, was the payment done now that we are in another financial year? Was the debt cleared with
the payment was done for some months, but not the 12 months. Yes. And and so that, Madam Speaker, I finish. The 2 months which were paid in December, those were stipends for the month of July and August. Basically, the first 2 months of this financial year, Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so now, Honorable...
If I may interject, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, you get him. Honorable Jeremiah, you can now take up after Honorable Betty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I wanted to ask Waziri, he has already corrected, because we wanted to go on record how many months they've paid since we passed our financial budget, which was totaling 84 million, and he has done the clarification. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Jeremiah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My concern is that as we passed the 84 million, I
the
thought...
current financial year or the past one?
The past one.
The past one.
Yes. I thought we were to pay the lump sum of the accrued months by the CHVs. Yeah. Yet they are saying they are dispersing after every 2 months or 3 months. What is the reason which making them to disburse the money in trenches? Yet we pass the budget so that they can pay in lump sum to all the CHVs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so just tied to that, CC Dr. Kituko, is it now a clarification that the last financial year budget of 84 million was used to settle what was due to the CHVs as of that time, so that when we come to the current financial year, it's a new slate?
Madam Speaker, for clarity, some months is what was paid, but we did not settle all the months.
Some months were paid. How
Yes.
many months were they that were paid?
Katibu Lucas can clarify how many months, but if you allow me also to answer what Jeremiah is asking, our wish as a department is for these CHVs to be paid their stipend every month, and as the other employees are getting their salaries.
Monthly.
And therefore, because of course we appreciate that there are cash flow issues, our feeling was, one, if we start on a clean slate, we know that every month we are paying them their stipend, and then the arrears are worked on how to be paid. Yes, because again, let's appreciate that these CHVs are in the village. I don't want to use a word which might sound to be derogatory. And sometimes if we start paying without clear, simple guideline, what they can understand, it will create confusion for them. So our take as a department is, going forward, every month, let them get their stipend. Then we work on how to sort the arrears which are already gone, because of course there are cash flow issues which need to be looked into.
Honorable Betty?
Yes. Waziri, I think before we talk of the 84 million, Madam Speaker, if you can remember well, we passed a supplementary budget whereby they were saying they needed 17 million to settle the issue. What happened to that budget that we passed in supplementary budget? Or else you can make clarification and make us understand better. Kindly.
Maybe Honorable Mita, is it on the same issue as Madam Betty has asked? Honorable
It's
Betty?
related, Honorable Speaker. There is a common word which is coming from the side of executive. Cash flows issues, cash flows issues, cash flows issues. And Madam Jacinta made it very clear that as we sit here, there is a bunch which came last Friday for maybe December. So that means if there is anything to do with cash flows, we need to be talking of maybe January, maybe that December and January. Here we are talking about funds we passed years ago. So it means they ought to have cleared. And while on that, Honorable Speaker, maybe Madam Jacinta can clarify. There is this also issue coming on IB. And the chief officers are being on record stating that they process but up to certain point, whereby maybe it's Madam Jacinta who can know what is in the IB, and what at that point she makes decision of what is in the IB, what need to be paid, Honorable Speaker. Maybe
Continue, please.
Maybe the terminology of cash flows, which is very common with our chief officers, could it be maybe Madam Jacinda can respond? To them, it might be cash flow because they process what is supposed to be paid. But when it reaches to her desk, they don't have control over it. Could the problem be at this level so that we know how we can address this issue of cash flows? Because she was very clear that she has received the last bunch of December 2021. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
If I had Madam Jacinda right, and I stand to be corrected, please sit fast. Just sit fast. Sorry, Bwana Mutui. If I had her right, she said that everything that is processed from the user department has been attended to in one way or another by the department, by the county treasury. Sorry. Is that what you said?
Madam Speaker, all requests from the Department of Health that had been made as at the last requisition that we did.
When was the last requisition?
What was the date?
The last requisition?
I'll get the date for you.
Or even a month?
This,
Which month?
sometimes this month.
Yeah, so
15.
that is January.
Yeah.
January 2022. Yes, the last
Yes.
requisition, okay?
For recurrent, have been all honored.
Pardon?
Have been all honored. Have been
all
paid.
The requisitions from the, all the...
The
wait.
requests.
Honorable Jeremiah, wait. Because we must get this right. Who is failing? Is it the Department of Health or is it the County Treasury? Because according to Madam Jacinta, it is that the requests that come, or the processed requests that come from the Department of Health, apart from the last requisition, have been honored.
Yes, and what we are holding, like for CHVs to request, is 3 months. 3 months stipend.
All right.
Thank you.
For
I think on that issue, there is need to make some form of clarification here so we can get a way forward. The 84 million, which was requisitioned in the supplementary budget, was for arrears of 17 months plus, which wanted this community health service providers to be paid. There is need to clarify, out of that, how much did you requisition to pay and how much was paid? So we can be able to say, from that old balance, the department requisitioned for 5 months and 5 months were paid. Then from there, we'll be able to ask the other money which was left in the budget. Obviously, if it was not requisitioned for at the end of the financial year, that lapses. So in the current year, we provided another 84 million. From what I'm getting here, 2 months have been requisitioned and processed and paid. 3 months have been requisitioned and have been processed and they are being requisitioned by them to be paid. So the main question here is, of the arrears, how much have we paid of the arrears out of the 84 million which was provided for in the budget? How many months did we pay for arrears? And what happened to the balance? Is it that because what the House would like to find out is, we had 84 million. Did we do a requisition for 84 million and then we were only given 14 million? So what happened to the 70 million will be the question we'll be asking. And then for this year, it's clear from what Madam Jacinta has said. Thank you.
Honorable members, I'm informed that the CC Finance is also available. You remember we had requested him to attend before this committee at 2:30. What is the position of the members? We can have the CC Finance as well in this sitting. The thinking initially was to have different sittings. We are looking at the time. We are looking at the load of work ahead of us. Can we also have the CC Finance?
Madam Speaker, okay. Considering that we were on the verge of finalizing with this, with
the CEOs.
Yes.
Yeah.
My suggestion would be we finalize with what we were doing, and then we can be able now to bring the CC Finance to answer any other questions together with the other CECs, because I think the CC for Health is here, the CC for Energy is here. Then from there now we can be able to take it up at that stage.
You know,
maybe we give ourselves a timeline.
We hear you, Honorable Museku. There's only one point, members, that we need to get from Madam Jacinta. We had been given, hold on, Honorable Minority Leader, we had been given information by the CEO's Health that would border to reasons as to why there's no medication or medicine or drugs in the hospitals. And that would run from pending bills, it ran to cash flow problems, and so on. Now, Madam Jacinta has come on board, and it is good if we lump everything together. The issue of CHVs is a pending payment. There are also casual workers that do cleaning and security who are also said not to have been paid. There's also the issue of drugs supply. We don't have drugs in the hospitals. That's a fact. And so we want to know, is it the county treasury's position that everything that is processed for payment by the Department of Health has been attended to by the county treasury? That is the bottom line. So that then we can know, is it the Department of Health that has failed to process what is needed to be paid so that we can now acquire drugs? Or is it that they processed, but the county treasury has not paid? It's just simple.
And then also, Madam, as we say that, we seem to have forgotten also the gentleman on energy, because he needs to answer us about electricity. When we see him, we see electricity.
That question which you just raised, so that then we can finish with the CEO Finance and the CEO's Health. Then we know whether we have electricity or we don't have in the hospitals. So what do we agree, members, the payments that ought to be made? Please, let's have order, members. Let's have order. Order, members. Can we have, what is happening?
There is an issue, Madam Speaker, you have not ruled, and he had given his opinion. I thought you were supposed to give Honorable Jeremiah his opinion, so that we conclude, or else we make a decision if to allow the CC Finance in or we proceed. You had not made that ruling, Honorable Speaker.
The point we are driving at is looking for a way of finalizing with the CEOs, so that then we can have the CECs, all of them in the house.
I think I can see even the CC is here.
I am already informed.
All right, but what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, also, to me, in my view, we need to have the CC Finance here together with the CEO, because we cannot start now questioning the CC Finance alone. He needs to be supported by the accounting officer.
The decisions which you
Thank you.
make is how we process, is how you proceed. So we can have the CC Finance here. We put him on oath just like we did with the CC Health and Energy, so that then we can proceed. Just bring the CC Finance here. We'll still get some answer which we are looking for. So, Madam Jacinta, you were giving information to the committee. Order members, order members, order members. Madam Jacinta, you are giving information to this committee on the processing, on the payments of processed payments from the Department of Health. Sorry. Trying to settle down. You're welcome, Honorable Deputy Governor, CEC Finance. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, you would allow me, as she responds, Madam Speaker, can she clarify on either it's recurrent or development, because so that we get it right.
A recurrent payment or development payment? Okay.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you.
So then we may just as well have the CC Finance put on oath, so that if there is something he wishes to chip in on, he can do it. Honorable CC Finance. For Hansard record, yes, please move forward.
I, Francis Maliti, do hereby swear that the information that I shall give before this committee is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Just a brief on what we are doing. The CC Finance, who happens to double up as the Deputy Governor. It is in the public knowledge that the public has made a lot of noise that there are no drugs in hospitals, and that even simple things like gloves are not available, even at the highest hospital, level 5 here in Machakos County. And because of that hue and cry, the Assembly decided to have this sitting. The General Oversight Committee ordinarily deals with matters of county critical importance, such as lack of drugs in hospitals, because it's about life. So the invitation to which you have honored was firstly for the CEOs of the affected departments and then the CECs. We got your letter that you were held up earlier in the morning, and thank you for coming. And because of the importance of the matter on the table, we all put our heads together objectively. We want to look for a solution to this problem that seems to be bedeviling the county in the health department. And it is important that we all put aside any prejudices that we may hold or biases and just be very objective, because we want to look for a solution so that we can know what is it that each one of us here is supposed to do to make the situation different from what it is. And the members here have raised concern that everywhere they are interacting with the public, they are receiving a lot of beatings. The public doesn't know what is it that is happening in the county. There are no drugs in the hospitals. And what they have been saying is that as we passed a budget, we did our work. So can we know from the county executive, that is the one that implements the budget, what is happening? Where is the problem coming from? So that's why we are here, Honorable DG, and you are here in your capacity as the CC Finance. They are normally of holding the 2 seats. Now you will just have to give us the answers. So we were going on with interrogation of Madam Jacinta, that is the CEO in the county treasury. We have interacted with the CEOs for Department of Health, and we are yet to address the issue on energy, because we also got a report on the issue of electricity supplies in some of the facilities, so that we wanted to hear also from the CEO Energy, and the CC Energy is also here. So the CC Health is also here. And so we can continue from there. Members. Madam Jacinta was addressing us. I'm just reminding us where we were. You want to say something, Minority Leader, before Madam Jacinta continues?
Madam Speaker, it is very important when issues, the outcry that is in the Assembly, and the outcry that we are getting from my electorate are cleared by this, the Hebo Now team. We are talking about a team that is concerning about funding, that is the county treasury. We are talking about, Madam Speaker, the way you have spoken about the health department, which is also a department that is under the right definition. It is an emergency services that is required. Because when we are talking about the electorate or people's health, outrightly it is an emergency. It's a department that should be given some of the first priorities, because we are talking about life and death. So on that regard, Madam Speaker, when we started with our able Chief Officer Health, Dr. Mova. And for us to get a clarification from our Chief Officer, County Treasury, she has clearly stated, Madam Speaker, that requisition coming from the need departments, she is honoring those, she normally, procedurally honor those requisitions. But at the start of this session, Madam Speaker, the word cash flow has been the song of the discussion. So, Madam Speaker, for today, we want to get clarity. If requisition from the needy departments were being carried out procedurally, then where did the word short of drugs, short of services in the health department come from? Because I was sitting here clearly and listening very carefully that the requisitions from each department, departments, are honored by the county treasury. So, where should the outcry of lack of drugs, lack of health services in the health department come from? So this is the clarity we want. Because, as I said, we have got all the departments here. The HEBO departments and the very sensitive departments within the government. I commit to being the MC at allowed and the leader of minority who represents the business of the government in this house. We want to have a clarity today because we are talking about funding. And these are the heavy departments that concerns, that are responsible.
Thank you. Thank you, Minority Leader.
For the funding.
Let me just raise the question to Madam Jacinta, CEO, County Treasury. Is it still your position, Madam Jacinta, that the processed payments from the Department of Health have received the necessary attention from the County Treasury?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And we are talking about the payment to the casual workers, the payments to the CHVs, and payments for acquisition of drugs.
Yes, up to the last requisition we did, health was prioritized. all the items that was at internet banking was requisitioned for and paid. Currently, I understand there is 116 million that has been recently processed, that has reached IB for consideration.
116 million
Yes.
for health department.
Yes.
For acquisition of drugs.
I haven't looked at the details, Madam Speaker, but that is what has come from the Department of Health, recurrent.
So the question is, if the the processed payments have been attended to, other than what is lately pending, why has there been hue and cry that there are no drugs in the hospitals? Because it shouldn't have been such a long delay. Because if you look at what's happening on the ground, even last year, September, noise about lack of drugs in hospitals. If it is just the latest, why then has there been such a outcry of lack of drugs in the hospitals? Honorable Mita.
Thank you, Honorable
You want
Speaker.
to frame it in a different way? Go ahead.
Actually, our response has come as a surprise to me, Honorable Speaker, because that's not what the Chief Officer has told
Please
us.
address yourself on the mic because we are on the Hansard.
I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, Jacinda's response has come as a surprise to me because that's not what came out from the Chief Officer's, Honorable Speaker.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to inform Madam Jacinta what the CEOs told us, we've been sitting here since morning, is that they've been having problem with the cash flow, they have been having problem of pending bills, so that there has been no money for acquisition of drugs, that all the 149, 396, 334 has been spent. The one which was allocated for acquisition of drugs. In other words, they have exhausted the vote head. And they have made a request in a supplementary budget for 20 million. And with the assembly, the committee is wondering how, if you have spent 149, 396, 334 million to acquire drugs from the current financial year, which started running 1st of July to date. That is about 6 months. We are halfway the year. And you've exhausted the vote head. And you're only asking for 20 million in a supplementary budget. That doesn't add up. Where are we on acquisition of drugs? And remember, the budget that was passed by the Assembly for the Department of Health was 4.3 billion. There's an amount above. Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Ed has a question earlier about what was mentioned by the CEOs about the pending bills. And that question has not come out clearly. Because we want to know these pending bills are from when? Because that's one of the reasons why we don't have drugs in our hospital. So
what Honorable Mita is saying, the answer by Honorable Madam Jacinta is quite different from the information that had been given by the CEOs. So we are not dwelling on the pending bills. Remember, we also made a resolution on the issue of pending bills. Now we are on Madam Jacinta. Jacinta, Madam Masila, has made it appear that all is okay. It's only that it's a few months of the delays on requisition where they haven't been able to acquire. Yes, Honorable Seku.
I think, Madam Speaker, there is need to continue getting more clarity on issues here, because from what I'm gathering, if Madam Jacinta said there is 116 million which has been processed in the system, that will be part of what they are reflecting as 126 million actual spent.
Maybe you confirm first.
That's what I'm saying. That would be, and therefore, they would not be having, that's the reason why I asked, when I was, that time I asked the chief officer to show me proof that they have received drugs from the supplier, totaling to 149 million shillings. And he said he was going to provide us with that listing.
And the distribution.
And the distribution. Because now for Jacinda, it's payment. They could have, it's payment for what they have received. Remember, finance is paying what has been received.
Yes.
And that is why I was requesting the chief officer to provide us with the actual delivery notes of the actual drugs which have been received, so that now we can be able to say these drugs have been received, and then the Honorable Kusia Kaloki said also we need to know how have they been used in the various departments. Receipt of drugs and utilization, proof of utilization. Because now when it comes to finance, what she's saying is what she's paying for what has already been, you can't pay for what you have not been delivered. So that's why I'm saying it must be part of the 126, my understanding of it. And that's why I need to see that breakdown, which Katibu needs to give us to show us that those drugs which are being paid for have actually been received.
Remember, Honorable Mita, you raised a question. Honorable Museko, thank you for that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now that we have the chief officers here, and Madam Jacinda stated that before her, there is a payment of 116 million which is due. Maybe, Madam Speaker, for clarity and for answer, can they explain to us, can they give us a breakdown? Because they are here. Can they tell us, yes, the 116 million which is at Treasury, it's for 1, 2, 3. They are here, Madam Speaker.
Members, if the 116 has come from Madam Jacinta, remember, members, the 116 has come from Madam Jacinta, not the two CEOs.
They are the source of that.
So
they
now,
are the source.
Now you can question them. In the morning, they did not mention 116, right?
Remember, Madam Speaker, since morning, I've actually been stating the chief officers are keeping some information from us. How I wish Madam Jacinda was here since the beginning of our interrogations, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
So who wants to ask the question? Dr. Mova, are you, please proceed and address this sitting on the 116 requisition. And that's just for the Department of Health.
Yes.
Department of Health, 116 million. For what period, and briefly, what are the items?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A part of what has been processed and is now at ready for requisition, we have meds that I had mentioned before, which is 30 million. We have other...
The 116 million, please address it, because you mentioned of medicine of 30 million.
Yes.
We heard you in the morning, it's on record.
Yes.
Now there's the issue of 116.
Yes.
Can you address us on it? Because it never came out in the morning. It never featured on
I would like to make it clear that whatever arrives at Katibu Jacinta's desk is not just a matter of recurrent expenditure, because when you talk about drugs and commodities, we're talking about recurrent expenditure. But there are other costs other than recurrent expenditure. We're talking about construction that has been done, renovation that has been done.
So 116 includes capital expenditure as well?
Inclusive of motor vehicle maintenance and other costs.
Honorable Speaker, it goes back to my earlier request. Can Madam Jacinda tell us amount X is for recurrent, amount Y is for development?
Madam Jacinta, 116 million request from the Department of Health is for what items? Hold on, Honorable Ndawa. Madam Jacinta.
Katibu Mova is clarifying and saying that everything that they process is not only for drugs. They also process for other O&M. And that is what is making the total of the
So
amount.
it is him who can tell us what the 116 is all about. Only Dr. Mova can tell us what is the 116 about. Is that so?
Madam Speaker, request rendered to the table of the CEO, Finance.
Dr. Mova, order members, order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Once we process the amount, they become consolidated at finance. Therefore, we cannot, or rather, I cannot say for sure. But however, if I was to check my records, I could be able to advise the House better.
Would you be able to tell us what amount out of 116 million was for acquisition of drugs?
From where I sit from, I remember one particular one because it's the one that we have done very recently. That is the 30 million to meds. That one we have done, and we have also done some others for lab reagents. It should be about 9.6 million thereabout. However, as I've said, if I was given opportunity to look at my records, I could be able to advise the House accurately. Yes.
Members?
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Mita. Please say, don't.
I don't know. I know me, you know, I shoot direct. I don't shoot.
Go ahead and shoot straight.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, it's actually surprising me. I'm supposed to make payment, and yet I can't tell I'm paying what.
And that's
It surprises me.
Honorable Johanna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the reason why the executive came as a team is to be able to supplement one another. We have the minister, and I want to imagine the document goes through your hands.
CEC.
Sorry, CEC, sorry.
CEC, not minister, because
sorry.
ministers are in the national government.
Yes,
for
thank you.
record purposes.
Thank you for correction. CEC Health. And I don't see, even after Madam Jacinta stated the 116, I cannot understand why the CEO Health can only recall the 30 million for drugs and is unable to remember the details of the 86 million. And the CEC Health is also not seen to be coming to the rescue of the chief officer because it is a departmental document. I don't know whether it is prepared by one person and it goes straight for payment. I'm yet to hear what also the CEC has on the same.
CC Health, Dr. Kituku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, my friend Joanna has accused me. I was waiting to be called to speak because I can't start interjecting.
Please
we were told to hold until CCs are called to speak.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, so at the point when I'm called, I'll speak.
Oh, please
Can I do it
proceed
now?
and speak now.
Thank
Yes,
you. I hope I'll be a bit comfortable when I'm standing.
Honorable Ndawa, hold on. We have a member on their feet. Please proceed. Honorable Ndawa, don't allow me to declare you out of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we need to get to the beginning. So that we don't go around and round and appear like one department is accusing the other. I want to make one statement which may be unpopular but is correct. It's true, the county government of Machakos has allocated for the last 3-4 years at least a third of its budget to the Department of Health. This financial year, we've been allocated a budget of around 4.3 billion. Okay? Out of that 4.3 billion, my chief has got to correct me on the figures if they are not correct. 3.5 billion goes to paying salaries and allowances. 3.5. Is that correct, Atibu? Yes, 3.5. That means we are left with 800 million to run everything else, including buying drugs, lab reagents, construction, fuel, and so on. If I give an example of the year 2019, Because the reason why, Madam Speaker, I'm giving that background is because it's going to guide us. Otherwise, we'll go around and round without pointing where the issue is. The year 2019, when we ran a successful UHC pilot, we got a grant of 800 million, thereabouts, from the national government to buy drugs, lab reagents, X-ray fumes, and so on. And I'm sure honorable members can confess that 2019, there are no complaints. The year 2019, they never had people going to their homes asking for money to go and buy drugs. What am I saying? The health department is under-budgeted for and underfunded. And I want to go on record, because if we don't address that issue, we'll keep on back and forth. Because as I've clearly demonstrated with simple calculations, we are only left as a department with 800 million to buy drugs, to buy lab reagents, X-ray fumes, for fuel, for development, for utility bills, and even these contracted services. It is not enough. And therefore, that's where we need to start our discussion from. And that's why, as a department, we've gone beyond that, because we must accept what we get from the county treasury is all what can be done, because the government of Machakos has other departments you have to run. And I don't think the county treasury can go beyond giving us a third of the budget. However, we require more. And that's the reason why, and Madam Speaker, and I ask honorable members, for us, each one of us, to make it our responsibility to ensure our people enroll into NHIF so that we can be getting reimbursements which can supplement the county allocation. Machakos level 5, the last financial year, actually the last 12 months, if I can say that, received 33 million reimbursement from NHIF. Okay? This is information I got this morning from the NHIF office. Kangundo received 15 million, and so on, and you can see. We have an ability to raise that to get to several million. Machakos level 5 can collect more than 100 million in a year, but we need to ensure our people register and we claim accordingly. Madam Speaker, because I know I don't have much time, I also have a printout here from KEMSA. It's not updated. This is dated January 5th. By January 5th, I'm aware County Treasury has done some payments. But by January 5th, we had a debt of 103 million. And when we are talking about a debt, these are drugs that have been supplied, which Katibu was saying, given time, is able to show the breakdown. That was the debt at KEMSA by 5th of January, 103 million. Of those, a certain amount was beyond 90 days, where KEMSA cannot supply us. As a department, we've had meetings and also with our bosses in the county treasury. We have a projection, not just a projection, but a budget, a request of what can enable us ensure the drugs, the bare minimum is available for the next 3 months. Drugs, we require 33 million, and it's something calculated to the point. I don't know where I've kept my document, but that document is showing you even how many paracetamol tablets we require and the cost. It is there. We require that 3 million to be able to provide drugs, lab reagents, and X-ray fumes. On top of that, the 3 million, we need to pay one of the labs, one of the companies who have placed the equipment in our lab in level 5. You understand the equipment under placement, and therefore you can only get the reagents from that supplier. There's a debt of, is it 11 million? Yeah, sorry, 5.7 million. So 33 plus 5.7, basically 40 million to run that. Then we require another, I think 20, I have the document here, but another amount to be able to pay, to ensure that patients have food, to pay for water, electricity. All that is clearly requested for.
You said that's for the next 3 months?
Yeah, for the next 3 months. We had prepared it including January, but January is over, so it will mean if those funds are available, we'll be able to kickstart health and be able to run until the end of April, with the patients not complaining. So that the 3 plus 5.6, that 40 for the drugs, lab reagents, X-ray fumes, then another 20 million, I'll give you the exact figure, to ensure the patients have food, electricity is paid, water is paid. Madam Speaker, I would request we stop digging first and we move forward, whereby if this money is available, I know there are people who have pending bills and all that, but for the sake of saving human life, which I sought to protect, we don't pay debts first. We buy what is required. This is paracetamol, we buy it. If it's food for the patients, and then, as I had said for the CHVs, we find a way as government of sorting those debts. But we need to address from today going forward, tomorrow is 1st of February, to ensure that for the next 3 months, our patients, their drugs, lab reagents are there, X-ray fumes are there, patients have food, and everything, so that we save lives, and then we sort the debts. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can be able to give you the document if you ask. Thank you.
You can see the hands that are shooting up. I don't know whether they are to congratulate you or to castigate you. Let's just hear. Honorable Stephen Mwandi.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And one thing I regret that CC has just come. It's like he has dragged us back to where we started in the morning. But now, again, with the information that he's giving us, in fact, it's again confirming that Katiba has all along been telling us something that is, to me, that he has been lying to us. Reason being, according to the analysis from the CEC,
we have many CEOs here.
the one for level 5, who was being telling us, according to their budget, the facility needs, that is health sector, needs 1.6 billion. But now Waziri is telling us that we can comfortably work with 60 million for 3 months. So if we can work with 60 million for the next 3 months, that means with 240 million, we can again comfortably get drugs, our patients get food, and all that for a year. So to me, again, it's funny because again, 149 million has already been spent. That is between the month of July to December.
How many months are those?
How many drugs are those? How many months are those? And if so, then why are our people then getting all this problem if this allocation is enough? Because according to them, the allocation that we give are enough. So can they kindly elaborate?
Okay. We will have Honorable Ndawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will start by apologizing.
And briefly, we
Yes.
have been here since morning.
Yes.
Just to let you know.
Yes. I will start by the information I just wanted to give. I just wanted to inform our colleagues, our officers here, that they are under oath. And they should know the consequences of lying while under oath. I think that is very important to be noted. Number 2, I'm happy to hear what Dr. Kituku is telling us. But what I want to hear is how soon can we have our hospitals with the drugs by tomorrow? Because now patients are queuing in our facilities and they are going home without drugs. The other issue on the same, we have been passing budgets here, and we pass budget as per your request. How comes that we are giving you a budget, and whatever you had promised to do with the budget, you are not doing? What is the issue? Number 3, you have told us that we are going to have drugs for the next three months. Do we now wait again? Then after the 3rd month, we start calling you here again to come and make another plan for another three months. Why don't we plan for the whole year so that we don't have to suffer the same problem again? Thank you.
So indeed, members, from what the CC Health stated, with the 60 million, You want to retract what you had stated? Because I'm framing something out of what you stated.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, this is a document I was looking for. I just want to make a clarification so that what goes on record is the correct position. Apologies, I had underquoted. The drugs is actually 62 million for the next 3 months.
Need
Yes.
for the next 3 months.
Yes. And then there's that.
3
And then,
months, you need about 62 million.
yes, and I want to make clarification, Madam Speaker, on the same, and I hope people will not think we are contradicting ourselves. This is after we sat and said we come up with the bare minimum. You will notice in this 62 million, we don't have drugs for cancer there, and we have over 1,000 patients who are getting chemotherapy here. This is a bare minimum, which will make at least our people stop complaining, then the special services have to be sorted elsewhere. And to be on record, that's why I gave the example of the year 2019. This department to be able to have enough drugs, enough lab reagents, enough X-ray fumes and so on, the consumables in the hospital, requires, because we learned from the pilot, 800 million for that per year. So I'm also answering on about our, we have all that. All that documents are there. We require to be able to run that comfortably, 800 million for drugs, for basically for the recurrent. And I remember that is the only amount remaining after we pay salaries. And that's why I started by saying that the department is under budgeted and underfunded. And that is not to say we can't blame the county treasury because we've been given a third of the county budget. And therefore, that's why important now we get the other sources of revenue. We generate and we ring fence. If it's NHIF reimbursements, it comes through to the assembly, it is appropriated, and then the facility is used. If it is the cash payment, level 5 this month, which is ending today, was able to collect 5 million patients who pay. I have said annually they got 33 million reimbursement. We all those, including from public health, all that money to come to the facilities is appropriated, accounted for, ring-fenced, used there, will be able to survive. For now, the budget is not enough. So that I don't speak again, Madam Speaker, that 62 million.
We will speak again when we need you to
Thank
speak.
you. Is there for drugs. Then there is the 33 million for sorting fuel and food for the patients. And then the 5.7 million debt for that blessed equipment, which is one does investigations for the kidneys, the liver, and so on, which currently we are not doing.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, in the morning we were told that we have a debt in KEMSA of about 83 million. Now, CEO Finance has told her that she has told her that there is 116 being processed. So when you pay that in debt of 83 million, which we are told by the CEOs, what balance are you going to have? Is it going to run our facilities, our health facilities to that 3 months the CC is talking about?
Honorable Museku.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Speaker, Daktari, CC, for the information you have provided. I think this Honorable House has never been presented with a budget for health and turned it down. And I want to make it very clear that whatever you request for, we give as a house. In fact, we add, budget committee, the chair is here, we add. We always call you to ask you where are we supposed to add. I talk to you, I call all of you, I ask you, where do you need us to add funds? We cannot, as a county, budget not to have drugs in the hospital and say that we are having a limited envelope when we are talking about a deficit of how many millions? If you are talking about 60 million for the next 3 months, project it to a year, how much is it? 240 million. How much had we given you in this year's budget? Total drugs. Why was it not put at 240 million? Because as at the budget level, we can be able to remove other non-essentials. The reason why we do that is because we as an assembly follow your guideline and say if Waziri says he needs 4.3 billion, then 4.3 billion our people will be comfortable. So it's up to you to come to the house and tell the house, I need 240 million on drugs. We will look at where the other budget items have been put, and if they are, because you cannot have, if you don't have people, human resource is the one most important resource you can have. So what are we budgeting for roads and for other things for if our people are dead? What will we be budgeting for? Why would I be grading a road and maraming it while the people who are supposed to be taken to hospital are using that road on their way to the morgue? We better, first of all, make sure that we have enough money where it matters. And I do not remember one time when this Honorable House turned down a budget request from yourselves. Number two, the issue of payment for these drugs, and I remember that's why I was asking you about the 149 million. As you can hear from what is coming out now, is that money consists of other payments, not drugs alone. And you remember I was asking you there specifically, are you going to give me a breakdown of what that money showing drugs and drugs and drugs? But you can hear the 116 million being processed has other, even capital expenditure items. We will need to get the breakdown. So it's important for the chief officer for health to be on top of the game, because the beating is to us. You see, outside there, nobody knows Dr. Mova. They know Honorable Paul Museku, they know Honorable Francis Gunga, they know Honorable Majority Leader. And when we talk about drugs are not there, you don't receive the beating. You are sitting in the office there, high and dry, taking a cup of tea. But in the meantime, we are on the screen there being told our people are dying without drugs. And when we come here and request you to give us the information, you tell us information which seems to be conflicting with what the other departments are saying. So we need, first of all, to get some clarity from the Department of Health. Do we have in our budget lines and in everything facilities to enable this tomorrow, for us to have drugs tomorrow? She has talked about 116 million. If we pay the amounts of money which are drug related, when can we be able to pay it, first and foremost? CC Finance. When can we be able to pay this 116 million? So that now we can be able to say, KEMSA will be able to supply drugs by a specific date to stop our people from dying. Kuna wale wako hospitali saa hii kama wana madawa, na tunasema we have got 116 million we are waiting to process. Kama kuna payment inside there for an out for a pending bill or for a contractor, let that contractor first of all wait. It is converted to medicine. It is brought to the hospitals so that our people can get treatment. And I think that needs to be revised. You need to look at the breakdown of that 116 million. If there are, even a contractor can wait. And those other people can wait. But a 6th person in the ward cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gunga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I think I was sitting here at the old part of the morning, and I'm happy that the session seems to have fattened when I went away. But now that the Chief Minister for CC for, what is this?
Finance.
No. CC for health. When you have no health, you have no Minister for health. You realize you have no health. We need to rectify that. But Madam Speaker, now that I think as people have said that the public is watching, I think we must come up with immediate solution to the problem that we are facing now. This session can hold, but we want proposals that are going to work as soon as possible so that we remedy the situation. Actually, the Waziri is agreeing to the fact that I think we have a collapse system now as it is. that I think our patients are actually dying on their medical beds. Actually, they are dead beds. Now that we have the Minister for Finance here, the Chief Officer for Finance, and we have the Minister for Health is here, and the Assembly is here. I think their CECs, they are here, and the Assembly is here. I think then, Madam Speaker, you need to guide this house so that we have proposals that are going to work now, so that this session here is a solution-oriented session. Because if we don't come up with a solution here, then tomorrow we need to have another section, but we don't know how many patients we'll have lost by the time we finish up with this. So, Madam Speaker, my proposal would be from the honorable members, kindly, first of all, because we have a situation that we must arrest, let us have proposals that are going to arrest this situation as soon as possible, and then from that we can still have these engagements. But therefore, need be said, before we also go that way, somebody said in the morning that if the Assembly had not come up with this proposal, surely, gentlemen and ladies who run the executive, what were some of the things that were, what are some of the alarms that you are giving to indicate that we had a fallen system? I think this thing has been there. Dr. Kituko, you are saying that you sought to protect life. But I think the practice has been to the contrary. When we have a problem in the health system, I think all of us must bleed together. Because the people that we are losing there are our relatives, they are the friends. We are in an election here. We need votes. Sasa tupigiwa kura na nani, Madam Speaker, hivyo we lose all these people here. So the point that I'm trying to drive at here is that, Madam Speaker, in the next 10, 15 minutes, let's have a solution. Let's have our hospitals running. If there is no money, for the first time we can fundraise for the government. For the first time we can do a fundraising for a government if the government is bankrupt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mm-hmm. So what the honorable member is saying, on the budget that was passed by the county assembly, that is the one which is indicated to be underfunded, what will the technical people tell us you want to do to solve the problem now? Because the assembly has done its part. What do you propose to do on your part to ensure that there is medicine in hospitals? I think we just throw the ball here and hear the proposals, because we'll keep on talking. And remember, since morning, we've been saying there's no medicine in hospitals. So the solution is what? That's what we need to be told. Why that has happened is another issue which we still want to know, because the assembly passed a budget. But for the time being, can we know when is there going to be medicine in hospitals? Like yesterday. Honorable Dr. Kituku, sorry, the CC Health. Jacinta will also come in because of the county treasury.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy the passion the members are showing. As a department, and this is not a new document, as you can see, I took it from my file, it was filed. This is what we need to do. We need to be available with money, 62 million, to buy drugs, lab reagents, and so on. We need that 3 million for patients' food and for fuel. As you can, I'm sure members have seen, patients are being told to fuel ambulances because there's no fuel. Yes, so that 3 million for fuel and patients' food, 62 million for basic drugs, and then the 6 million for paying that for that machine to be able to do those lab investigations. And to make it clear, Madam Speaker, sorry, I think I've been working toward some. Now I can't see you. I have to put on my specs, but then I can't read with them. But anyway, my chief officers can clearly clarify that the budget which was passed is exhausted, the recurrent one. And that's the reason why there has been the talk of the supplementary budget. Again, Madam Speaker, it's good you've clarified that we are not ministers, we are CECs, and CEC is a county executive committee member. I'm a committee member, so I operate within a committee. And therefore, to get these other more monies to our department, it needs to come from other departments. It's not that easy. If Waziri Evelyn is here, there is no single shilling you can touch for her, because actually it's not because she's selfish, but because she also has critical bills to pay, including what she has come here to answer to. So that's the situation we find ourselves in. I'm informed that around 30 million has been paid, but you can clearly see it's not enough. for this. I also need to clarify to members here that KEMSA has its own problems. KEMSA, and this part of actually what has sunk us where we are. KEMSA, the last supply we got, KEMSA did not have the basics. KEMSA did not have paracetamol. KEMSA did not have the basic antibiotics like amoxicillin. KEMSA did not have gloves. Okay? And therefore, as much as you have the debt with KEMSA, our suggestion as a department has been, we now get the basic essentials from other suppliers, including meds and other private suppliers, so that health can run. But bottom line, and my chiefs are here, they can clarify, the budget which was passed for the Department of Health, the current one, is exhausted. And of course, we also need to tell our people the truth. COVID came and messed us up. COVID, if I give an analogy, is like that nuclear family, like I can say my family, with a wife and 3 children. Normally, maybe we use around 1 loaf of bread for breakfast. COVID is like that nephew who is 18-year-old, who has come to stay with us, and he wakes up before we wake up, and he consumes the whole bread alone. So we have to look for another bread for my family. And that's what has happened. It is a truth, and we must live with that truth. Our bread was eaten by our nephew, COVID. And therefore, the budget which was passed by this assembly is consumed.
This sitting earlier on dismissed that nephew. That nephew is eating all the bread and said that the nephew has a provision, and even the nephew is not feeding as much.
Madam Speaker, with all humility, I would request we deal with facts. What did this nephew come with? The grant, how much was it, Katibu, from National, was how much? 188.5. Okay? What was it for? Constructing the isolation wards, which all of you have seen, some have even used. The ICU wards, buying the equipment. That nephew came with nothing. Oxygen, very expensive. PPEs, very expensive. So we must deal with facts and tell the public the truth. Because that nephew, whatever the nephew came with, was only the clothes he was dressed in. Thank you.
Honorable Jeremiah, then Honorable Dan.
Thank
on
you.
the issue of COVID-19 and
yes,
that is why we
thank
don't
you.
have medication.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Jeremiah Munguti, representing the Dene ward. Waziri, you say that that was very little money. But I understand also as you speak about issue of oxygen, I think we have a plant there which the hospital has already started, which is generating the oxygen for the patients. Then why are you subjecting the COVID-19 money to the oxygen that we are using? Is it that because it is not enough? Is it because that the machine is not working? So please, can you expound that? Thank you.
Proceed, please.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good observation, and I would request the relevant committee to also visit the hospital, and so that we can show them things as they are. That equipment, it has its own capacity, and we are talking about now physics here. A patient who is put on a CPAP, continuous positive airway pressure, we put 2 patients there, that machine collapsed. It is, I don't know whether we understand each other. The patient on CPAP consumes serious oxygen. So it will not be proper for people now to say, since you have a plant there, we should not be buying oxygen. It is not enough. Actually, that machine there cannot even sustain 2 patients on CPAP.
Okay.
And I'm on record on that.
Okay. The oxygen is not sufficient. That's the answer. Honorable Mita.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. From CC Health ward, it's like the county invested money in a project which is not up to the task. 2 patients, level 5. And then our investment cannot run. Did we need to have that project there? because we would have gone to a project which can sustain level 5 and all other facilities which maybe need oxygen. Madam Speaker, we are seeing other counties exporting oxygen. We are seated here knowing that we have oxygen plant in Machakos, and yet it cannot sustain 2 patients. Honorable Speaker, that's serious.
Honorable Museku.
Yeah, thank you. I think that has also taken me aback. And that's the reason why I say, when we are doing budgeting, Madam Speaker, we need to be serious with what we are doing. We are saying we have a plant there to manufacture oxygen for 2 people. And I see 100 million being put to construct an aerodrome. Non-existent aerodrome. So, which was a priority when we were making that budget? Was it construction of an aerodrome, or is it construction of an oxygen manufacturing plant which will save lives? And every time when we are in the budget committee, we question these projects. Right now in your supplementary, look at it properly. You are trying to move. How much money is being moved? A lot of money is being moved from the aerodrome to another, I don't know where. So it appears like when they are doing their budgeting, the priorities are all the way around. And they don't give us this information because as far as we were concerned, we have an oxygen. When you look at that placard called Machakos, the place to be, you saw it. Where the governor is there saying this is a place to be. We manufacture our own oxygen. It's for 2 people. So, we need to be, if Machakos is the place to be, we need to be able to have an oxygen plant which can be able to sustain COVID patients up to 2030, which can be able to sustain those kind of patients, so that now we know if it is not COVID, it can actually sustain the whole hospital. Thank you.
I need to make another clarification. Kindly, let's not reduce some of these things. What I said is that equipment has been sustaining many patients. Before, I want to be very clear. Let me complete. What I call BC, before Corona, non-Corona patients, not every patient who requires oxygen is put on CPAP. Let's be clear. And I want to go on record on that. Even now, we have patients who are on oxygen in that hospital, many of them, and the equipment is supporting them. But here I'm talking about critically sick patients who had not seen BC before Corona, who now are coming and require that, and it is true, when put under that, because it's purely physics, that continuous positive airway pressure, the machine there cannot sustain. And mark you, this is not a new machine. When that machine was put there, I think the machine is more than 5 years old. It has been sustaining us for those years before Corona. But now there are these critical patients who require the CPAP, who consume because of the pressure, as whoever can tell you. So, but I would, Madam Speaker, I would request, so that we don't, with all due humility, so that we don't dwell so much on an equipment, and what Honorable Museku will bring an aerodrome, which I cannot answer, is not, that's not health. So if we can really focus, because I can tell you, as much as the honorable members get all these complaints, I can dare say without fear of contradiction, no one in Machakos County gets complaints and public beating more than me because of health. So we would request, if we can really get a way of sorting this, the other issues can be sorted by the assembly and other bodies another time. Kindly.
Speaker. We are looking for a way forward, members.
Madam Speaker.
We are looking for a way forward. We want the county treasury to address us on the way forward as a way of getting a solution. And we want to hear where we will get the money that is required.
Can I say something, Madam Speaker?
There's a wording in Kikamba.
Haziada.
You know, we said we speak in Kiswahili or English. But now you are forcing me to use Mheshimiwa Ndawa is here for translation.
Because I've been wanting to,
Wakila Mungu.
I've been wanting to speak
So
since.
let's hear from Madam Jacinta, what is the way forward? Where shall we get this money? Because the assembly gave you what you asked for. We want to know where will we get money to give hospitals drugs like yesterday.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Even before we came for this meeting, as the Katibu and Minister Health indicated, that we also had meetings on the same issues. And the amounts that have been processed to pay meds for urgent delivery of drugs to the facilities is already at the payment level, and requisition is being done. It is going to the controller tomorrow. So we are fast tracking, and we were fast tracking it even before we came for this meeting. Thank you.
How much?
For meds is 30 million. Plus the other related payments for non-farms as well.
The CC Health had said that they would need medication of about 66 million? 66 million for 3 months. Okay. Honorable Jeremiah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My request is that if the health department requires 66 million so that our people may not die, let the money be paid before you pay other things that have been requested for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The feeling of the committee is that you should prioritize acquisition of drugs as opposed to other payments that are lined up to be effected.
That?
Yeah, you respond together. Madam Speaker, I understand we have...
You don't give directions on a
Madam Speaker.
Leader. You are not the chair of this meeting. You are not the chair of this meeting. So now for that, you wait. So let her respond. Let her respond.
Madam Speaker, as I said, we had made the plan on how to cater for the requirement, the urgent requirement and critical requirements, even before we came for this meeting. And the funds are there. And the department is aware, and that is why it has even processed that amount for payment. It is something that is ongoing. It has been prioritized.
A question was asked earlier, what were you doing all this time when there was that cry out there of lack of drugs in the hospital?
Yes.
Because it had to take the assembly to summon you. Nobody ever wants this kind of engagement. Nobody. Because each one of us is supposed to execute their responsibilities. Your functions, your duties, you know them very well. Did it have to lead to this process for us to know that now you're doing something?
Madam.
From last year, there has been complaint in lack of drugs. What are the red flags that you raised as the department responsible for making drugs available in hospitals? What did you do?
Madam Speaker, I earlier indicated that County Treasury can only pay that which has come for payment and is ready for payment, and that is what we are reporting now.
So now, is it that the Department of Health that failed to process payments, CC or even the CEO, Department of Health? Because somewhere there is somebody who slept on their job.
Somebody is sleeping.
Madam Speaker, I've been wanting to say something.
Can we first hear what they have to say to that, then we have you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to be clear, actually last year, Easter Monday, myself and my team,
Last year, Easter Monday.
Yeah, last year, yeah, because the other Easter Monday is coming. Last year, Easter Monday.
That was in April last year.
I can't remember the date, but Easter Monday we were working with my team, and we've been discussing these issues. So, just to protect my chief officers, it's not true to say that they have not, we not raised these issues. I want to be very clear, categorical. While other people were celebrating Jesus' resurrection, we are working, meeting in the level 5 boardroom lab about the same issues.
To solve the problem.
Yeah, and I can assure you this is not the first list we've come up with. We've come up with this several. Yeah, so kindly, as much as I'm not an accounting officer, it will not be fair for me to let my chief officers to be thrown under the bus for something where they are not the ones who are what.
Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
No, just a moment, members. That's why, members, we called for honest discussions here.
Yes.
And it was discussed in the morning and a question was put before things got this far, because there's a likelihood lives were lost. What was happening? Who was sleeping on their job? Did it have to resort to this sitting so that action can be done? And when you ask here, you hear we processed, we paid what was processed, and the other side is saying budget, the other side is saying from April 2021, you are trying to address this issue, so it is shifting blame between the departments.
Yeah, and that's why, Madam Speaker, I hope you've allowed me to respond. Sorry.
Yes, please
yeah,
do.
and that's why I'm trying to calm the water so that we are clear what we are saying. I cannot speak about who was sleeping or not, but I can speak about those who are awake to solve this issue. And I can tell you the Department of Health has been awake all through, and we've prepared these things, and actually I am on record, and they can bear me witness. On Easter Monday, I say that if we don't sort it, the department was to collapse in the next 3 months. We've well done. That was last year Easter. But I can tell you, I don't know who was sleeping, but my people in North were awake.
Madam Speaker, one question.
Madam Speaker, I think I was to be next after the CC Finance. Health.
Honorable Kaloki, please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down.
I've been on the queue for too long.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Honorable Kaloki, we have the CC Finance and the head of the county treasury with us here. Engineer Maliti, Honorable, kindly address the issue that's on the table. And I know you have had enough time to listen to what's happening on your departments.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to start by appreciating this House for considering this matter a matter of county importance, because the health of our people, the health of our people is very important. And like other members have said, when we are in the public, most of us, especially those of us who are politicians, we are receiving a lot of questions from the public on what is happening in terms of supply of drugs in our hospitals. And have listened to the chief officers, I've listened to the minister, and I want to request, Madam Speaker, that we be solution-oriented. We look for a solution for this problem because the problem is there. I want, first of all, to start by asking this House to appreciate that we are transiting from the universal health coverage that we enjoyed in 2019-2020 to another system where the county did not receive monies for universal health coverage, like Dr. Kituku said. Now, that has put our health budget system into a constraint because the public expects us to give the same level of service delivery or even higher the way we did when we were enjoying that financing from the national government
of over 800 million. Dr. Gituku should have said here, and I guess if he had more opportunity would have said so, we are shifting from input-based financing model for health to output-based, because that will be the solution. But before we transit fully, because they are working on that, and we have already given express instruction, none other than His Excellency, the Governor of Machakos County, has given such directives that they work on that quickly so that we can be able to move away from this problem. Now, Madam Speaker, one of the problems that we have is the budget. And from where I sit in the Ministry of Finance with Madam Jacinta, we cannot be able to tell that the Ministry of Health are about to exhaust their financing for drugs, because they are the ones who process, and the responsibility for Jacinta is just to pay. But over some time, because I sit in the executive, we asked Dr. Kituko in the cabinet why there were no drugs in our hospitals. And he did explain well that the reason why there were no drugs is because they didn't have a budget. But Dr. Kituko could not be able to explain that in detail. So we summoned at the cabinet level Dr. Mova, and the other senior doctors to discuss it under the chairmanship of none other than the governor. And we discovered that they had exhausted the item, and Mr. Museku, we understand this better. They had already exhausted the budget for the item on drugs. The governor was not happy about it, because he said, if you have an inventory system, and if you are a professional in a certain field, you should be able to plan, so that you know in the next few months, this is what I'm going to spend. And the governor appointed a team headed by the county secretary, Madam Grace, to sit down with the Department of Health and look at what will be the demands for drugs for the next 3 months. And I think that is why Dr. Gituku could be able to expressly say how much money is required. So what I want to propose in this house, and subsequently after doing that, I asked them if they do not have money to do a supplementary, to request for a supplementary. Something I cannot do without them requesting. So I requested them to do quickly a supplementary, which they did, and that supplementary, I think, is lying with the budget committee. I need also to say here that personally, I was tasked by the governor, together with Dr. Gituku, to go and sit with the CEO, Kemsa. And this I'm saying so that you don't say we are taking actions because we have been called to this house. Remember, as an executive, we also have a responsibility. You do not have a higher responsibility as a house to the public more than the executive. You do have.
You have a duty to
Yes.
execute.
Yeah, I agree.
Being supervised.
I agree. You have a responsibility. I agree. But we also have a responsibility. So we can't sit here and say actions have been taken because we have been called to this house. And this is an honorable house. So that's what I wanted to say, Madam Speaker. So in terms of moving forward.
Honorable DG, we just need to put it right. You have a function. Actually, it's a constitutional responsibility to implement the budget.
You are right.
The Assembly has a constitutional responsibility to pass the budget. The Assembly passed the budget, so it executed its responsibility. Just tell us now how you are executing your duty of implementation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my proposal, so that we can move to solutions, instead of dwelling on the past, so that we can save our people. One, Madam Jacinta she already has a request from the Department of Health to process 30 million so that we can be able to pay for drugs in meds. Now that we have received, and we received, I hope you confirm the same, Madam Jacinta, that's what we were waiting. We have received finances, and I think it was in the course of today's Monday? Today, Monday. We received the monies on Friday, last week. Now that we received those monies, there's no reason why we would not move very fast and ensure, because there's a process, that those forms are put on the table of the controller of budgets as a matter of urgency, and somebody sits there to ensure that the controller of budget approves as fast as possible so that we are in a position to draw funds from our CRF to pay meds so that they can be able to supply drugs. Secondly, because that will be a short-term solution, because obviously they will still be able to exhaust the drugs that will be supplied by meds. Secondly, I want to request this House, because we have put a supplementary budget before you. Part of that supplementary budget is requesting monies to be appropriated for the Ministry of Health. So as soon as you are able to pass that supplementary budget, we'll have additional resources to be able to supply more drugs to the Ministry of Health. And if you, the Ministry of Health, have not requested for sufficient funds that can make you to run up to the end of this financial year, then, because we still have an opportunity for another supplementary, you need to sit down quickly and propose another supplementary budget that will make you run to the end of the financial year. And I've listened to the members, I've listened to Mheshimiwa Museku talking, and he has confirmed, and that's something I know, that they are ready anytime. They are ready anytime to look at supplementary budgets that are requesting to support our health systems. So you need to move with the speed. And Madam Speaker, lastly, I also want to say here that after realizing that we have institutional problems within the Ministry of Health, remember it's huge. The Ministry of Health is huge.
The Department of Health.
Yeah, the Department of Health, whatever language.
It is department, that's what is in the law.
It is department. Is it department?
Yes, it's a department.
You know,
Ministry is the national government.
you know, Madam Speaker, I heard you say that we do not have ministers
Yes, you don't.
in the counties. Yeah, I agree with you. But you also said we have ministers at the national government. We don't have.
We have cabinet secretary.
Yeah, we have cabinet secretary.
Agreed.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with you. So I want to request that also, Madam Speaker, because both the House and the Executive, we are one people. I want to request the Health Committee, because there must be a Health Committee, to sit down with the Executive also, so that we can be able to address this constraint, serious constraint that we have in the Ministry of Health. One of the reasons why I'm inviting the House is because financing is about budgets also. And if we are not given budgets by this House, then as long as we do not have...
Point of information.
Point of
Honorable Speaker.
information. Who is got a point of information?
Thank you.
Honorable Mita?
Thank you. I want this message to go direct to the CCM Finance, that it was stated earlier by budget committee that they always give to the health department anything they request during the budget period, and in fact they call them. So that also that issue of inviting, they go to an extent, a mile extra, call the waziri and the chief officers, seeking more information on where they can, in fact, add more money. So our role, we have played our role. I want it to be very clear, Madam Speaker, because every time when we are outside there, blame games. It's the executive which is not doing this. It's the county assembly which is not passing. Now the issue of a supplementary budget is coming. And it's what is being preached on the ground, that the honorable members have not passed supplementary budget. And yet, the controller COB report is out. We have spent zero. What are we supplementing, honorable members? Whatever we passed, how was it spent? Can we have that explanation? We'll pass supplementary budget even at night. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think Honorable CC.
Thank you.
Honorable CC, County Treasury, the point is that the Assembly has always been ready to pass all budgets. In fact, all budgets as brought from the County Treasury, and they continue to be that ready to do that.
I appreciate, Madam Speaker, but I don't want to dwell a lot on what Mheshimiwa Meta is talking about, because there is a budget which was passed by this House. And I guess, because I do not have the benefit of having sat here when the CEO Health was making his presentations, I guess he demonstrated, because it's not a secret. What should be a secret? Budgets are not a secret. If you open the systems today, you'll be able to see how much the Ministry of Health have spent. So I hope he demonstrated how much was allocated in the budget to the Ministry of Health. And in terms of itemized budgets, how much was allocated to drugs? Because the Ministry of Health is not about drugs alone. The Ministry of Health will pay salaries to the workers, the doctors. In the Ministry of Health, we have non-pharmaceuticals. In the Ministry of Health, we also have capital expenditure. But we are discussing more, we are focusing more on drugs. Why we do not have drugs. I think that is the focus. Even when I task them, the question is why we do not have drugs in the hospitals. And the answer is this, that the item that was allocated in the budget for drugs has been exhausted. So I requested them to do quickly a supplementary budget so that we can be able to bridge that. The fortunate thing is that as the minister, as the CC, in charge of finance, I am allowed to do some reallocation pending approval by the county assembly through the process of the supplementary budget. And that I have done. That I have done. So I want to request the House to look at that supplementary, and you have an opportunity again to invite them so that they can be able to make clarification. And I also want to say this. Let's not operate as though...
Information, Madam Speaker.
Point of information, Honorable Kingori. Honorable CC, please allow the information.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to know whether the CC is aware of the Constitution of Kenya, which gives him also powers to do what is right at the right time. I want to know what happened to Dr. Nyamoya
Order members.
Regarding the money of the health department, because as I understand, Dr. Nyamoya was suspended, but he was later given a leave so that they can just get these things we are doing here to lie down. And I know the DG is aware also that he is the culprit we are talking about. We don't have to hide here and give excuses, because he is binded by law at Article 185 to give information to this House, and also to act as the executive member of finance. Now, I would like to ask one thing.
You are giving information.
Yeah, I want to inform him. I want to inform him that Dr. Nyamoya had been now on leave instead of being suspended. Are you aware of that,
Honorable members, do we have a member of the the
Concern, Madam
committee on budget and appropriation to tell us what is the request that came from the Department of Health on the budget, the current budget. The chairperson.
Madam
budget.
Chair, Madam Speaker.
The chairperson, any other member in the Honorable Museku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the chair, I think one thing which we have made clear here before, and I wanted to repeat it again,
Honorable CC, this is for you.
is that it is not the responsibility of the House to know how much money should be put for drugs in the budget. It's the responsibility of the respective department. And I say it again here, that whatever budget we have brought before this House, we approve it. And if there is a department which we do not touch a single cent, we always add money, is health. And that is why I've had Waziri, the CC, he's talked about a budget for 3 months. We are heading towards elections. After 3 months, people will be on full campaign mode. And we are saying we want to do a supplementary. My request would be this: let them recall the current supplementary budget if it does not have funding up to the end of the financial year. Recall it and they put in it financing which will take us all the way to the end of the financial year, because you do not assume that this Honorable House will be in a position to sit down again and do another supplementary budget. We don't want a situation whereby our people, the health of our people is being jeopardized by, we have done something for 3 months, the 3 months end, so people die, so we do the supplementary. Then again, then people get well. So let us do it. If it is for the whole year, we do it for the whole year. We know this is what we are going to do for the whole year. And we include those monies in that budget. We realign our budget from wherever we are going to get it from the vote heads, so we can be able to ensure that our people get those drugs. Second, Madam Speaker, the summarization, and this is my request to the chair, the summarization which is being done here does not in any way undo the issues which we requested for from the respective department, the specific issues we requested for. Those need to be responded to as they were requested for by the Honorable House. The other thing, before I sit down, is on the issue of the department not running down. We have a finance person in the Department of Health who is supposed to be the one advising them that this vote head is going down. Who is in charge of those vote heads? There's a finance person who has been seconded to that department. So when we say that now people are like coming and like, oh, we don't have drugs, that is something we should have been highlighted to the ministry and the departments on a monthly basis. There is supposed to be, in as far as I'm concerned, there is supposed to be a departmental meeting which is reviewing budget per month, actual versus expenditure, budget versus actual variance analysis, and why are we having this variance on a monthly basis, so that we are not caught with our hands down. So I think that responsibility of ensuring that the department knows which drugs are being run down is something which needs to be taken seriously, and proof provided to show that you are highlighting, you are red flagging these issues. Because if as a house, for example, we only hear it when the drugs are not there and we don't know whether you are highlighting. How are you highlighting? Are you highlighting these things to the cabinet? Are they being highlighted? Are we doing red flags long before? Because you have the reorder levels, long before. And what action is being taken, so that we are seen to be proactive and not act reactionary. We should be seen to be planning and not reacting to situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DJ. CC Finance. you were
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So please, you were carrying on with your speech. Will you wind up? But
Yeah.
part of it is to find out To find out
the
when are the
solutions.
hospitals getting drugs?
Yeah.
As we give the earlier directions.
Thank you, Madam.
Madam Chair, I had a question to the DG, if you allow me. Is it possible to request?
Have I allowed you?
Oh.
I'm sorry. Okay, Honorable DG, allow him. Let him just put the question.
Yes,
Answer it.
because we are trying to save the situation. I was once a scout, and there is an issue we used to call first aid. And one of the essentials of first aid is to save life, to prevent the situation from becoming worse, and to dispose the patient to somewhere where he can get better treatment. I'm requesting, is it possible to request MENS to supply the drugs, then we work on the modalities of payment? Is it possible? Or we are not good clients to them?
You're asking for immediate supply
Immediate
of
source, yes,
drugs.
because we want to hear that we have
Okay,
drugs
so
tomorrow.
We can have the answer. Okay. The person who was on their feet was the CEC Finance.
Thank you. I didn't want to respond to that question because the CEC Health, Dr. Kituku, should be able to respond on that. I know from the past that we have tried to talk to meds to ask them to give us drugs in advance before paying, and they have been very difficult. But that does not mean that they can't change with the time. So I hope, Dr. Kituku, if you are given the opportunity by Madam Speaker, you'll be able to respond on that. Lastly, members, it is true that we have a problem with the resource flows. And that is why at one time, I think I was called by the clerk of the county assembly, and he was telling me, members of the county assembly are complaining that they have not been paid their allowances. But since that complaint, they have been paid. And I explained to him that the reason was not about me or the Department of Finance. This was a problem of resource flows from the National Treasury. As we speak now, and I hope, Madam Jacinda, when you are given the opportunity, you made that clear, that we have just received the financing for the month of December. And the December is over, and we are already done January. So 2 months, and yet the hospitals have been running. I think that's a question, critical question we must ask ourselves. If there was no money and the hospitals have been running, then what does that mean to us? The other areas also, including paying salaries to the members of the county assembly, we have been paying. We have been paying salaries to members of the executive, the staff on the side of the executive. So the request that I wanted to make is for members also to understand, and I think we will be passing that information in time. And I have been doing it. It's only that I don't know whether some people want to use it politically, because over time, I've been telling the clerk to the county assembly that there is a delay in terms of the disbursement of the monies. And every time those monies come, and I want to be on record here, we receive close to 700 and, Madam Jacinda, and 30 million every month, that is. But they delay, like I've said, 2 months delay. And yet, we have paid salaries for December. And we have also paid, we are just about, again, to process salaries for January. And we had not received all those money. So what it means that our expenditure system is constrained completely, and we have to look at priorities. And listening to the members, I had an opportunity to listen to the members. I opened your channel shortly, and I had one member, I can't remember who, was saying we should prioritize in terms of expenditure when we receive those monies. And I agree. When we get the monies, this is what we do. First charge, salaries, both executive and the assembly. Second charge is utilities. utilities, that is water and electricity. Third, not the second. The second charge is health. Then the third charge is utilities. So I want to request members that I know you also have your budget. The executive has a budget. I know you have a budget which you are constructing the chamber. We also budgets where we are constructing hydrums. Bwana Museku, you talked about that. I think we need to sit and agree what is our priority so that you can stop now constructing the chamber. Yeah? We also stop the monies that are going to areas which we think is not a priority and put the money to health. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Museku, apparently you want to respond to something.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we were trying to look for solutions, and I believe the solutions we are looking for here, Madam Speaker, need to be practical solutions. And before this Honorable House, anything which we say here under this oath needs to be practical. All of us know you cannot remove money from capital expenditure to recurrent expenditure. More so, the CEC finance. And therefore, I have not said money should be relocated. We cannot move money from the chamber or from the aerodrome and put it to buying drugs. When I was talking about the aerodrome, it's a capital expenditure. I was talking about aerodrome as a capital expenditure, a machine for manufacturing oxygen as a capital expenditure. CapEx for CapEx. But now the issue we have here, which is critical now, is issue on recurrent expenditure, which is purchase of what? Drugs. So therefore, we need to be practical and say, I agree with what the chief officer said. They'll pay the 30 million shillings. If they pay the 30 million shillings and we get KEMSA supplying us drugs, then that will be a stopgap measure to ensure that we get drugs immediately in our facilities as soon as possible. Then you go ahead, as the suggestion we made, you go ahead and make sure you have a budget which will cater for the entire up to December. Analyzing, remember there are the questions we asked, analyzing what is this which has eaten your budget, which was supposed to go for the whole year, by January, imeisha. What is it? What was that? Where was the lapse in your planning, such that your budget ends in January? You need to look to get to the bottom root cause of that, and say, I think we under budgeted here because of 1, 2, 3. This house requires those answers. But for now, I just want to advise the CC, it's not possible that we stop constructing our chamber to buy drugs, or you stop constructing your aerodrome to buy drugs. You can't move money from capital expenditure to recurrent expenditure. Thank you.
So we were to have a response from CC.
Response on that. Just a quick one, Madam Speaker.
Okay, go ahead. But
Thank
remember,
you.
we want to know
Yeah,
whether we can
thank
get
you.
medicine immediately.
Thank you.
And that's the
I know
crux
you
of
have
the
been
matter.
sitting here for long, and it's important we move towards conclusion. I agree with you, Bwana Museku, but I understand these things better. I was talking about budget rationalization. So when I picked the issue of the hydro and the chambers, it was just talking about budget rationalization so that we can be able to make some resources available for recurrent expenditure. You understand better. Thank you.
So, thank you. Honorable, no, hold on. We are looking for a solution. We have the CC help. Can we get medicine immediately?
Madam Speaker, we should get medicine immediately. But I want to, one, clarify what Honorable Ndawa asked. Meds don't supply before you pay. And the reason is, as you can clearly see, the debts counties have not paid their KEMSA. So meds have not agreed.
So we have a bad name on debts.
No, we don't have a bad name as a county. I'm talking about this is an issue actually countrywide. Yeah, it's a policy. Yeah, it's a policy, yes. Yes. So meds, the money has to be paid for them to deliver. Another clarification, Madam, because I agree with what
you need is the money.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I want also to make clarity so that now we have a child who is drowning in a swimming pool. This is not the time to start asking who was taking care of that child, where was whatever guarding. What we need to do is to get that baby from the swimming pool, resuscitate the baby, and then we can talk about the other issues later.
Hold on, members, Honorable Ngunga,
so,
be in order.
Yeah, so, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is my chief officers have been able to, using a fine tooth, only been able to get 20 what million from our budget? Yeah, 29 million, and nothing more, nothing less. And I can bet most likely what has happened, they have swept the money for CHVs. So literally, that Department of Health has nothing else recurrent, yet we require these 66 million to run that. I have a solution. We are trying to get that baby from drowning. Because this is something which bothers me. I've checked an hospital, even give an example. Machakos level 5, from Monday to Friday, it collects an average of 200,000 daily. Okay? If you do the calculations, that monthly, that's around 6 million. And that's we are talking about those who pay through the pay bill. Machakos level 5, the last 12 months, they received 33 million reimbursement from NHIF. If you do monthly, that would be around 3 million. Okay? What am I saying? Let's stop digging. And there's regulation to support that. We are talking about by the end of 1 week, we'll have collected more than 1 million in that hospital. And the other hospitals are also collecting. That's 1 million. That's another 3 million per month from NHIF and so on. And they'll go up. And McHugh, the 250,000 plus being generated daily from Machakos level 5 here.
Other members, let's hear what the
yes.
is saying.
Yeah, from the 200,000 plus being generated daily from Machakos level 5 is happening when we don't have lab reagents, when we don't have X-ray films, when there are no drugs. If within very fast we optimize and we have those things, I can tell you this hospital is able to generate 500,000 a day. And the other hospitals also will generate. What am I saying? This money, and there is a regulation to that, the previous assembly, I believe Honorable Kamitu is here, passed a regulation in the year 2015, the Public Finance Management Act, a regulation basically for setting up a Machakos County Health Services Management Fund. That regulation is in force. We are trying to operationalize it. And in the year 2020, in September, the CS for Health, Honorable Mutai Kagwe, wrote to all the governors. And I'll give you a copy because I don't have to read everything. But that's one of the recommended, because the letter was purely about the issue of ensuring that it was an advisory to counties on the proposed amendments of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and on utilization of user fees, conditional grants, and implementation of facility improvement funds guidelines in the counties. And all those guidelines have been given by the CS to the governors. And the last point, so that we are on the same, so that, because that, to me, that's the future. Further, the National Treasury advises that each county government can explore the option of establishment of a county hospital management fund through legislation passed by the respective county assembly to address the challenges of funds flow in order to ring-fence health sector funds at the county level through which the use of retained fees can be tracked. Honorable Speaker, to me, that's a solution. That's what is going to get that baby from drowning. Let's ensure that the funds generated from our facilities are, of course, the proper appropriation, but plowed back, and to supplement what we are getting from the county assembly. And Madam Speaker, you are talking about what is the resource envelope I'm talking about. One is the cash paying patients, which I've said is around 5 million at level 5 per month, which we can increase to 10 when we have all the optimal services. We are talking about the medical insurance, mainly NHIF reimbursements, which is 33 million the last 12 months, which can increase to more than 50. Madam Speaker, we are also talking about the public health fees, When our people when the health people go to inspect meat and all that, that money can come back to the department to enforce the preventive measures. And lastly, Madam Speaker, because this has been asked and I know it's getting late, us in health, we've done all the projections. McHugh, in health, we are the people who a lady comes, she's pregnant, and we ask her when was her last menstrual period, and we are able to project and tell her you deliver on this date, plus minus 2 weeks. We've done that for the department for the Ulia. We require, and on top of the 4.3 billion, the Department of Health requires 1.6 billion more to run the service very smoothly, and we will never hear any complaint again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So at that point, the Department of Health, we shall be awaiting for the regulations to come to the Assembly, because until they come, we are not able to process them. We can assure you maximum cooperation on that. The regulations for the fund that you mentioned.
Yes. Madam Speaker, because again, so that we don't waste much, well, not much time is wasted, these are regulations passed by the previous Assembly. It is already there, and I'll give you a copy. And this is a regulation which we've used to ensure that to set up a health facility management committees.
Madam
yes,
Speaker,
they are already there.
Madam
So it's an
Speaker.
issue of now
Members,
ensuring.
Order members. We revised them in a Health Act, which has not been ascended to today, but technically it's already law. Because the 14 days expired.
over.
Yeah.
And we wrote a letter to that effect to the
Yes.
Madam Speaker, if you allow me, again, I want us to go back to the fact that there is a baby drowning here. I know about, I'm aware about the amendments which were done, and there must be reasons where it was not sent to. My fear is we'll waste so much time again trying to come and reinvent the wheel. I'm not very good in finances, but I'm not very poor, but I've not seen anything wrong with these regulations. If we implement them and then the amendments which we are done can follow the process and do it, because we run the risk of paralysis, where there is this regulation, but another one was done by the Assembly and not ascended to. I have not seen the Gazette. So we run that risk, Madam Speaker, and there is a baby here who is drowning.
The County Treasury is here. The head of the County Treasury is here. The CC Finance, it's just about operationalizing the fund, is it?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to remove Ikitu. I agree with what Dr. Kituku is proposing, but he knows very well that that must be subjected also to the county executive committee so that it is approved. Two, when it was being approved at either 2015 or 2014, so to speak, we did not have UHC. It was not anticipated. Then we were not talking about output-based financing of Ministry of Health, or rather Department of Health. Now we are talking about output. Then it was input. So I don't want us to address those details here, because we are agreeing logically here that it is necessary to move towards financing health using that model. But then we need to realign just the few sections that may not be aligned, particularly the institutional framework that is set in that document. I guess there is an institutional framework that needs to be looked into. I had an opportunity to look at it, and I saw just a few things that can be corrected. So I agree with you, Madam Speaker. There is need for it to be brought back to the Assembly so that it can be aligned to other laws that you have passed. And we need to move with the speed without delaying because of technicalities. So in principle, I think we should be able to shift to that model. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Indeed, Bwana CC, County Treasury, that those are matters that were addressed in the amended Yes, it's already amended and everything is there, as clear as daylight.
Yes.
So we send it over to the governor for assent.
Assent. Yes.
He did not up to now. That's from 2020?
2019.
There's a letter here. Where is the letter? You showed me the letter earlier on.
2019.
So we
19.
amended and it's already law as it is. So it's just about implementation, operationalization of the fund. And so we were addressing the gaps which you have identified, which are existing in the earlier regulations. We already have the Health Act.
Madam Speaker.
I want to stand out, Madam Speaker, as one of the greatest proponents of solutions. I think I've had a lot of time to engage with the hospital staff, and actually those ones who are the level of directors, and we agreed that this idea is the best way to go. And like the doctor is saying, if we had all the departments operational, the X-ray and all that, the hospital can even raise as much as he's saying. I have had the opportunity to serve in that hospital as one of the board members during my growing times. And those are the days that we came up with what we used to call the amenity wards. Those of you who found those wards here, those were a brainchild of that facility. That we used to call it facility improvement, something like, there was a fund, FIF, something fund. During that time, the patients and services will be brought on a subsidized level and they will be paid for. And the actual hospital moved away from the traditional dirty hospital into a modern hospital that could even improve. So we have engaged, and I think one of the challenges that I think this morning it was mentioned is a level where we also, as an assembly, pass laws and the laws are not followed.
They are not
because
implemented.
let me tell you, it is very wrong for us to spend time here, work out on things, and those things are not implemented just because somebody is holding on that impunity that we have been talking about. It is wrong, because it's out of this that we are losing lives. The question here, and I want this to go in record, the question here is, if, for example, these all laws are been here, and the deputy governor seems not to be aware of them very clearly, and he's supposed to be the implementer of this, don't you think this is almost a joke, my brother, Your Excellency? Because now, as an assembly, as the institution charged with passing laws, and you as a person charged with implementing the same laws, my brother, isn't there a gap somewhere? Because we are making laws, and laws are not being what? Implemented. It could easily be said that, therefore, there's that gap that needs to be breached. So, Madam Speaker, with all due humility, because we want to solve a problem, we don't want to accuse people. Let it be a legacy of the present government and the present assembly that at least we left a legislation that improved the services in our hospitals. During the times that I was sitting in the implementation committee, at times I had an opportunity with the Honorable Mark Mwendo to visit Kangundo Hospital. And when we went to that hospital, I think the hospital was in that state of disrepair. We engaged with the management of the hospital, and the way to go, the proposals were this. We engaged with them as a committee, you remember? And that is the reason when we came back here, we came up with these proposals here. And these proposals here were not geared to muscle anybody. They were actually geared to trying to strengthen our operations. Look at a situation where maybe the hospital administrator is faced with a situation where he has to purchase, small things that are readily available in the market. And so the patient goes and is told that he cannot be able to access this, but the monies are being collected and they are being banked at the county treasury. But Madam Speaker, Jacinta cannot use the money. So it is this kind of thing that we are trying to run away, so that we have this money is accessible for small purchases that can be done there. Of course, the equitable share will still be coming. So, Madam Speaker, my proposal would be, as we also look at that quick way of saving the child that is drowning, we also now look at a way that the child is not going to drown again. Because we can be saving this one baby here, and there's still another baby that is jumping to the same pool. So my proposal would be, now, CC Health, please sit down, see to it that you appoint that, actually don't wait now, appoint that committee. There's a committee that is called what? Committee that is called the committee that is supposed to run that fund. Let that committee be appointed. Let it be brought to the assembly. We approve it immediately before the end of the week. So we have that committee working. Machakos is run by the executive, and the executive is oversighted by the assembly. There is no other assembly The assembly that sits here is the one that makes laws for this county. And the law has been made. And that law must be followed. And if somebody is not ready to follow the law, this assembly has the power to have that person excuse us from being in our dockets. Madam Speaker, this is a political year. And we are not going to joke with anybody that is ready to jeopardize the lives of these members here. So members, we came here, we approved you to go and work. And you are not working for us. You are working for the people of Machakos. Our scorecard is now. So if we don't score, we will blame it on you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So we just want to wind up on the issue of drugs in hospitals. We have been assured that there are going to be drugs by when? Is it tomorrow or the day after?
Madam Speaker, I don't think I've been able to answer that question because the issues I've raised. One, the money which my chief officer have been able to get from our budget is only 29 million. If they can answer whether the money has been paid to meds or not. But even if that is done, within and you know what happens because the procurement is about quantities. That is a third of what we required. There's a likelihood we'll get, but then there will be no paracetamol. Will you have solved any problem? No. And so that we are very clear, that department, even if we squeeze it, there is no extra shilling which will come out. And I have said is very possible. Now the money they have found is what was supposed to pay CHVs for the other months. The solution is money must be found from other departments. Yeah, because what has been happening is every time we go round in circles, then health, we are told we try and squeeze some money from whatever we have. Okay. There's nothing more to squeeze.
Just saying
yes.
That you want money from other departments.
Yes.
Who is supposed to get that money? CC, County Treasury? They want money from other departments to buy drugs.
Thank you.
And that is squarely on your shoulders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. However, before I can be able to propose a supplementary for any department, from where I sit, I'm just like Ukur Yatan. Ukur Yatan, unless the Minister of Agriculture requests, even if they are locusts, requests for a supplementary budget so that they can be able to fight locusts in this country, we will not provide. So the onus is in the Ministry of Health to sit, plan, bring the plan to the Ministry of Finance, which is headed by none other than the DG, so that I can forward, and I have more interest in the public. You know that? Yes. I am elected, like these members, so I have a lot of interest in serving the public and ensuring that I serve them well. So I would collapse even other budgets, regardless, and ensure that if the proposal is made by the Ministry of Health, ensure that our hospitals have drugs.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Museko, we are looking for a solution. We want to hear that drugs are going to be in hospital.
Okay. Let me, Madam.
Oh, Honorable Majority Leader, please tell us a solution. We want medicine in hospitals.
I want to give a solution. Okay, Madam Speaker, what I wanted to say, Madam Speaker, now that I was standing, is simple. We talked about 30 million, which is available for payment.
Immediate.
So, even if it is a drop in the ocean, let's get that drop in the ocean first. So that tomorrow, let me say, tomorrow, whatever requisition you have put for medicine, it is put in place. Number two, you need to request for additional funds through the cabinet, for example. How quickly can the cabinet sit to look at how they can be able to relocate funds from other departments? Because you are not going to relocate budget from energy without energy being involved. So we are talking about quick solutions here. Is the 30 million is paid, and then the cabinet needs to sit like yesterday and look at the budget, look at the other departments, see where we can be able to avail funds from other department into your department. If you are saying your department does not have any funds, then that can only be resolved by the cabinet. So I'm asking the deputy governor who sits in the cabinet. You also sit in the cabinet. Evelyn here sits in the cabinet. You need to quickly lobby the cabinet to sit and relocate funds from another department which might not be having such pressing needs to your department for you to have that continuity. There is no other shortcut which you are going to be able to do. Thank you.
We are getting a solution from
yes, and you had Madam Jacinda say that we've had meetings. The Department of Health, Finance, chaired by His Excellency the Governor, and you saw it posted by the Governor. This is not a new document. This is a document which they have. And it's not fair we keep on going around in circles. This is a document which is available to my bosses. This, what I've gone through, there's 62 million for 3 months for drugs, blah, 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 and all that. The 33 million for fuel and food. This is not a document new. Yes. We've done our job. Yeah, we've done our job, but it's not fair. It's not fair. Yes. And we are the people who spent...
Now, Madam Speaker,
yeah, there's nothing we can do, and it's not fair. We come here and spend time, then we want to be crucified as if we've not done our bit. We've done our bit.
Madam Speaker,
and I wish I could submit this as an exhibit to you so that
I have a solution.
Order members, order.
I have a solution, Madam Speaker.
Order members. Honorable Ngunga, Honorable Mita, order.
I have a solution, Madam
Honorable Jeremiah, sit down, order. We must move in an orderly manner. Can we have Honorable Kaloki?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think now we seem to be getting somewhere. And this is what we have been waiting for. First and foremost, I want to thank the Hebu team, at least for once. We have a full house team of drawn from almost all the key departments of Machakos County. Madam Speaker, we have to be solution-oriented. We seem to be getting somewhere. And as I said in the morning, the problem we are discussing today is affecting the entire system, right from the governor, the deputy governor, yourself, and ourselves. Because very soon, all of us will be in the ballot. We have been seeing what has been happening around. We have been accused all over. Now, my solution is this. To avoid the kind of contradictions we have been witnessing since morning, and I belong to the government, I'm a whip of the government. Kindly, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor and CC Finance, set up, it's our humble request, set up an interdepartmental team. Now that you have the team from Health, Finance, and agree amongst yourselves and kindly work together, avoid the kind of, issue you have witnessed since morning, and I'm sure we'll get somewhere. What we want to hear is, when are we going to have drugs in our hospitals? That's it. If you speak in one voice, read from the same page as a team, we will not see the kind of a shame we are witnessing. And actually, it's been quite shameful to see senior officers, who are also my very good friends, contradicting one another in this house. Let me wind up, Madam Speaker.
Please,
if you remember very well, something that was mentioned by Madam Speaker in the earlier this afternoon. In the morning, we had been told that the department had only 140-something million, which had been exhausted. 149 million. About 2-3 hours later, another 116 million service. I don't know from where. So kindly, Bwana DG, put your team together. And I'm sure we are going to get a solution. We do not even know what we are going to tell our people. We just want a word. We want to go home and tell them now we have a solution. Very soon you'll have drugs in our facilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So what we are going to do, honorable members, is this, because we must come to an end to this long discussion. We have the 30 million, which is going to purchase drugs to meds, from meds, right? The county treasury, how soon can that money be available? Because we are told meds will not give the medication before payment. How soon can that be? You've done a requisition. At what stage is it?
The requisition is going to be with the controller of budget tomorrow.
And you need to fast track it? You talk
Yes,
to the controller?
we will work with it.
You expect it back tomorrow? By Wednesday, 2:30 p.m., can this committee have a report on that money? And the report we want to hear is that the money has been forwarded to meds for supply of medicine worth 30 million.
Yes.
Number two, you still need more money in the Department of Health from what has been presented by the CC Health. Can we have a report on when the cabinet is going to give a report on the position of a supplementary budget based on that report by the CC Health? When do we have that finalized so that we can have a supplementary budget to this House? Not of the 20 million you've asked for, when we see that the amount that is needed is much more than 20 million. That would go to the Deputy Governor. In your position now as Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I like the mood of the House that we need to get a solution. Indeed, we should have gotten the solution even yesterday, because this is a very serious matter. But however, bureaucratic institutions, the government that we are, because we have to process and take that document to another office, constitutional office, which must also take its time. I'm not saying they must delay, but they also take time to scrutinize what we have presented before them. But I think it is practical, Madam Jacinda, immediately those documents land on the table of the controller of budget to approve, such that by Wednesday, because today is Monday, Cynthia, today is Monday, such that by Wednesday, if we are proactive, by Wednesday, I don't know whether the other procurement, because we are procuring essentials. Is that not so? We are procuring essentials. So there is in the other motions of, advertise this, blah, 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 such that by Wednesday, we should be able to have drugs, if it is possible,
Indeed,
in hospitals.
that's what we said.
And I want to request, because I can direct here from the same floor, I want to request the Minister for Health, the Chief Officer, Bana Mova, and your colleague, you can walk tomorrow in the morning to Nairobi, even to tell meds to start packing. Cynthia? Because at the same time, there is a requisition, and they can confirm, there is a requisition on the table of the controller budget, and they can confirm the same, so that they can start packing those drugs based on our requisition. Because we can confirm here, the money is available, and there is no way that we are not going to get that money to pay. So we need to be more proactive so that we can save this situation.
Indeed, that's what the direction I gave Honorable DG in the
Yeah.
first limp.
Yeah.
I'm now on the second limp. 30 million is only for a fraction of the medication needed. He said, the CC Health, he said he needs more medication, worth 66. So he has a big deficit, and there are other items that he needs. So do we have a supplementary budget reaching this House by what date? That's the next limb of the solution.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I hope, and they are sitting here, when you provided for a supplementary budget to be able to cater for drugs, you also planned on what is going to take us to the last day of the financial year, and if possible, even beyond the last day of the financial year, because July, we still have to treat people in the hospitals. Cynthia?
August too.
August too. So we need to plan up to August, to have drugs up to August. So that is what I would be expecting from the Ministry of Health. And I don't want to do your job, because if I do your job, I'll be taking your job and you'll be jobless.
So, Honorable Museko, you once mentioned on the supplementary budget, the request is for 20 million only? So can you address that aspect so that we can know that they need to do another supplementary budget, withdraw, recall the current one and bring another one? I want to know by what date. Honorable DG, I'm speaking to you. How much?
Under the Machakos level 5 hospital for drugs, I saw 20 million put there. So that now the total amount was coming to 1.9 and it was all committed. And that's the reason I was saying that I was agreeing with what Dr. Hansen was saying, that that is not enough. They need to put the entire amount, the entire 66 million, which is talking about, the amount which can be able to go up to August.
I'm just suggesting.
Point of clarity, Madam Speaker.
Honorable DS, we are in agreement that we need a reviewed supplementary budget.
Point
The
of
question
clarification,
is,
Madam Speaker.
how soon can it come to the Assembly? And that goes to the county executive. How soon can the reviewed supplementary budget come to the Assembly? Is it in terms of 7 days? Is it 10 days? Is it 2 days?
Madam Speaker, honestly, I would not want to be specific on the number of days. You know, from where I stand, there are certain decisions I cannot be able to make because many of the decisions that we make at the executive level. However, we take note of the urgency because we are agreeing, all of us here, there is need to treat this matter as very urgent. And I will, of course, at the executive level, whip, so to speak, whip the concerned officers to ensure that we can be able to achieve that within the shortest
I'll make
time
it easier for you, Honorable.
So,
DG.
Madam Speaker, really, I don't think you would be in a position.
I'll make it easier.
Yeah.
I'll make it easier.
Yeah.
The House expects a report on the status of the reviewed supplementary budget on or before 8th of February 2022. A report on the status of the reviewed
Madam Speaker,
supplementary budget on or before 8th of February 2022. We have finished and the Hansard has recorded.
Madam Speaker.
On or before 8th of February 2022.
You have said on or before?
On or before 8th of February 2022, a report on the status of the reviewed supplementary budget and its way to the Assembly.
Interest to present it even tomorrow, not even by 8th. Thank you,
When
Madam
it's
Speaker.
on or before, it means you can bring it even tomorrow. Right, thank you very much, Honorable DG. And we have finished on that matter. Please.
If you allow me, I've just been informed by my finance team that a supplementary seeks resources strictly from within the budget of that department. Well, that's what I've been told. I may be wrong. I'm not a finance person. But what I want to clarify is the Department of Health, unless my good friends, chief officers, are not getting me well, there is no money they can get for this. And
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
And for
Point of
clarity,
information.
towards the end of the year, so that I cover everything,
Dr.
we
Kituko.
require this 100 million for the next 3 months. The financial year ends by around August, after elections.
Point of
We need at
information,
least
Madam
200
Speaker.
million to be able to get these consumables, the fuel and the patient's food. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dr. Kituku handle it as an internal matter between the Department of Health and the Department of the County Treasury. So, honorable members, remember we also had the issue of electricity supply to the health facilities, and that's why we have the CEC Energy and also the CO Energy. So who goes first to tell us, do we have any facility that is not having services of electricity? Because the information was that there were disconnections or threatened disconnections. We go to the CC Energy. Thank you, Evelyn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to make clarification on the payment of electricity bills. During the budgeting process, each department in the county is allocated a budget for utility, including electricity. So it is not the responsibility of the Department of Energy to pay bills for the health facilities. So even as we develop a way forward, I would request my colleague and his team to also see how to handle the electricity bills. I'll use an example. The current budget allocated to the Department of Energy right now is 15 million, which ideally goes to the maintenance and payment of bills of Mulikamwizis. So we do not have excess budget to take care of any health facility or any other department electricity bill. There was only a unique situation in financial year 2020-2021 during the supplementary when the funds were consolidated into our department. And that we paid, and we came with an attachment of what was paid. So the department can clarify that the 103 million that was allocated in this financial year was fully paid, attachment provided, and the 15 million for the current year, we can provide the same. So I wish to clarify that the mandate of payment of electricity bills in the health facilities does not lie.
The department.
Yes.
All right. But while you are still on your feet, Madam Evelyn.
Yes.
Can you tell us whether the Mulikamwizis, all of them are working? Because we were told that they were also under threat of being switched off.
Okay.
They've been disconnected. There was a lot of hue and cry about them.
Thank you, Madam
Order,
Speaker.
members, order. Please let's hear the member in silence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will clarify on the Mulikamwizi. What happened was that we had paid for connection. We rely on Kenya Power to connect our Mulikamwizis with power.
So just a moment, Madam Evelyn.
Yes.
We have finalized really with CEC Finance, who also doubles up as the Deputy Governor. And unless we have need of, we still need the others. Please remain there, remain seated. We can excuse him to leave. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. So continue, Madam Evelyn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Mulikamwizis, we rely heavily on Kenya Power to do the connections for us. Currently, we have paid 4.4 million in the past financial year. We have also managed to pay in this financial year another 6.6 million for connection. This is why we had a bit of delay in lighting up some of your areas. Honorable members, you'll agree with me, some of your areas, we have poles that don't have power. That delay was occasioned by Kenya Power. And my chief officer can explain, because he had a meeting with the team at Kenya Power to fast track the connections. On the disconnections that have happened, it's because of the pending bills. We have 32 million that we need to pay Kenya Power. So that is what we are processing. And as at now, we also are faced with the same challenge with the Ministry of Health. We do not have a budget allocation. Remember, I said we had 15 million, which we have made some payments. So of course we have shortfall, but we will try and see during the supplementary how to recover the balance once we can clear all the bills. I hope I'm clear.
Any member on that? Any reaction on that? Okay, we have Honorable Jeremiah. And a quick one, please just be straightforward to the point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Waziri, for the information that you provided to this assembly. Also, I would like also to know from you that we have been given 3 posts which should be installed with Mulikamwizis, and this has never happened. Also, on the issue of electricity, the Kenya Power people are coming to our wards, disconnecting majority of the posts that we have in the markets. And when we ask them, they say your department has not given any requisition of payment. So can you clarify what stopgap measures are you doing so that we can be out of that problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like
Madam Evelyn, do you want to take all questions on Mulika Mwizi? Then you answer all of them.
That's okay.
Thank you. Honorable Ndawa on Mulika Mwizi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to ask, because it is issue of energy, and the CEC has now moved the blame to the CEC energy. But two level, no, you have said
now we
no.
will deal with Mulika Mwizi
Yes,
first, Honorable Ndawa.
Now my concern is
so unless it is on Mulika Mwizi, you resume your seat, we finalize on that issue because we get mixed up.
yes.
So the issue of supply of energy or electricity to hospitals, let's hold on it. So we finish on Mulika Mwizi.
Okay.
Yeah,
there are
please
Mulika Mwizis that we have, and I'm told one of the main reason why they are being disconnected is that they do not have meters.
Meters.
Yes.
Okay.
So can we get clarification on that?
Honorable Ndambuki.
CCM Evelyn, are you aware that there are areas where Kenya Power disconnected Mulika Mwizis and took away the lights?
Okay, there we are. Anything else on Mulika Mwizi? Honorable Kisini?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to know through the CC Energy, the promise that at the river will get 4 Mulika Mwizis. When are they going to be installed? And then the last one, at our exchange program at the river, the county earlier installed lights and they were all stolen. Are there plans to reinstall?
So security of the vandalization of the
Yes,
Mulika Mwizi?
vandalization.
Honorable Kingori?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask Aziri whether he is aware that there is money which have been paid for Modhwani to be installed with Mulika Mwizi, and yet they are not been installed since 2018.
No Mulika Mwizi is in Mudhwani.
Yes, they are paid. 10 million had been paid to the department of, they only lack the signature of the Waziri.
Okay, so now can we have the answers? Honorable Kituko, Mulika Mwizi, quickly.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine goes on what is happening as far as maintenance of the Mulika Mwizis are concerned. Because some have gone off. Thank you.
Okay, maintenance and security. Unless now, maybe the answers will answer the other hands which are up. Is it any unique which is not the same? It should be the same. Maintenance, installation, disconnection. Is there anything different? Then let's have the answers. Let's hear the answers. Let's hear the answers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. With me, to answer the question by honorable from Yatta, I have a document that shows the meters that have been paid pending connection. So we paid 4.4, like I mentioned, and this month we've paid another 6.6 million. So cumulatively, all the meters that had not been connected, my team is following up to make sure that this is done. I can table this as evidence of what has been done. So it is a matter of us fast-tracking with Kenya Power. Indeed, I agree and accept that we had some disconnection. Like I mentioned, we have some bills to pay. Some of the disconnection, like the honorable member for Kadhiani has mentioned, the Kenya Power team carried some of our floodlights. My team is aware, and they are working with the office. Remember, it's a tactic. They know when they carry our stuff, we'll fast-track the payment. So we are on it, and I appreciate your patience. I know we have delayed. We have really delayed from the time we had a discussion with you. And to answer on the ward projects that each member presented to us, we have done the tenders. The tenders are on our website. So as soon as we get all the supplies that we require, all the pending lights will be lit. Maybe my Katibu can clarify how much time we'll need to clear with the tendering process so that we can also give a projected timeline. Thank you.
Okay, so we need a clear answer on the timelines because we'll not leave it open-ended. That is the CEO Energy. Newton, Mr. Newton.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Please go ahead and tell us.
Thank you. Our tenders
addressing the issue of deadlines or timelines.
Okay. We would wish that you give us a month so that we evaluate the tenders. Basically, what happened is that we had to request for budget enhancement so that we are able to, because in the first quarter and second quarter, we had to process pending bills. So now from second and third quarter, now we've done now tenders for.
So we have two timelines, members, because there are those where the payments have been done, Kenya Power is to reconnect. Do we need 1 month for that?
May I ask, Madam Speaker?
I have a concern, Madam. Something slightly different, but on the same, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Betty.
Yes, thank you.
On reconnection of the disconnected supply.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through our chair, and I'm addressing to Waziri and Katibu. Honestly, the ground is hot. And please, I want to request you to feel us, because all that time, all these things were happening, and there was no disconnection. And because we are ending to elections, I think that is the reason this disconnection has taken place. And kindly, 1 month, tutatembea wapi haki, na tutaenda kuwaambia nini? Please.
What we are agreeing is that there are two different timelines, eh? If Kenya Power is paid, the reconnection must be immediate, isn't it? So we can have a report on reconnections where payments have been done as on Wednesday, that's 2nd of February, 2022 at 2:30. Madam Evelyn, is that okay with you?
Madam Chair, is
Madam Chair.
Mr. Newton, is that okay?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you.
For reconnections.
For reconnections, the first issue was about the meters, which were paid a year ago. And we had some rogue KPLC officers, which I think they normally give the meters to other people. So we followed up to the regional manager.
No, that's a different one. You
Yes.
see where there's a bill and it's been paid. The meter is there and everything is there. Isn't it immediate?
Yes, Madam Speaker, that can be done in 2 days.
So we'll get a report on the reconnection of disconnected power, Mulikamwizi, on 2nd of February 2022 at 2:30. Okay? Now, address the other issue of the meters which you purchased.
The meters were still following up, Madam Speaker, with the regional office.
Did you pay for them?
Yes, we did pay for them.
And 1 year down the line, they are not supplied.
Yes, they've not supplied.
Have you sued?
Not yet, Madam
So?
Speaker.
Yes.
1 year down the line.
Yes,
They are in breach of contract, the KPLC.
That is even outside of now the contract period.
Yes.
So what do you do about that, Madam Evelyn?
Madam Speaker, kindly allow us to give you a comprehensive report on 2nd.
On that particular one?
On that particular.
On the meters?
Yes.
Okay, on the meters, 2nd. And then what about maintenance?
And the cables for the...
That's maintenance.
Different on the same, which is, I'm sure is affecting almost everybody. If you allow me, there are some Likamwizi which are faulty, but we are not even sure whether it is a disconnection, and your technicians are taking forever to respond to our calls.
So for you is maintenance?
It's maintenance, but they need to check on their teams, because every time we call on them, they never respond.
That's maintenance. Yes. So what about maintenance reports?
Madam Speaker, like I mentioned, we had a delay in the procurement of the maintenance, and we have done a bulk purchase where we'll be doing fresh installments and then the maintenance.
You need 1 month to report.
Yes, but again, since the tenders are already running, we give them 2 weeks for the expiry period. Then again, my team will work around the clock for 1 week to award. Then again, yes, roughly 3 weeks to a month.
That's why you're talking of 1 month.
Yes.
So members, are you hearing that report cannot be here?
And Madam Speaker, I would request the members to kindly bear with us. I know we have delayed, but we are committed, and I'm sure we will ensure that we achieve what we set out to
So
do.
we are going to the end of February? That's
Madam
what
Speaker.
it means?
Yes.
Members in darkness.
Madam
Or
Speaker.
will
Before.
have to be
Madam
with
Speaker,
us.
my question
Madam
was not
Speaker.
answered, Madam Speaker. And I want,
Honorable Mutiso has not said anything. Honorable Kingori, please sit down.
Madam Speaker, I think there are some areas which you need a special treatment. For example, here in town, because the officers are just here, the headquarters of the electricity, whatever, they are just around here. And when we say that it takes a month, I think there are crises, Madam Speaker. And they know what is happening because all these members, they are resident, most of them in this town. And they know what is happening. So they have to take some special treatment
That
to
is
some
on
areas.
what category of Mulikamwizi?
Maintenance and even some areas they are vulnerable.
Because they are relating it to procurement. Maintenance, they need to purchase, and they are on procurement. You cannot shorten the procurement process because there are timelines set out in the law. The lowest period is 30 days.
Yes,
When
Madam
you're talking
Speaker,
of
but
1 month.
what I'm talking about is some areas they need some maintenance.
Is
Like
there a way you can procure without going through that long process?
No.
Madam Speaker, I think there are problems here. Because for example, right now, around the market, I don't know what is happening because I'm not a technician, but they have to go there and look at what is happening there and know what is wrong with that line over there.
So what do you tell us, Madam Evelyn? The feeling is that 1 month is too long.
Okay.
In darkness, especially in some areas. Actually, in all areas, because it's about security.
Madam Speaker, if you allow me 1 second, it's not about maintenance, replacement of meters or installation of meters, Madam Speaker. It's something that Mheshimiwa Mutiso and myself are saying that is similar. There are some street lights which requires very minimal, they just need to be checked. Some we have, like the wires which have been probably tampered with. That's why we're insisting we need to have their teams come to us. We tell them where we have a problem. And until that time, we may not be able to know whether they require a new meter, whether they have been disconnected.
So it may just be a fuse.
Small things, Madam Speaker.
So what do
Even
you
a
do
fuse.
about that case?
Yeah.
Madam Evelyn, what do you do about that case?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand the honorable members. What we are going to do, we'll set out our teams to do a routine checkup and confirm what is the status of each of the Mulikamwizi that is off.
Yes.
So that even as we plan, we know if it is Mheshimiwa Kaloki's area, we need to repair 2, we need to reinstall 2, then we have a comprehensive. So tomorrow I'll charge my teams to be on your sites to confirm, and of course with working with your officers and yourselves.
So when can they bring the report?
A different issue, Madam
Honor
Speaker.
members, I am addressing the member. When can we have a report on the routine check that is going to be undertaken?
Yes.
Almost county-wide. When can we have?
A week.
A week?
Yes.
So we can have that report on or before 8th of February 2022?
That's okay, Madam
Right.
Speaker.
Madam
Because
Speaker,
some of the
and-
situations may be just something small, maybe just a bulb to replace.
Yes.
She
Madam
may have
Speaker,
it even in her
thank you, Madam Speaker.
No, I didn't ask you, Honorable Jeremiah.
Oh,
You're
I wanted
thanking
to.
me for nothing.
No, I just wanted to talk about something different.
What is there something different?
Yes, the Energy Department had promised the members of this assembly each ward will get 1 transformer. Can they clarify on that, Madam Speaker? Because it's a
on
thorn in flesh.
transformers?
Yes.
Okay. So, Honorable Kamitu, to the Department of Energy.
Department of Energy. What Waziri has said is quite is quite. It is relating to what we are trying for in regard to the timeline. She can also engage our village administrators. If she can talk to them, plus the technician, they will be able now to identify what type of a problem we have in regard to lighting and the like. It is easier so that when the team goes out, they know exactly what is the problem that had been identified by our team. They are very cooperative in some areas. Thank you.
Honorable Kamitu, the CC Energy is answerable to this assembly, and the members of the assembly have raised it, so let her address it the best way she can. She knows what machinery she can apply.
Madam
But
Chair.
let it not be a responsibility being shifted to another officer of the county executive who is not here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam
I
Chair.
want to know.
Is
Honorable Ndawa,
yes, I'm requesting whether the list of the meters that were paid can be shared to us.
the
So-
list of the meters
Yes,
that were purchased,
Yes.
ordered for.
yes.
Okay.
Can we get a list of that copy so that when I
Pardon?
go to my
The
two,
list of the meters.
yes, so that I can defend my Mulikamis
Okay.
from being
I've been told
disconnected.
it's like there's a list here.
Yes.
She has already provided it, and thank you very much. You can get a copy from the table office here.
Thank you, madam.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, we will provide an additional list. Remember, we paid in 2 tranches, 4.4 and 6.
Okay.
So we'll consolidate the 6
Then you
million,
bring-
then we forward it.
That is before, by 2nd of February
Yes.
this year?
Yes.
2:30 p.m.
Okay.
Please note those deadlines, because we intend really to follow them. So now we have no other question. to
Madam
the
Speaker,
Energy
my question.
Department. Not on Mulika Mwizi, we want to go on energy to the Department of Health. Disconnection
yeah,
to health
no, no,
facilities.
not about disconnection.
Honorable Kingori, please sit down.
Thank you.
Honorable Kingori, please sit down. Before we move from energy, I know you people are getting tired and also out of order. So let's try our best to control all that so that we can finalize. And I thank those who've been able to sit up to this moment. Myself, I sat here since morning. So can we agree from, can we hear from the Energy Department about transformers for each ward? What is the position on transformers for each ward?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For about the transformers, we are working with the Rural Electrification Authority, currently called REREC, and there is a facility they are waiting because most of their funds, they come from donors. And recently, I think in December, they got the facility, and they've given us the go-ahead to do the MOU so that we can process the monies and then they start matching the funds. That is the current status.
In our current budget, there was a provision, the 50% to REA, isn't it? I'm
Yeah,
speaking
Madam,
to the people
I
of the
think-
budget, the members in the budget committee.
Yeah, I think that this issue has been thorny for over the last two years or so. We made the provisions in the budget for the transformers to be put, each ward to have at least one transformer. And I think that issue Katibu is talking about, I've heard it before. The issue of MOU. I think that has waited for quite some time now. I've had that excuse of MOU for quite some time.
It's taking too
My
long.
question is, have we as a county government made our part of the deal? Because we were supposed, remember what we were told was that you pay for one transformer, you get another one. And we made provision of 40 million shillings. Have we processed the 40 million shillings to REA so that the ball is on their court to do the MOU and do our supplies? Or are we saying, because if we have not paid, then the problem is still on our side.
Position would be
Not-
stronger.
Exactly. If we have paid, our position would be much stronger, telling them we have met our part of the deal. It's you waiting for your facility to be able to facilitate. Have we made the requisition and paid for the transformers?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've not processed the monies because we are waiting to sign the MOU. But I quite understand what you're saying.
No, you sign before you get, okay. Are you answered, Mheshimiwa?
Of course, it's not an answer. I mean, he's saying he has not paid. I'm asking why he has not paid. Hajanijibu kwa nini hajalipa? Because even if there's you see, by the time you get that MOU in place, who told you there's going to be money? So when we made a provision for it in the budget, it should have been requisitioned. specifically for that, processed for that. So it should be sitting somewhere in the system, waiting for the MOU for it to be processed. But if you have not done that, by the time now the budgetary money is provided for, by the time they give you the MOU, you might not have the money in the budget. So I think, to me, what I would be liking to hear is, if it has not been paid, is the vote line having money? If it's not having money, in the supplementary we are doing, could you ensure you have that money put in the vote head or in the supplementary budget, so that you can be able to be facilitated with the vote line for you to make the payment, and then now await for the other people to do their bit?
He can respond.
Yes, I
then
want to.
the CC also has something to
Through
say.
the chair, I want to say that the vote line has money, and the big question was, is it not an illegality to process money and maybe get it paid before you sign an MOU?
Because you need the supporting documents. All right, we hear you, but we are saying you need to fast track it. But the CC Energy may be even giving us more light on that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been working in consultation with the CEC Finance, so we'll fast track the a contract, the MOU, so that it can give him the authority to incur that expense.
Yeah.
But the money is there in the vote line. It has
So
not yet
secure
been
the
spent.
money. Let
Yes.
it not be spent for other purposes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there we are on energy.
Yes, the same is about the status of the light of Mulikamuisi paid by the World Bank for Mudwani people, and it was never been implemented. I want to know the
So
status
there
up to date.
There are some Mulikamwizis that were funded by the World Bank for Muthwani. That's what the MCA is saying. What happened? Are you aware of it?
Madam Speaker, maybe he could clarify which World Bank fund.
Which World Bank fund?
It was the year 2018, 2019, and I came to Madam Ephraim and I told her about it. That's why, and she told me she looked about it. It is there even in the, it is just waiting for approval by the county government where to be installed. That's why I'm asking, what is it taking too long to do it?
Madam Evelyn, do you want to give us a report on that? You go and look at your records.
I'll consult with Mheshimiwa,
Then in consultation
Honorable
with
Member.
he can give you more information.
Yes.
But then that is now a report to come to this house, not
Okay.
to him.
Okay.
And when are you going to do that? By 8th of February?
By next week, Monday.
By
yes.
8th of February.
Okay.
In collaboration with the Honorable Member. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, back to you, CC Health and the CEOs. The issue of electricity supply to health facilities. We were told that it's your responsibility, not the responsibility of the energy department. Each department bears its own issue on supply of electricity.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's the correct position. And I don't remember us saying that is the Department of Energy to sort our energy issue. We've never said that.
So do you have a problem with energy supply to any of the institutions because of disconnection or threatened disconnection?
Yes, we do. I'm sure Honorable Matu is here. Matu was disconnected last week. They have been using fuel, which we know, of course, is expensive. Yes, so we have pending utility bills as a department. And that's why, Madam Speaker, that's why, going back to the statement I made, that the Department of Health is under budgeted for and underfunded. And until we sort that issue, all these issues will keep on cropping, including water. Because there are facilities which don't have in-house ball, so we also have facilities we have to pay for water bills. Yes.
Many member who has a question on
Yes,
that?
madam, because I've been mentioned, I'm just requesting, because there was a meeting was held somewhere, and it was agreed that they go and connect the power, and payment was not made. Are we sure that they will not come back and disconnect it again?
So Kenya Power reconnected
Yes,
on a
ma'am.
promise of payment.
Yes, madam.
You wonder whether the payment has been effected.
Yes,
Clearly
madam.
it hasn't been. How much was in issue?
1.6.
1.6 million.
Yes, madam.
That is little money.
Madam Speaker,
Just a
in
moment,
Metaboni
Mheshimiwa,
ward.
Just a moment. You hear that? Has the payment, or is there a likelihood of payment, or you say you got no money?
I totally agree with Mheshimiwa, and we speak a lot. All these honorable members, they call me when there are issues. It's true, and it's not only Matu. Even Machakos level 5 has a electricity bill, Kangundo and the others.
Level 5 has how much bill?
I can't remember off. I don't know, Katibu, whether you can remember, but it's not under his docket.
Okay.
But that's a report we can be able to provide. The thing is, the department needs money to solve these issues. And that's the issue I've been talking about. The budget, the 4.3 billion is not enough. And rather, that's why us as a department, we are providing solutions because we don't want to appear like we are lamenting. And that's why the proposal, Madam Speaker, I raised, for example, if Machakos level 5 is able to raise 5 million currently with the minister is not being provided per month, it can generate 10, 15 million per month. And then, just giving that as an example, then it should be able, using that money, to sort some of these utility bills and do other things. Yes, and until that issue, and unfortunately, I think, because now we said that fund has to be operationalized through SEND and so many other things, we are still stuck at that level. And that's why, Madam Speaker, I was requesting because at the end of the day, we are one government. The executive and the assembly, we are one government. If we do whatever it takes to ensure the monies generated in our facilities through the proper oversight and everything else are plowed back and with proper accountability to ensure that those funds, because honestly, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, I want to help him.
No, so that I finish and you help me.
Let me finish, Katibu, because you're going to stay here. You have explained it.
Yes.
We have a law in place. Madam Speaker, we were just discussing with Mheshimiwa here. Why don't we summon the whole cabinet here? So that in case there is anything they explain to us why they cannot implement those regulations, which to me, the impact of those regulations is this, Madam Speaker. You will budget for the facilities once. You will fund them once. And then they'll keep plowing the money back.
I think
so it is so simple that because I heard about, the DG talked about institutional something. He used a big word.
But
institutionalized something.
We gave a date for implementation.
Yes, Madam
We
Speaker.
gave a date for a report on the implementation.
And that is what I'm saying. If it is
now
not,
setting up that fund.
Yeah.
So that we plow back the money to the institutions. Well, that is not going to help you.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure which date we gave, but we must appreciate I'm a small person in government. And you know I'm not the one who assents to the laws. And until that point, but I can tell you, everything is in place, including, even with the previous regulation, the 2015 one, Waziria, and I'm happy she was called, although not for issue, but she is part of the board, as in the board managing the fund for the department, chaired by CC Health, has membership from the CC Finance, CC Energy, because of the issues we are talking about, CC Water, and CC Public Works. All that is there. They have already gotten letters from the person who is supposed to be the chair of that. And there's an issue of now, because, Madam Speaker, and really it pains me, we might leave here, some will be going home, I'll be called, they have this patient, they have no drugs. Yet level 5 has collected 300,000 today. Yeah. Seriously, we need faster solutions, how that money can be plowed back and we start sorting these issues.
You had raised that issue earlier on.
Yes,
what other motion can you move?
We have to rescue this situation, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Because our colleagues here are innocent. It's coming out they are innocent. And it has been my message since morning. And I had consulted with Mheshimiwa Museku, asked him whether we have the power to invite the whole cabinet. Let them not come with the supporting staff. Let them come, we sit with them here. It's clear that the department has got no cent left, even if they were told to go back and look for money. That money has to come maybe from Evelyn's department, from another person's department, and we need to come to invite them here. We interrogate, we have a session with them, and we agree if there is a department maybe which has some funds which can be transferred to health department, because it's not going to an individual. This money is being spent through our people, on our people who are suffering. And Madam Speaker, I think we'll come up with a solution. So if this house can invite them next week.
In fact, I hear you, Honorable Mita. And what the CC Health is saying is that there's a way we can plow back the monies that are being raised by the health institutions to assist the situation. So how do we do that? Do we need the whole cabinet to do that?
We just
who should we target? Now you can tell us. Who should we target? Is it the county treasury? Is it the governor? Is it who? To make that possible? Or do we need to bring a business here and pass a resolution and pursue the implementation?
Madam Speaker, if you allow me, the solution is with county treasury. Remember, that's where revenue collection lies. And because it pains me when now we want to take a very long route, summoning our whole cabinet here, when the solution should be very easy. And because the county treasury are the ones who collect revenue, including the patients who pay cash there, including even the NHIF, as much as it comes to the hospitals, it is under them. They are the ones. And the chief officers here, Lucas included, they are given a delegated authority by the county treasury on matters finance and everything. So we need to get a solution, a first one, where we can save lives. And the regulations have talked about the letter from the CS Health, last year, but one. And all these provisions are there, all of them addressing the issue of ring-fencing out finances to ensure that we don't get to the crisis we are in now.
Can we have members that business come to the floor of this house at least on 8th? I mean on Wednesday. Wednesday. Members, any of you can agree to liaise with the CC for guidance on what sort of statement, what sort of business needs to be brought here. Okay? So that we can open up this opportunity.
Madam Chair, I have another question for in charge. Then the CC.
So what we have agreed, we need to rescue the situation. And that money, the money which is being raised by the institutions is being spent without appropriation. Isn't it? Yes. The money that is being raised on daily basis.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, if you remember very well in the morning, I had put the chief officers to task. Because even the grants, they never sought authority from this house on how to spend, neither did they give us a report on how they spend the money. Okay. Same, right now, yes, they are collecting. But as Mheshimiwa Kaloki stated earlier, in fact, there has been some sort of confusion. We tell our people treatment is free. They go to hospitals, they are charged. We try to seek for answers, we are told, yeah, for treatment is free. Now it has come out clear today that in fact our people, they should not go to hospitals and expect to receive free treatment. They have to pay. So but again, we need to see what they pay. Madam Speaker, because if I pay to be given a service, and when I reach at the counter for medicine, I'm told there is no medicine. And yet I paid.
What I'm proposing, Honorable Member Mita, that which you're saying now, we should be stating on a business of the house, before this house. Who is going to take up the matter? Organize the table office. Please remember, liaise with the members so that it can be taken up, and then in conjunction with the relevant department.
Yeah, I think on that issue of overspending apart from the grants, The PFM Act allows the CC Finance to spend about, within the votes, 10% within the votes. That's in the PFM. So they can be able to take that 30 million, for example. It can be, it's within his right up, so long as it's 10%. So that's okay, it's within the law. But the breakdown we requested was for all those funds, the 386 million which has been being provided before, and the Danida money, how it has been utilized. That we are still demanding, we need to see that breakdown. And also, remember we said, and this is now for the guys of health, if you are receiving refunds from NHIF, in the budget process, we need to see it under resource envelope up there. How much do we expect to receive? If you are receiving 100 million, then it needs to come up there as NHIF refund 100 million under the resource envelope. So it comes in and out under the expenditure. Because right now you are getting money which is not in the resource envelope. And on top of that, you are still crying you don't have money. So now put it there so it is recognized in the resource envelope, and then, yeah, it's appropriated accordingly.
Is the money remaining with them when they collect it? That's a question. Is it remaining with them when they collect it? So
Madam Speaker,
we understand we need to move some business on the floor of the House, and that is by Wednesday, because it's an urgent situation. We are still addressing the issue of provision of health services. Can we wind up, members?
Yeah.
Can we wind up? We have come to an end.
Madam Speaker, I think we are riding on something that has been happening at the past. Because during the first regime, when we were councillors here, that was what was happening. When they collect money from that hospital, they were supposed to use the money and account for. So what brought the change, I cannot tell. They are the one to tell us what happened. Because I've been a member in the committee, that committee which was at that hospital. So it is allowed, and the law is very clear. And that is a very sensitive area where we need the anatomy on how to use that money, because they have that authority. The same thing, I think we have problem, Madam Speaker, and I must speak it clearly. The executive, they have a problem because there are other areas whereby, for example, municipalities, they have an autonomy to collect money in towns, but they have not that authority. That's an example I'm giving because of what is happening right now in the hospitals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm requesting something that has been mentioned by the CC Health, and nobody has remembered about it. When you are giving us the money that you have, you talked about 21 million, and at some point you said it has swept the monies for CHVs. What will be the fate of the CHVs now?
Yeah, okay. Obviously, Madam Speaker, that's the reason why I'm saying the CC needs to ensure he puts money in the supplementary budget which will cater for his drugs all the way up to September, and not say he's sweeping any other vote. Because if you sweep the other vote, you are simply removing a problem from here to here. You will need to present money for drugs up to August without sweeping another vote.
Okay, so we come to...
So that, unfortunately, I answer that, but I need to make it clear. And the chiefs are here, they can speak better, but I think they are exhausted since morning. True, the matter is, that department does nothing. And the 29 million is all what was remaining in the recurrent. Is that correct, Katibus? Yes. So it is very easy, obviously, for probably even people who are watching and listening to think, to blame health. Like, we only work with what we've been given. And that's what we have. And that's why here we are. We know for the next 3 months we require at least 100 million. But after squeezing everything, only 30 million could be available. And that's a fact, and facts are stubborn.
Okay. So members...
I think we said that that item needs to be taken before the cabinet. I think that's what we said, because we are going around in cycles. We said it needs to go to the cabinet to get you more money, because your department doesn't have.
We have given a date for reporting. So the table office and the Hansard has been recording. We will try to assist as soon as possible. We'll do what is necessary, what is possible, and what needs to be done as soon as possible. So there we are, members. This was just an ordinary committee sitting, but you notice it's taken the whole day. I just want to thank all the members. I want to thank all the officers from the county executive, and this is what it is to serve in public. I just want to ask you not to give up. Don't feel demoralized because of the situations that are on the ground. These members are on a worse situation on the ground because of what they are facing every day. I don't want to say that you are not known. You are very well known, and I know even people from your areas who lack medicine keep on asking you what's happening. So let's all put our hands together to make it right, and just hope that people will stop suffering soonest possible. Now, for the CEOs, and this is a reminder, the directions we had given earlier for documents to be supplied to the Assembly by 2:30 p.m. on 2nd of February 2022 still stands. So the discussions and the other directions given after that do not take away those earlier directions. But just for clarity's sake, and it's a good thing is both of you are here. Actually, 3 of you are here. So there we are. We can call it end of the day. We have a member just to say a word of prayer. I know ordinarily we don't pray at the end of a sitting, but we can say this was an extraordinary sitting. Honorable Grace, please.
Pray. Lord Jesus, we come before you this evening. We thank you for the time you have given us. We thank you for the discussion that we have had with our executive. Lord, as we part, let our hearts be together and we go home safe. And when we get home, Lord, remind us to give thanks unto you. I pray this trusting in Jesus' name. Amen.